Here we go, a super Saturday ahead on America's Day at the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Excited to have you with us. We're just 5 minutes away from the opener on this card coming up here at Belmont at the Big A in South Ozone Park, New York. And a terrific card. 4 graded stakes on the Saturday card this afternoon, and all the runners in these races with aspirations for championship weekend at the Breeders' Cup in early November, highlighted, of course, by the Grade 1 Joe Hurst Turf Classic, where 7-year-old mare Warlike Goddess, who seemingly has not lost a step, will try for a 3rd year in a row to beat males in that race and become the first ever 3-time winner of that race. That is to come. Let's take a look at what's ahead. As we close in on today's action, Grade 2 Woodward. We'll see Skippy Longstocking. He looks like the lone speed. Still deciding on the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile or the Classic for Saffie Joseph Jr.
Well, we'll see where he runs. He's certainly a heavy favorite today, and I think one of the real questions about him on the rail as the controlling speed is we've seen a track for the last 3 racing days has been tilted very heavily to inside runners, particularly speed, forwardly placed horses, very few horses closing, which only gives his advantage an even bigger advantage. So Skippy Longstocking, a heavy favorite. I'm trying to beat him. We'll see.
Looks like he could be long gone. We'll see how that happens. That's early on, too. Mile and an eighth in that 4th race, 1:38 Eastern start time. We'll kick things off here. This first race coming up very quickly. Mile and a 16th on the turf were listed as good on the main track and good on the turf. This one maiden special weight for 2-year-olds, 4 to 5, with Chad Brown's 2-horse here, Aviator Guy. Manny Franco.
Yeah, we had a very minimal amount of rain overnight, but it seemed like the courses, despite not having rain, I don't know what exactly happened. They've been playing closer to good all week. So obviously there's some give in the ground, and with a little extra rain, they're playing on the safe side with a couple of stakes today, so we're off the turf. This horse I liked in the turf, and I'm not convinced he couldn't be effective on the dirt, but he does have more pedigree for grass for Horacio De Paz.
Yes, he'd be 6 and 11 remain on, so that's for Horacio De Paz. Here is Chad Brown's runner at even money.
Well, he's a terrible bet at even money in this race, given that he ran. Listen, I picked him and he ran well enough last time, but even money?
Hands of time. Christophe Clement, 7-2.
This is the one taking money I'd be against. Christophe stays in, but this is primarily a turf horse.
And here's Thunder Roll, Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado.
I don't think there should be this kind of discrepancy between the 2 and 5, even though the 2 finished 6 lengths ahead of the 5. The 5 has a lot more speed.
Main track only entrant. This is Cyclone State for trainer Chad Summers.
Well, despite having said that about the 5, the speed may be mitigated by the fact that this one is likely to be in front.
2 minutes to post in this opener. Pick 5 to kick off the card starts here. We're up and over $200,000 already in that pool. How do they look on the track? Let's check in downstairs. Hello, Acacia Clement.
Hey, Greg, and we'll start off with your current favorite in Aviator Guy, who, as Andy mentioned, did run a solid 3rd on debut in a race that certainly could build off of. This race does become a mile on the main track, and having experience is, I think, a big benefit. Now, though was entered for the turf today, the pedigree leans a little bit more towards dirt overall in the first generation, and looking at the DRF Clocker report, recently had a work in company with Praetor, who won yesterday, though could not keep up with that one in the mornings, but that looks like a pretty talented horse. My big question is, when I saw him go off for that big warm-up, he's a smaller, handier type of build, built a little bit more like a turf horse and moved more like a turf horse as well, not as much push behind. The number 1 sounds like a plan. Once again, a little bit more of a dirt pedigree on the bottom side. Have to Grade 3 place Runnin' Ray, who was good long on the dirt, as well as multiple stakes place Estilo Femenino, who was a good dirt sprinter. And this one was actually working in the mornings with older allowance type horse Addicted to You, and seems to be working pretty well. Now, the rail from the inside at first asking can be a bit of an adventure, and I do think that this horse overall will benefit from a start just to tuck up from a fitness standpoint and kind of put it all together. But overall, a very good looking individual who, if he breaks well from the inside, maybe could have something to say, as well as he was pretty sharp on the track. The number 4, Hands of Time, I don't know if he can handle the main track, and that will be the big question, but he is a horse that just in this field to be honest, just looks the best. And that's why I landed on him, because I just wasn't in love with the 2 and thought that the 1 might need a race. And Thunder Roll just looking so much more like a turf horse to my eye. So Hands of Time, the second dam, all turf. Liam's Map can go either way. Has trained pretty well throughout his career on the main track and looks by far the fittest and most professional that he's been. Finally, the 9, Cyclone State. This is his first time going long on the main track, which I do think is what he wants to do. He's a big, leggy type of horse, but very, very sharp as well in the preliminaries. Had a big warm-up out there on the track, and I would expect should be aggressive from that outside post, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. We're going to load up here shortly. So move to 1 mile main track here, even money, despite the fact that you have a horse who, and granted, was more ability on a wet track, but a main track only, who showed some ability on the surface. That too big a disparity between the 2 and the 9?
I think it's really, to be honest with you, I think a lot of it's a barn situation. You've got a tale of 2 different Chads. You've got Chad Brown that wins at a high percentage, wins Eclipse Awards. You've got the other trainer who just doesn't win very often. Though, listen, he's won 4 of 37 starts this year, to be fair, so it's not as though he's not winning some races. I mean, a lot of it's Chad Brown money. I'm not a fan of the 9. He's going to have to show he wants to go long, but he's a McKinsey, so maybe he does.
Meanwhile, there's the even money favorite. So Manny Franco, 4 Chad Brown, 3 Chimneys Farm. Very short price here. Start number 2, and he did go at testing 7 furlongs in that debut race, in a race that was meant for dirt. Sandman, fairly well regarded.
I think the 5 would have a better chance if the 9 wasn't in here. I worry the 9 speed takes away, potential speed takes away an advantage that the 5 could have over the 2. I picked them 2-5-1. The 9's going to beat me, but I will say one thing. The way this track has been playing this week, unless things change with a little bit of moisture, and it's not like we got that much rain, but I'm hoping the track has changed some because, frankly, it's been unfair. It's been hard to play, and it's just a lot unfair to a lot of horses. If you're trying to close, you've had no chance on this track.
Got to adjust as a handicapper. You almost have to be forward. So we'll see how that plays out as we work our way to an early big one in that Grade 2 Woodward in race number 4. Loading up to kick off this Saturday card. Mile move to the main track here to kick things off in this maiden special weight for 2-year-olds. And the even money favorite for the Chad Brown Barn, the 2 with Manny Franco. Let's go to Chris Griffin to get our Saturday started.
Cyclone State to the outside. Cyclone State goes in. All set. And they're off. Awkward beginning for Aviator Guy is going to be the early trailer. Thunder Roll flashes early speed, and here comes Cyclone State towards the outside, and now Cyclone State will press on, is up by a half length as they get set to quickly come out of the chute. Back there in second is going to be Thunder Roll, and here tipping to the outside. That sounds like a plan. Now going to stay at the rail there as Thunder Roll holds that position. Outwider makes it 3 wide as Hands of Time, and now Aviator Guy, after the awkward beginning, is caught up with the rest of the group. It's only 3.5 lengths to the trailer as they work up the backstretch. Cyclone State's got the lead, went 22-4 for that opening quarter mile, is gliding along right now. It is Cyclone State up by 4. Thunder Roll is back with the second group, and there towards the inside is Sounds Like a Plan. Aviator Guy is in between horses with Hands of Time, a touch wide as they approach a half mile left to go. 46 seconds flat for that half mile time. They've got to catch Cyclone State, and Cyclone State is still doing it well. It's Cyclone State up by 4. Sounds Like a Plan is at the rail, is now shoved along. Thunder Roll starts to make up some ground with Hands of Time, and Aviator Guy is still at the back. Might move towards the outside, does just that as they continue to chase this runaway leader. It is Cyclone State with the lead at the top of the stretch, and here's Cyclone State kicking away. Cyclone State is still there. A little green there is Hands of Time trying to commence a rally, and Aviator Guy is now rolling on the grandstand side. A furlong left to go. Cyclone State is trying to close the deal, but Aviator Guy is catching with every stride as they approach the final 16th. Cyclone State needs the line. Aviator Guy is lunging. Here comes Aviator Guy. Aviator Guy will pass by and gets the win in the opener. Aviator Guy wins it. Then came a photo. Cyclone State with Hands of Time. At 1 minute 38. And 1.
Aviator Gee off the pace for the Chad Brown barn. Manny Franco comes and gets this Iowa bred, the lone speed on the front end.
I guess 22.95, 46.02, leading to a final time of 138.23 suggests they might have been going a little too fast early, as the 9 did look like he might put it away and held on for a valiant second. But Aviator Gee did something we haven't seen a horse do in a number of days, made a wide sweeping move from last around the turn to get it done. Was this a situation of a horse just going a little too far and going a little too fast early, or do we have a different track? We did not see horses make these kind of moves over the last 3 or 4 racing days, so maybe this is a signal the track has changed a bit, which would be a welcome change, and a big close from last with Aviator Gee. And I guess the way it was run, he was probably the right horse at even money, though I could say, what if the 9 was able to slow it down a little bit? But you know what? If you slow the 9 down too much, you probably take him out of his comfort zone. He ran a valiant race to be second.
2.941 finish. Yeah, we have not seen many runs like this on the main track, coming from that far back to run down, especially a lone speed.
Right.
And even faster, not up front.
Horses like this were not losing. The only one we saw lose in the last 3 or 4 days was a horse that closed up the inside the whole way. And this horse, while he was in the 2 path, he circled around the field in a nice job. I think we're all keeping our fingers crossed. We're looking at a much fairer racetrack, which is really better for everybody. You want to feel like most horses that run lose, but you want to feel like you at least had a fair chance going in.
Even money favorite kicks off our Saturday card. Again, 4 graded stakes races to come, including the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. It's just been remarkable what Bill Mott has done, and to be able to keep Warlike Goddess so good for so long. 7-year-old mare continually running huge races, and the way she does it too, from so far off the pace, she seemingly would need pace help up front, but she's won 12 of her 21 career starts.
Right. I mean, there have been a couple of times or 2 or 3 times where you feel like she was victims of pace, but when you're a deep closer, you're going to often be victims of pace, and it's rare to see a horse with this kind of running style with remarkable consistency, and I would argue she's been a bit unlucky, not just because of that. It wasn't the pace that made her lose the Breeders' Cup 3 years ago. She should have won that filly in Mare Turf 3 years ago. She was the best horse that day. But boy, one thing about her, she just shows up basically every time. It's kind of remarkable, actually.
Well, this was her running down a 90-1 shot on the front end in last year's edition of the race when she was just dominant. And that was her first start back off a couple of months away. And it sounds like the plan this year, you know, we know she faced the boys 1 year in the Breeders' Cup Turf. It sounds like Breeders' Cup filly and Mare Turf is the plan this year.
Well, I mean, who is she afraid of? She can't really be afraid of too many horses we're seeing run in this country, and I don't know who's coming from perhaps Japan or coming over from Europe, but this is a good year for her, and she's just a cool horse. I don't know if this is her last year racing, but particularly if it is, I'd love to see her win the Breeders' Cup, wouldn't you?
It would be fun. It's the one thing missing on an incredible resume that she's put together. And we talk about, you know, a couple of times in her career, she has been a bit compromised by pace. It seems like this race, that's not going to happen.
No, I think the pace will be honest for her. And, you know, we've got some give in the ground, not a tremendous amount of rain, not the same kind of bog as last year. Last year was a boggy condition, but she certainly likes a little give in ground. Now, so does Silver Knot, so I don't think it'll affect him negatively. But it's an interesting battle between those two. I've picked a kind of goofy horse in there, Emmanuel, to try to upset them, but we'll talk about it more later.
All right, Farbridge went to the front last time out. Seemingly that's not going to be the plan this time around because of the presence of that horse on the rail, Get Smoking. But Christophe Clement has said he does not need the lead to be effective, but he does like to run on the inside.
Yeah, exactly. I think it would be a mistake for people to say, oh, you know, he can't make the lead in here, he can't win. He ran very well last time. He gets in his comfort zone on the rail. And now with the scratches and only a 5-horse field, Greg, I think if Joe Rosario has that one job, maybe he can leave enough to get himself some position, get down to the inside. Farbridge isn't a one-hit wonder. He's run a lot of good races.
You saw today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. Again, 4 graded stakes ahead, and that big one, that Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, that'll be race 6. With the mare going against the boys yet again. Aviator Gee, even money favorite to start off our Saturday action. Chad Brown, Manny Franco, 3 Chimneys Farm. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And here with winning rider Manny Franco. Manny, as Aviator Gee, not off to the best start today, but you were able to come running. Talk a little bit about getting him to settle and come with that big late kick.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a nice horse, and he had the experience. He run first time out at Saratoga, and he coming from behind. He took dirt and everything, so I wasn't worried about that. I just want to, you know, get him going and get comfortable on him. And it was a little bit tough to go by, but at the same time, I know that I'm gonna get there because I feel that he was running. Just was, a matter of time.
And how important is that with these 2-year-olds for you as a rider perspective when they have that experience? You feel like they have a little bit more foundation, a little bit more to give you out there?
Yeah, definitely, because sometimes, you don't know how they're gonna, run the first time. And he showed that he had ability on him. So, like I said, I just, happy to be on him today and get the win.
Well, coming up in the Woodward, you're climbing aboard Skippy Longstocking. I know you've done your homework. It's a short field. He has speed. Is it kind of go out to the front and see what happens with the game plan, or what are you thinking from the rail draw there?
That's my plan. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna do what he likes to do. So I'm gonna put him there and see what happens.
It looks like he's tough in there. Best of luck later. Congratulations here.
Thank you, Cassie.
Manny Franco off to a good start for the day and a big chance for a big one a little bit later on, Greg.
He's got a few big opportunities, as he usually does on days like this. Nice way to start things off. Get that first W under your belt on an even money favorite. And yeah, it's a good sign, too, for this track as well, to see that you can win coming from a little bit off the base, especially for those runners lining up in that Woodward.
I agree. I mean, we'll see how things go as we go further along in the card, but there is some hope after the first race that we can see horses making effective runs from behind. Not that the 9 didn't run better, but it's not like the 9 didn't come in here with some credentials.
Maidens all looking for that first win coming up in race number 2, going 6 furlongs here, restricted race. So this is 2-year-olds that sold for $50,000 or less in their most recent sale. And 5-2 favoritism right now on Man of Mischief, Kenny McPeak. And we'll move back to dirt sprinting. The first 2 start sprinting on the dirt. Second in each, including a beaten favorite at Saratoga this summer. We're going to take a timeout. Still to come. Zulu Kingdom, part of a duo for Chad Brown of the Grade 2 Pilgrim. And trying to remain perfect, 2 for 2, including a win in the States debut at Saratoga.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
3/4 win in 1:15, and they have Fire at Will to catch, and Fire at Will has built a 3.5 length lead. On the outside it is Public Sector, and down on the inside it is Shorty. Fire at Will in front with 100 yards to the finish, trying to hold off Public Sector, and he's gonna do it. Fire at Will posts the upset in the Pilgrim.
Out the door, 2-length lead. Fire at Will moves up on the outside. Gretzky the Great is in third. Cadillac fourth. Battleground is fifth on the outside. Fire at Will puts ahead in front from out the door in second. Battleground, then Cadillac to the inside. Fire at Will to the front and drawing clear for Ricardo Santana Jr. in the Juvenile Turf.
How about that double from Fire at Will? It's the last horse to pull off the Pilgrim Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf double. 13-1 in the Pilgrim. 30-1 in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. Everyone just forgot about this horse. Kendrick Carmouche, when he won the Pilgrim, said he was in hand the entire way. I was just waiting to push the button, and then he was awfully quick on Breeders' Cup Day as well.
Ricardo Santana riding him that day, and Kendrick rode him extremely well, as did Ricardo. And going back a long ways, looking at the Wyckoffs there wearing the masks, and I believe that was the COVID Breeders' Cup, right?
It was big for them because they had just missed in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint with Chimney Rock the year before at 3 Diamonds and Mike Maker, and that win sort of made up for it.
Yeah, and Fire at Will, unfortunately, they tried dirt with him in the Fountain of Youth, and while he ran okay, subsequently out in the turf of the Transylvania, he never really got back to the races, but he was good for a very short period of time.
This year's edition of the Pilgrim Grade 2. All these runners with eyes on the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, mile on the 16th. Zulu Kingdom, one of a couple in the race for Chad Brown. His States debut came at Saratoga, Grade 3 with anticipation, and got up to win by a neck.
I don't think there's an argument that he isn't a horse to beat here. The question is, how short a price is he going to be, and how good do you really think he is? He got such a delicious trip in this race, saving ground the whole way. Just an exceptional ride by Flavien Prat to come through on the inside. Joel Rosario has the mount with Flavien riding out in California today. And I really think the second horse was sort of coming back on him at the end. Might not have really seen him that much. He ran well. The second horse is right to be a good horse. But are some of these horses, I mean, they're all eligible to improve off of maiden wins. And I think this is far from a fait accompli, Greg.
You got 3 other runners in here who only have made that one start in their career. They all won them, including another one from this barn for Chad Brown. So many of these runners, could take a big forward move in this next start. We'll see if it's Zulu Kingdom. Look, he got it done, but as you said, that was as perfect a trip as you can get.
That was just another example of why Flavien Prat is such a great rider. He couldn't ride this horse any better than he did, and the courage to go inside the way he did. I think Todd Pletcher's maiden on the rail is a danger to wire the field. Well, I'm not a fan of Concord Green. He obviously ran well enough in his debut, and I think early adopter for Chad Brown can improve.
And Prat, by the way, out of town today. He's riding National Treasure out on the West Coast, so it will be Joel Rosario filling in here on Zulu Kingdom. We take a look at our Breeders' Cup Challenge races, Vosburg, Pilgrim, and Miss Grillo tomorrow on our coverage.
Flavien with a lot of decisions to be made depending on how National Treasure runs, right? Because
great problems
if he wins and goes to the Classic, he's going to have to decide between him, I assume, and Sierra Leone. If he goes to the mile, he'll have to choose between him and theoretically Domestic Product as well. And those are Chad Brown horses, so he rides a lot more than he does for Bob Baffert these days.
Don't think he'd be giving up National Treasure if that horse wins.
I don't know. I think it's, the decisions aren't always made necessarily based on what horse you're riding. And obviously, if Chad Brown really wants to ride those horses, he comes to a situation, well, I'm riding in New York a lot, and I need to ride for Chad Brown. I don't want to anger him. So I don't know. And I don't know. Are you so sure that National Treasure has to be either one of those horses? Who would you rather ride in the Classic, Sierra Leone or National Treasure?
National Treasure, no question.
Really? I'd be a little overweight, a lot overweight these days, and I would ride Sierra Leone. I'll bet he finishes.
We're going to take a break. We'll be back. A lot more coming up, just underway, and we have a training debut coming up in this next race here. Adrienne DeVos, sister of Cherie, first ever starter next.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
There's a passion in this game that grabs you, and you will not be able to let go.
I'm so blessed to do what I do. I don't lose sight of that for a half a second ever.
If you've never experienced the race, you need to experience it, and then tell me that it doesn't get your heart pounding.
It's like a thunderstorm coming. I mean, it's like electric, and it just shoof, it whisks past you.
Okay, there's heaven for horses. This is heaven.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, as we have another 2-year-old race coming up next here in race 2, as our program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. And while the number 9 Man of Mischief is currently your favorite, and rightfully so, we'll take a look at a couple of first-time starters here in the paddock. Picking things up with the number 5 Ennistown. Irad Ortiz is going to be aboard for Mike Trombetta, as this is a son of Echo Town, who's 7 for 49 with his starter so far. Obviously was a talented sprinter and seems to be passing that on to his progeny as well, as this one looks like a quintessential dirt sprinter. It's been prepared over at Fair Hill, and so coming in here is a little bit of an unknown, but once they put the tack on him, it was like a switch had flipped. It just gotten much sharper. A horse that I think is very well spotted in here too, and one that I find very intriguing in this race. And do note that the main track has been sealed following that first race. So this is a horse that physically actually looks like he should get over that type of track quite well. The number 8, Chris's Revenge, debuting for trainer Brittany Russell, who has very good numbers with first-time starters, a son of Instagram, who worked 10 flat at the OBS March 2-year-old sale and didn't look so fast, actually, had a pretty good reach to him, and I thought was a decent work, and sold for the low price of just $20,000. This one, the dam's only win was on the turf, and there's not a ton of pedigree really to sink your teeth into. But like I said, coming in off that quick work, does debut wearing Short Cup Cheater blinkers, a horse that looks like he's ready, looks like he's well suited to sprint, and if he is able to break and show some of the speed we saw at the 2-year-old sale, I think could be an intriguing one in this spot as well. Another one being prepared over at Fair Hill. The 2 Western Wolf is taking a little bit of attention on the board, and looking at the DRF Clocker report, a horse that has actually shown some good speed in the mornings. Now, this one is a horse that I do think will just really benefit from a race, just carrying quite a bit of condition, very laid back here in the paddock, maybe not 100% clued in or that intensity, but if he is able to show some of the speed that he has displayed in his morning workouts, that would certainly be to his benefit, especially with that rail post position draw. Like I said, though, I just do think that he will need a race to bring it all together. And a horse that is half to multiple stakes winner, Aunt Babe, who was precocious, the 2-time winner at 2. So there is some win early pedigree, but maybe will benefit from a start under his belt, Greg.
Keisha, thank you. We'll get to the post parade here coming up shortly. She mentioned, and we saw the tractors going across the track, good and sealed now. So what does that mean for this racetrack?
Well, and just so people know why it's sealed, because there is potentially some showers. It's nothing major. I mean, they're talking about maybe a 1/20 of an inch of rain coming in. But by sealing it, it keeps the water from getting embedded down the racetrack, and you can still get a little bit wet. But if we get some mild rain for a race or two and we're running on the sealed track, we can open it up later, particularly for the stakes, and it really shouldn't be that wet. It's just to keep the track from getting unnecessarily wet.
Meanwhile, here is the current favorite. So Kenny McPeek's Man of Mischief, 2 dirt sprints, runner-up in each, including one as the favorite most recently. Then tried long on the grass, back to dirt today.
I guess they wanted to get a start in at Saratoga and scratch turf off of the menu for him, because after running well in the dirt, they went to the turf where he didn't run well. I don't have a knock on him. The one thing I would say, though, is, and I picked him because I was going to be guessing with first-time starters otherwise, and I hate to do that unless I have some real reason to do it. And I couldn't come up with a legitimate one here. Is the race we're showing there, Manhattan Twist, the winner, a Todd Pletcher horse. He was terrible in his next start, running 31 Beyer points worse. The 4th place finisher came back 16 Beyer points worse. The 6th place finisher, 9 Beyer points worse. So we have seen horses come out of that race to disprove it, but he has his first race to back it up too.
Where he ran the exact same figure, runner-up finish again, so he's done it twice. Yeah.
I mean, I just think he's fairly logical. Now, obviously, we need a fairer track for him. He's not going to clear the lead in all likelihood, and he's likely to be stalking outside. But I think 5-2 is a perfectly fair price on him. And the odd thing is they're not really betting anybody, but money for a first-time starter. And is the 5 getting bet because they like this horse? And I know Echo Town's had a little bit of success early, the sire, or are they betting Irad Ortiz?
Usually that's part of the scenario whenever he's aboard. The most dominant rider in the sport, Irad Ortiz Jr. on the 5 Ennistown. There's this horse, the 9, we have our post-parade coming up, but shouldn't be that far off the pace, right? At least has some tactical speed.
I agree.
Here's the 1, Rap and Sen, part of an entry.
Yeah, this horse ran the turf and did no running. They're betting this entry, but they love entries.
Post 7 for Rap and Sen. Post 9 for the other half.
I don't really know what to say. You know, they're betting on this entry, but entries just take too much money.
Western Wolf gets the rail.
This horse could be a little bit interesting. I have to ant Babe, who wasn't a bad runner, and taking a little money right now.
Gary Siaka, first-time starter, Tino and Toga.
A first-time starter, not allowed to recommend, though he's a Bernardini.
First career starter for this barn, Adrian DeVoe, Shoot the Nickel.
Well, if you want speed, this horse should have some speed based in the first race, but obviously didn't do any running thereafter in a stake race in June.
Katie Davis rides for start number 2. Here's Irad Ortiz Jr. on the first-time starter, Ennistown.
Yeah, I don't think this horse is getting bet that strongly, but it is Mike Trombetta, a good trainer, and could be live.
Dylan Davis on the debuter, Damage.
No money coming in for this one, though Mike Maselli's barn has quietly been heating up.
Tom's D'Etat, first-time starter, who was one of the dominant horses in the older horse division a few years back. America's Honor, blinkers on.
He got a good enough fig last time behind a very impressive Phil Serpy first-time starter.
Chris's Revenge debuts for Brittany Russell with Manny Franco.
No money for this one. Really much more of a turf pedigree. Seeing it on the dirt was surprising.
Here's the favorite, 3rd try, sprinting on the dirt for Man of Mischief.
I picked him because I just couldn't make a case for anybody else, but that doesn't mean there's not a live first turn here.
And then two big prices outside with first-time starters, Rudy Rodriguez with Ready, Set, Twirl.
Yeah, I didn't love the 2-year-old sales workout for this horse, and apparently nobody did.
And an even bigger number to his outside with Monomoy's partner for Michelle Nevin.
Do you think Monomoy Girl is annoyed that they named another horse that and 50-1 first time out?
4 minutes away, race that kicks off this early pick 4. We talked about Shoot the Nickel and a first coming up for the trainer standing by with Acacia.
That's right, training debut here for Adrian DeVoe. And Adrian, obviously you have a long history being around horses and the racetrack. How special is it to see your name in the program for your first starter today?
It's a little different. It's very exciting, and I didn't think it would happen. You know, you always think and dream that it'll happen one day, and all of a sudden it just pops up, and it's like, oh, okay, I'm doing this, and I'm saddling the horse, and it's all the same thing I've done a million times. It's just a little more responsibility.
Yeah, the pressure coming down on your shoulders. But with Shoot the Nickel, who's had one start already, can you talk a little bit just about bringing him along and into the spot?
So Shoot the Nickel, he ran in the Tremont up at Saratoga and had to take some time off out of the race, nothing major, and he really took a second to get back into the work when we brought him back, which he really didn't have that much time off, but he just didn't really show the interest that he should have. And all of a sudden one day, you know, he was up training with Chad and back to him normal self. So he threw in a couple clunkers of breezes and really just getting back into shape and came back into himself, and he's been breezing really well. This is a really good start back, you know, nice short dirt race where we can just kind of assess how he's going to handle this and hopefully be a starting point for his future.
Well, a starting point for your future as well. Best of luck today. Congratulations on seeing your name in the program, and here's to many special moments.
Thank you so much.
Greg?
Oh, we wish her the best. Just 26 years old, worked for her sister Cherie the last 4 years, and now a little bit quicker than expected out on her own.
Well, you'd have to think that this horse could be forwardly placed in here, was involved in a pace that was very fast. Touchy was the first-time starter for Wesley Ward, who finished second in there, was heavily bet and pretty quick, and that race ultimately collapsed. Now, obviously, this horse collapsed herself badly in there, but should be a horse based on that race that you'd have to think is going to be forward, could easily be in front here.
And it was a strong race, too. Studley Do Right, fairly highly regarded, went into a stake in that next start.
Yeah, we haven't seen those horses go forward with this, go forward and do that well out of the race. And this horse didn't run. I think the one thing you're hoping is that the horse has speed. Now, the Connections obviously bit off more they can chew running in the Tremont, but they must have thought that the horse had some ability to run him in a stake first time out. There were no other 2-year-old races other than the stake races that weekend at Saratoga. So maybe some people wanted to run their 2-year-olds on Belmont Stakes weekend. But like I said, this horse does have some speed. Whether or not it has enough stamina to hang around, we'll find out.
Meanwhile, there's Irad Ortiz Jr. on this first-time starter for the barn of Michael Trombetta. Ennistown, 4-1 currently.
I'm a big Mike Trombetta fan. I think he really does a good job of finding the right horses to come up here. He's been a successful trainer for a long, long time. It's just like this board has been relatively frozen. The only thing that's happened looking at this board since we started talking about it 6 or 7 minutes ago is the 9s come down in odds. We've seen other horses, the 1 and 2 drift up a couple of points. There's nobody in this race that's taking money. That doesn't mean they can't run, but there's nobody here that's getting bet, right?
Except for this one who's taking all the money.
Right.
Man of Mischief for the Kenny McPeak barn. Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard with more on the favorite. Let's go back to Acacia.
And he does make sense, Greg. Watching him here in the preliminaries and watching him warm up, I last saw him 2 starts back. He's put on muscle mass and put on weight to my eye, so he has progressed from a physical perspective. And he goes back to the main track in which he's run 2 good races. In that race, 2 starts back, he was actually aggressively handled early on, but Manhattan Twist kind of beating him for the lead and putting him in that awkward position down on the rail early, pressing that pace and just second best in there. Now, as Andy said, we did see Manhattan Twist come back to disappoint, but it felt like he did not really go on, where I will say, like I mentioned, Man of Mischief has actually progressed, and I do think back on his preferred surface, very sharp in the preliminaries as well. The number 7, America's Honor, he actually ran, I thought, a little bit last time out, just kind of the best of the rest, but just outfooted. He was far back. He was a little bit green still. Shortcut blinkers, cheater blinkers going on for the first time today. Just a horse that kept catching my eye, looking terrific for Greg Sacco, and hopefully those blinkers will show a little bit more professionalism and allow him to be into the race early, because a good-looking type, I think, who maybe ran a touch better than that race might suggest at first glance, Greg.
Keisha, thank you. There he is. I just said the same thing to Andy. This horse caught my eye warming up, too. Blinkers on. Start number 4. 2 distant thirds sprinting on the dirt. See if he can run to his looks.
I'm looking forward to seeing the horse who won that race coming back, executive order for Phil Serpy. That horse was extremely impressive first time out, and I wonder if Phil's thinking big with him. Hopefully, I mean, he can run that horse. I don't think he's impossible to get a piece of this race at all. Especially if you don't, I mean, like I said, none of the firsters are particularly live as the 9 goes down to even money. And if the firsters don't really show up, this horse's last race gives him, if you think the 9 ends up winning or whatever the case is, this horse is in the argument as one of the other horses in the race for sure.
Another race where, there's upside potential, a lot we've never even seen before, but it's Man of Mischief, 2 runner-up finishes, short price off what he's done to this point. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the second.
And they're off. Shoot the Nickel breaks with very early speed. It's Shoot the Nickel right out towards the front, Ennistown towards the outside. Also America's Honor, as they're going to be 6 across the racetrack trying to join them. Man of Mischief, and way out there on the far outside there is Ready, Set, Twirl. At the rail is Western Wolf to apply pressure, and they move quickly early. In the early stages, still 6 across the track. Now down towards the inside, Chris's Revenge is going to have a rail skimming ride. Is now tracking from 7th. They went 22 and 3 for the opening quarter mile. Further back in the field there is Monomoy's Partner is passing towards the inside. Here comes the run from Valid Connection is in that mix. Also trying to run on is Rap and Send. There's Tino and Togas in that mix as well as they're approaching a quarter mile left to go. It's far back to the rest as Western Wolf has got the lead. Western Wolf with a quarter mile left to go. Shoot the Nickel trying to hang in there. Ennistown is rolling down the center of the racetrack. It is Western Wolf who lets it out a notch, but here comes Shoot the Nickel's back for more from in between horses. Ennistown on the grandstand side. Shoot the Nickel is now bursting in between runners. Shoot the Nickel, Ennistown down to these two inside the final 16th. Shoot the Nickel, Ennistown. Shoot the Nickel, Ennistown, Shoot the Nickel, got it! Shoot the Nickel wins it over Ennistown, then came America's Honor. Finishing fourth was Western Wolf. Running time, 1 minute 11 seconds flat.
First career starter for trainer Adrian DeVoe and a win with Shoot the Nickel here at 6-1.
I have to watch this.
Good way to start your career.
Yeah, congrats to her. I have to watch this stretch run again. This horse was done, top of the stretch. Had stopped running. The 2 had taken off. The 5 came running on the outside. This horse dropped back like I thought was going to finish nowhere. And then re-rallied. Watch right here. The 2's going to extend, okay? Right here, the 4 drops off. The 5 comes on the outside. I don't know what to say. This horse was done, right?
And rider had gone to the crop as well, trying to get more. That's usually not a good sign.
I'm baffled.
Kicks back in right there.
I'm baffled.
Start number 2, debut for the new barn, and that is pretty special. Just 26 years old, first career starter for that young lady right there, Adrian DeVoe, and we'll get her picture taken with her first runner she has sent out.
I don't think I've seen a horse do that and win ever.
Impressive re-rally.
This horse was absolutely done. Probably was more likely to finish 8th than win the race, top of the stretch. Wow, amazing.
4, 5, 7, 2, 6-1. Shoot the Nickel. Katie Davis helps deliver a W for this barn. Pretty incredible. How about that? Adrian DeVoe, 1 for 1 in her newly started career. What a way to kick it off. Here in the second, Belmont at the Big A. That smile's going to be there for a long, long time. All the prices when we come back.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage here on America's Day at the Races. 6-1 upset. It's Shoot the Nickel. Somewhat miraculous re-rally here. It's trainer Adrienne DeVoe, her first career starter. She seems in disbelief at what just took place.
Well, I don't know how you could watch that race and think top of the stretch, I'm going to win this race. I mean, if somebody had said to you, you bet this horse top of the stretch,
great
said
moment.
you still want to bet a little more, you'd say I would take $1 back for every 100 I bet. Amazing.
That's incredible to see. What a moment here for Adrienne DeVoe. That is the way to start off a career. It's Shoot the Nickel, 6-1. Here in the second, let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And with Adrienne here, 1 for 1 to start. Adrienne, congratulations. How does it feel? I mean, like you said, you were not necessarily expecting to be a trainer and then winning your first start out.
I'm going to be honest, I've cried a little bit and finally called Al and told him that I was definitely nervous and I was crying. So it's amazing, especially with a horse that has really taken a lot of work from a lot of people, and Chad's team, and Rodrigo's done an amazing job riding him the past, month that I've been working with him, and it's awesome.
Your celebration with Katie Davis was so great too, and even she came back and she said he was just being a little green, and I said, where are you going? And it came back gamely.
Yeah, so that's kind of been our thing, is he kind of just goes out there and he wasn't really putting his heart into training. As I said before, he wasn't really breezing and wanting to engage, and like I said, he really turned a corner and has definitely shown a different level of maturity, and especially today, the way he ran, that is completely unknown from me. I did not expect that either. So,
but all the work that it's taken, how rewarding is this moment?
This is awesome, and I'm very thankful for, like I said, Chad Summers giving me the opportunity to take the reins on this guy, and Al for allowing me to do that as well. And it's amazing.
Your joy is infectious. Congratulations.
Thank you guys so much.
1 for 1, Greg.
Should have given her the mic, just let her drop it. That was a mic drop moment. What a start to a career for an incredibly young, starting this much earlier than she ever expected to, and experienced success right off the bat. Cool story here. Shoot the Nickel, $15, 80 cents for the win here in an upset, and getting the win too, out-dueling the top rider in the game.
Big double too, over $60 with an even money shot winning the first leg as well.
Race 3, approaching the 19-minute mark to post. 7 furlongs, main track. $35,000 claiming race. Fillies and mares, 3 and up. And we'll have more on this group coming up in a moment as we work our way just a race away from the Woodward. It was a campaign for the ages, simply too dominant against her own division. Her connections had to find new challenges for Rachel Alexandra in that 3-year-old season when she conquered the boys in the Preakness in a classic, and then again in the Haskell, they looked for even loftier goals. Older males in graded stakes company at Saratoga. And the result, a historic race call from Tom Durkin.
Walking over for the race, she really had a race day feel about her. She really exuded a lot of confidence in her handlers and stuff when she was right. And we felt good about that.
It hit us pretty much in the paddock, seeing all the other very accomplished colts that she was going to go up against, and seeing the mass of people.
Everybody loved Rachel, no matter where she went. She was popular, but when you come into a race like this, you fixing to hook the old horses, and, they had a little pressure on you.
They had decided to pass on the Travers because they had nothing to prove against 3-year-old colts. She won the Preakness, and she won the Haskell. There was certainly nothing left for her to prove with members of her own sex and generation. The only thing left was for her to go against older males.
And they're off. Steve told me, just go ahead and let her run away from there, and she'll carry you, and she did, because we went fast.
Oh,
the first quarter was 22 4/5 seconds. There'll be no free ride for Rachel Alexandra. They're making her work for every step today.
Durkin's amazing call, but when he shouted out the fractions, I mean, you got a little weak.
46 2 was the half mile. Calvin Burrell was able to slow that pace down just a little bit.
When I said a bit of a breather, it was just a bit of a breather. She was still going too fast.
And Macho again is firing.
From the 3/8 pole to the quarter pole, I give her a little breathing. I'll never forget it. I give her a good breathing there. And then when I asked her again, she got away. So I said, well, we're fine now.
And Calvin Burrell imploring his filly for more. And Rachel Alexandra holds on to the lead.
About 40 yards from the wire. It looked like he was going to get by her, but she kept digging in.
Rachel Alexandra, Macho again. They're coming down to the finish. It's going to be desperately close. Here's the wire. Rachel won. She is indeed Rachel Alexandra the Great.
For a 3-year-old filly to beat older males in a Grade 1 on the dirt here at Saratoga, knowing it's happened, seems far-fetched.
Rachel Alexandra raises the rafters here at the Spa.
And when I stood up, and I looked at Robbie, I said, I don't care if we would have went another round, you would have never got by her, That's the type of horse she was.
I mean, it was thunderous. The whole grandstand was shaking.
All those people in the grandstand screaming their lungs out, all of that air into wooden beams that are 100 years old. And it literally hits them with such force that it made them move. And that's what I felt, literally, in my feet. And that's why I said she raised the rafters at Saratoga.
Afterwards, with a great sense of relief, and watching her leave the winner's circle and walk the length of the racetrack to the test barn with the fans 10, 15 deep. They kind of bubbled as she walked. It was very special.
She's an icon. We have a giant statue of her at the farm. She's happy, and she's definitely retired, but she'll run around the paddock a little bit.
Something as special and unique as Rachel is why we all do this. And be able to relive it, that how blessed we've been to be in her presence, and what a horse like Rachel can do for us that we've never been able to do for ourselves.
Incredible moment. I've said before, that was my first ever visit to Saratoga. What a day to go, and what a special moment that was. You just do not see 3-year-old fillies. We see them take on boys. You don't see them take on older males. And the wave after wave that came after her and fending them off, and to just hold on for the victory, just incredible.
Yeah, I mean, you see some nice 3-year-old fillies out there and some very good ones, and Torpedo Anna is certainly one of them. But they're not in the league with Rachel. They didn't run the kind of fast races she did. They didn't endure the same kind of quality of competition. I mean, she just absolutely busted Summer Bird, the Haskell, the race before that. He was coming off a win in the Belmont. He easily won the Travers the next week. And then after that, or a few weeks later, I should say, and then after that, he won the Jockey Club Gold Cup. She was beating good horses, and she was doing it while beating up on running some fast paces early. That Woodward, the whole field, came at her in waves, and she held them all off. A very, 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 very tremendous year she had.
Special day in the history of a racetrack that has had a lot of special days, and that's one that anyone who was watching or was there, they will never forget. We're going to take a time out. Woodward, we are a race away from this year's edition, and a man trying to tie Bill Mott with the most ever and be a 5th for the Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, Lawyer Ron, Quality Road, Liam's Map, The Brilliant Life is Good. Can he get another? He'll have a couple of chances at it with Crouppy and Tapit Trice to come. Stay with us.
Full count, Felicia. Put them to sleep early.
Coming down to the finish. First roll
Cold War. It's a scramble. Fort Washington on the outside.
Goliath, razor sharp to score in the Thunder Road.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred Racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
And here comes Ghost Zapper, well out in the middle of the track, and he's got a narrow lead. St. Liam is right there with them. They're going at it head-to-head at the top of the stretch. 5 lengths back to Bowman's Band, and Seek Gold is fourth. Into the final furlong. St. Liam is running a huge race today and appears to brush with Ghost Zapper in mid-stretch. 1 mile and 33 and 1. Ghost Zapper and St. Liam in a wild Woodward. They're coming down to the line, and it's a photo finish that Ghost Zapper wins by a zop.
Just over St. Liam. Won the final 6 starts of his career. He'd had the Breeders' Cup Classic and Met Mile before he retired.
Well, he was an all-time great. He was a super, super fast horse. And St. Liam carried him out about 12 paths in this race, and he still managed to get by him. I think that St. Liam would have come down had he won that race. A remarkable horse, incredibly unsound horse, but a brilliant, brilliant racehorse.
See that rain coming down, and that's why they had sealed this racetrack. So good and sealed. Remains good to this point for the turf races. 6 and 11 stay on the grass, including that Pilgrim. Here's our favorite, 9-5, Progeny. George Weaver Barn. Rat Ortiz Jr. will be aboard with more on the favorite and the rest of this group. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
Yeah, Greg, we'll start there with Progeny, who's going back to the main track and cutting back to a sprint distance. I do like both of those things for this filly, as I think that she actually ran pretty well on the turf 2 starts back, but I think has run very good races on the dirt and just is built more like a sprinter, a little bit more compact in the way that she's put together, smaller, shorter coupled, pretty athletic as well. And once they put the tack on her, she did perk up quite a bit. Now sometimes she can be a little bit more revved up. She was last time, very keyed prior to the race. She's doing everything well. She's forward just enough of what you'd want to see from a sprinter, but not over the top, which I appreciate. I know that she's a short price, but I just think she makes a world of sense in here, and probably just from a physical perspective looks best in this field. The 1A Street Jam is the remaining part of the entry. We'll break from the far outside post for Linda Rice. I'm not familiar with her because she is coming in from Kentucky, first start on the NYRA circuit here, but watching that last race at Keeneland, she was 3 wide throughout the field there, never saw the rail. The pace kind of held together and just kind of held on for third in that effort. So has been claimed, does come back in the $35,000 condition and a layoff as well after not having run for nearly a year since October of last year. So of course those are some questions, but Linda Rice has had obviously tremendous success with the horses she's picked picked up in Kentucky off these claims. Like I said, not familiar, so nothing to compare to, but she does look like she will likely need a race off the bench, especially with a little moisture in the track. She's a big, heavy-bodied type of horse, and sometimes those types of builds just don't get over a wet track as easily, but she has had some good races on turf and synthetic. Maybe that will transfer over as we are sealed. The number 9, Backstretch Rose, in good form lately. If you cross out that turf try back in Saratoga, her last 4 races have been strong with those 2 wins and a second. And as far as the dirt form is concerned, last time out was off the pace, just pulled away best that day. Is one that doesn't break the quickest, and that's always, I think, a challenge, especially on a wet track. But we did see a horse that broke slowly in the first race and come from far off of it to close. Always one that's just so laid back in the preliminaries, but she is one that kind of has a shorter stride and a short run. So you kind of have to time it where she comes running on the outside to try and get up in time. We'll see if she can do exactly that in here and continue on the good form, though she is stepping up to the next level of competition. Certainly makes sense in this spot, given how consistent she's been lately on the main track, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. 7 minutes to post here in this third race that starts a mandatory pay pick 5, by the way. So races 3 through 7. Take a look.
You know, this is this funny situation because if the 1 shows up, she's going to win this race, the 1A. But she's $35,000. She's claimed for $60,000 almost a year ago. She's been laid up. Linda Rice, 250 days plus and dirt off the 250 day plus layoffs, dirt off the claim, over 2, but both ran second at 2-1 and 5-2. You know, she's tepid in the board. The 1A, 5, and 9 are very similar prices in the double and the pick 3. So expect them to be similar prices. She's a little chilly on the board. Could go either way. She could just be better than these horses, or it could be just, it's already a bad claim, but how bad a claim it is remains to be seen.
She's got the far outside post, has been off since October of last year. See what happens here with Street Jam.
Probably has enough stalking speed to be in position. She shows up, she wins. She doesn't, it's a completely different race.
Rail to Balenciaga Betty.
Yeah, she does get a trader change to Antonio Arriaga. Other than that, a little tough to make.
Won 2 in a row, but against much softer Roman Goddess Romero Mirage.
Well, we like Romero. He looks to be aggressive. I don't know how much speed this one has off the claim for Rudy.
Karen's Honor getting bet here a bit, coming off a win at Monmouth.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why, but it was a big figure last time. She's got to run back that number. She has no other race that seems nearly as good.
Can be forward, though. Progeny 8-5 with Rat Ortiz Jr.
First time she's ever faced older horses except for one race, the Bowling Springs and the Turf, I think. I guess she could listen. All these horses are possible if the 1A doesn't show up.
Book of Wisdom, it's Christopher Elliott at a big number.
Yes, this would be a surprise, but for Wayne Potts fans.
41-1. This is Dolce Serra.
Should she be 41-1 in this race? I don't think she should be.
It's a bit big, isn't it?
It's too big a price for a horse that does run consistently okay.
This is Mim. It's Lane Luzzy who will ride for Jimmy Ferraro.
Yeah, she could be forward, but, man, she seems to have lost her form.
And Backstretch Rose comes off a victory going a little bit longer.
Yeah, the problem with her is that she was claimed away from Flying P, and she won a 4-horse field at Saratoga. The Flying P horses were flying during the Saratoga meet, and whether or not you can reasonably expect these horses from the same race. I don't know, Brahman Gary Gandesa, he really had a very good meet up in Saratoga. Now, mostly live with his 2-year-olds, but his horses were running well. It's not about Gary, it's about claiming horse away from Flying P. I'm not taking a horse claim from them, especially a 4-horse race win. But I think in this race, you have to ask yourself the question, who do you like? Are there anybody you want to bet on this race if you don't like the 1A? And the 1A right now is dead on the board. She's the 3rd choice. She should be a heavy favorite in this race. But keep in mind, they claimed this horse for $62.5 almost a year ago. They've kept the horse in training, which isn't cheap. And now they're running for $32.5, so they're already big losers with this horse. The question is how big a loser they are. Linda's not running the horse for 16 or something, right, at the bottom level.
Let me ask you a question.
Yep.
If you take away that dirt start at Churchill 2 back, is she still as highly regarded in your estimation?
She's repeatedly run Beyer figures in the 70s.
On
yes.
dirt?
Yeah.
I mean, but that kind of brings her back into contention with a lot of this field, no?
Who are the horses running 70s in here? The 9 and a 4 is field for an owner outfit that was running off the screen? Nobody here. I don't know if there's anybody in here that's ever run a 70 buyer. I guess Bella the Ball had. It was
It's more of
scratched.
an indictment on the field.
Yes, and exactly. No, I don't think she's a superstar.
Yeah.
Yes, you're
No,
correct.
I
Greg.
wasn't saying
No,
that, yeah.
it's a fair question. She's no superstar. I just think she's better than these horses if she shows up. But I don't have any confidence she's going to show up, especially the way she's bet. But the problem is, where do you go if you want somebody else? You know, Roman Goddess, the 3, for instance, and she's a big price. She has not run well since she was claimed away from Mike Maker. Her last win was a year ago, September 23rd, for Mike Maker. She has not won a race since claimed away from Mike. Not that she's impossible if you don't like the 1A.
Well, the 9 becomes just not that far off, and the price is much better. Let's go back to Acacia.
And I landed on the chalk here with Progeny. Like I said, she just looked best. And I kind of thought it was, like Andy said, you don't really know where else to go if you have some trepidation about the 1A coming in off that layoff, which I do. We'll take a look at the 4, Karen's Honor, who did win last time out at Monmouth. She pressed the pace setter, who ended up finishing second, took over, had a very nice trip, and it was a pretty good figure, but definitely faster than anything that she's run recently. So my question is was it just by virtue of her cutting back to a sprint distance, stretches out a little bit to the 7 furlongs here today, or was that race just a little bit of an outlier? Did take her quite some time to go through the non-winners of 2 condition. She's certainly fine in here. She's a lighter frame type. I have seen her carry a little bit more flesh and conditioning in the past, but again, with a little bit of moisture in it, she looks physically like a type of horse that should get over it. So if she has turned a corner and does appreciate going a bit shorter, then she should be forward in here, and we'll see if she could build off of that last race. I still would like to see her do it again, though, Greg.
Minute to post coming up on this good sealed track here for race 3. 9-5 favorite remains Progeny. The 5 horse with Around Ortiz Jr. for George Weaver.
I mean, the truth about Progeny is, though, you start taking her apart. She's not much horse. Now she gets back to the dirt. She's never run against older horses. Not there's any killer older horses, but she's been restricted 3-year-old races. They were pretty weak races. She could certainly win this race. I won't be shocked if she does, but she's not much horse. I mean, and if you draw a line to the 9's last race, I guess she's sort of the second likeliest winner, but I'm just not rushing to take a horse that was claimed away from that outfit off a big win.
No, it's a fair concern. I mean, those horses were running races we'd never seen all meet long, just time after time. So taking them away from that outfit and hoping that's going to continue, that is a dicey proposition. But right now, 3-1 on Backstretch Rose, the 9. You know, Progeny, interesting too, because I mean, this horse has the ability, big work obviously coming in. I don't know if it was good or not, but it was quick. Bullet drill. Had shown sprint speed. Going long on the grass, is that going to dull that speed a bit?
Well, that's always a reasonable question. I mean, you'd imagine a rat would look to be closer. I'm not sure that horses can't make up ground in this course, though. We're seeing them. I think we're seeing a fairer course. The 4 and 8 are supposed to be forward based on the time form pace projector. Whether or not it plays out that way, I don't really know. This seems like a very dubious race, doesn't it?
It does. 4, it certainly appears to be very quick. Katie Davis will be aboard there. That's a horse coming off a win in Monmouth. It's on the cutback to 6 furlongs. As you get another look there at Around Ortiz Jr. on that 5 in the background, adjusting those goggles. Riding for the George Weaver barn. So 2 sprints going longer on the grass, cutting back to sprinting now at 7/8 as the 8-5 favorite on Progeny.
It's just one of those, you know, a lot of times, like, I look at a race and let's say you don't want to bet the 1A. You just said, I don't care, lay off, drop down. This is not my cup of tea. I'm going to bet against. So I handicap the race without that horse in there. I'm still not sure who I like in this race, handicapping the race without him. I did pick the race 1-5-9, but I don't have any confidence in the 5. But maybe because if the 1A is just not going to show up, the 5's a likely winner. But I don't know. There's a little IRAD money in there too.
No question. Street Jam again, the 1A outside post. Jose Lezcano, first start back since October of last year at Keeneland. First off the claim for Linda Rice. Had to be very patient with this 5-year-old mare. Send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call. Here's the 3rd Belmont at the Big A.
Now in. 3 out, Progeny. Backstretch Rose. Street Jam to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Progeny in between horses, right towards the front, and Street Jam up on the far outside. Now puts a neck in front of Mim, who wants to apply pressure, and Mim and Street Jam, they now duke it out. They're going to be head and head as they work up the backstretch. Roman Goddess is in the pink cap, is down at the rail, is now a shared third, as Progeny, who broke on top, has moved up and claimed that third position away. So back to fourth will be Roman Goddess in between horses. There is Karen's Honor. Towards the outside, this Book of Wisdom is now going to be following them. And at the rail is Balenciaga Betty, is going to be in tight there at the rail as they start to move forward. And getting shuffled back very quickly was Karen's Honor, is back to the back end of the field there with Dolce Seta and Backstretch Rose. They move into the far turn, 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Mim is right there. Street Jam and Progeny has wanted to go throughout, and here comes Progeny ranging up 3 wide. Progeny and Arad Ortiz Jr. now puts a head in front. Street Jam is trying to stick right with this competitor as they approach a quarter mile left to go. They went 46-4 for that half-mile time. Progeny is still doing it very easily, and Progeny has not been asked. Progeny at the top of the stretch, now cut loose a little bit, just a mild encouragement. Here comes Backstretch Rose, though. Backstretch Rose is rolling on the grandstand side. Progeny has less than a furlong left to go. It is still Progeny in front. Backstretch Rose is rolling. Roman Goddess is joining this runner as well. Progeny's almost there. Progeny will hold on and get the victory. Progeny wins it. Then a tight photo there. Roman Goddess to the inside of Backstretch Rose. Street Jam finished fourth. And 1 minute 24 and 1.
Well, maybe that money was more than just the man aboard. Progeny with Arad Ortiz Jr. for George Weaver takes this third impressively.
Well, when the one didn't show up and just showed some speed and just tired sort of badly, there wasn't out that much going on in here. The horse got the good position you usually get for an Arad Ortiz horse and was the logical alternative in a race where it was up to the 1A to show up, and she barely did.
Wins for just the third time, 14 career starts. And Street Jam being as forward as she was early, granted a long time away, probably figured to fire out of there, but it looked like a good sign for her. But then she weakens in the stretch.
I agree. I thought when the 1A was showing that kind of speed, she'd be fine in here. 9 made a big move on the outside. Not sure who got second in here. I don't know who won that Bob, to be honest. A Bob with the 3, who ran okay.
3 or the 9. One more look at it.
You'd have to see a slow-mo. Yeah, it's impossible.
No idea.
I can't tell without the slow-mo for the head bob.
I'm going to go with Roman Goddess because it was just posted.
Good call, Greg. You called that photo really well.
5-3-9-1A. Roman Goddess does get second at 7:01. So 9-5 over 7:01 over a couple of 5-2 shots in here. But Progeny, too good on this track, cutting back in distance and back to dirt, where all 3 wins of her career have come. And for certainly, Street Jam, long time away. Race under the belt now is one to definitely watch next time out.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I wonder if anybody claimed the 1A out of this race. A tricky horse to claim, probably not. I wouldn't want that horse for $35,000. Probably not off the layoff. I'd be interested to see if there was a claim in here.
So it's Progeny Arad Ortiz Jr. for the George Weaver barn as the favorite. We're going to take a timeout. Grade 2, Woodward is next. We're going to look back at the 1989 winner of that race, New York's Easy Goer, and his impact on the sport when we return. Stay with us.
The classic looks of a two-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
We're back on America's Day at the races as we see Progeny take race number 3. Irad Ortiz in the saddle. And Irad, when this filly broke so well and just kind of put herself in a good position, seemed like she was very comfortable throughout.
Yeah, she was going beautiful, comfortable, let him be her. Wait the time to go, and she responded really well, so everything worked out perfect for us today.
And how important is that for a horse that maybe has some questions to answer? These are claiming horses. When they do break, it often shows that they're kind of putting themselves into the race well.
Yeah, it helps you to get good position, and they want to do it. When they break like that, like the way she break, you know you have a horse ready to go. She's ready to go, so she put herself in a beautiful position, great position, and make my job very easy.
A nice win today. But coming up in the next race in the Woodward, you're riding a horse in Krupi who typically does come from very far off of it. In a short field, how do you navigate his running style? Because, like I said, he is a deep closer.
Yeah, he's, unfortunately, we don't have too much pace on the race, but I think he's been running so good last couple of times, been closing so good, so I'm hoping he gonna do it again today, like he's gonna show up and give me a big run and just let him be him, let him find his stride. I don't want to overdo things. So let's see how the race develops. It don't look like too much space on the race. So hopefully he's a little closer. Hopefully with the short field, small field, he can be closer than he been in the last couple of times. So hopefully he's a little closer and he keep coming on the end.
He's been in good form. Good luck in the Woodward coming up.
Thank you.
Irad Ortiz is going to be aboard Krupi, who, got to give it to him, Greg, even when pace dynamics don't appear to be in his favor, he often puts in his big late run.
Well, that one, Krupi, going to be very far back in our next race coming up in the Grade 2 Woodward. Against Skippy Longstocking. Progeny, though, gets the win here on a much more forward horse, $5.60.
Yeah, got a nice trip behind with the 1A not really running her race, able to get the job done.
Horses with eyes on, I would say, most the Breeders' Cup Classic, but Skippy Longstocking, of course, third in last year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, could go either way. This race absolutely goes through him. He's the lone speed. He's got the inside post in that first turn at 1 1/8. Hit this track comes up very quick.
Right. Now, obviously, we have a somewhat fairer track today. The track is now listed as muddy and sealed with a little rain coming through here. But tactically, he has the advantage. I prefer Tapit Trice a little bit. I hope he can stalk and beat him. I don't love Skippy Longstocking, but when he runs his good race, he's going to be too much to handle.
Well, back in the days of one of horse racing's greatest rivalries, eventual Hall of Fame trainer Shug McGaughey was a rising star in the game. An easy goer, even though he came out on the short side of his rivalry all but once to Sunday Silence. In the eyes of many, including his regular rider, still was considered the better of the duo. Now, whether you believe that or not, there's no denying Easy Goer was sensational. He brought McGaughey his first Classic win, and not only was a fan favorite, but created scores of fans along the way.
Easy Goer, I think, was a popular name for the people to say, and, you know, the New York press just hooked on to it. He still is a pretty prominent name around New York racing circles. After he ran the first time, I took him to Saratoga. I was pretty anxious to run him, and then, you know, then he won. So I'm walking back through the paddock, and the press kind of converges on me, and this and that. I said, he just broke his maiden. And they said, yeah, but he ran like 2 or 3 seconds faster than the split, which I didn't realize. When he started his 3-year-old campaign, he ran the Swale. You know, he won that, and, you know, that brought him to up here in the Gotham, where he ran 1/5 of a second off the world record.
Easy Goer.
He ran the Wood Memorial.
Easy Goer leads past 64 by 2, and Rock Point is second. Easy Goer has a lead.
You know, when we got to the Derby, we just got a little bit unfortunate that we caught that type of a track.
Sunday Silence wins this Derby by 2 lengths.
Be the Preakness.
Sunday Silence, Easy Goer. Here's the finish. Sunday Silence wins it by a nose.
Belmont. You know, I was in the race to win the Belmont, not trying to keep anybody from winning the Triple Crown. That never went through my mind. And I wanted to win the Belmont not only for the horse, but for Mr. Phipps, and I never won a Classic, so obviously, you know, Shug was involved too. And he came out of the Belmont so good, I wanted to run him in, and we ended up waiting, but we ran him into Whitney. In the New York races, it meant something to us as of being me and the Phippses, and races it meant something. I won the Whitney and then came back and won the Travers. The fan base showed up at Saratoga, so I think that they'd probably gotten over the disappointments of the Derby and the Preakness, and it was here we go. It was a good thing, and you know, to get to Saratoga is a special place. The Travers is a special race, and you know, the fans showed up, and they showed up in our corner, and it made it quite a day. And Woodward would have been right when we came back. That was when they were the Breeders' Cup preview days.
This is New York's horse. This is America's horse. Easy Goer.
You hate to see a horse like that leave, but sometimes it comes time for him to leave. Well, he went in Secretariat stall and Bow Ruler, so you know, he was following quite a legacy there, and all that stuff is, you know, it can be maybe a little corny, but it does mean something. I think that Easy Goer would have gone on and been able to prove himself. The longer he'd been in stud, the better he would have gotten. There was a lot of Easy Goer shirts. Every now and then I'll see one, and you know, you won't imagine how many people in a year's time will come up to me and say, I became a fan of horse racing because of watching Easy Goer run. Or Easy Goer was my favorite horse. You know, I almost want to say, man, that was 30 years ago. I need another one, you know. But he was very popular, and he was very popular with the people, and in times he still is. It's been a fun ride for me because of it, and took me to places I never thought I would be, you know, and still is.
What a horse who has such a special place in the hearts of so many New Yorkers, and even though that rivalry was tilted a little bit in terms of wins and losses, you know, Pat Day believes to this day, pound for pound, this was the better horse. And he admitted after the Preakness that was his fault. It was right or error. He should have won that race.
No, it was his fault. He lost that race. But you look at that record, it was amazing. And it just, we all loved Easy Goer so much, and it was 35 years ago, and to me it feels like yesterday. Easy Goer, we loved Easy Goer. This was the last truly great East Coast, West Coast rivalry. It took a lot of us Easy Goer fans a long time to admit that he had a formidable rival in Sunday Silence. You wanted to say he got lucky to beat him. He didn't get lucky to beat him. He was a tremendous horse. They were two tremendous horses. I don't know if they were quite as good as Firmed and Alydar, but they were in that kind of company. Brilliant racehorses. And what Sunday Silence had was more tactical speed. He could put himself in position, whereas Easy Goer didn't take the turns as well, and he just didn't have that speed. Was Sunday Silence a better horse? It's hard for me to admit that. I had so much love for Easy Goer, but he won 3 or 4 races, and you can't take that away from him. They were two really, really great horses, and I feel very lucky to have seen them race together. And I saw Easy Goer. You look at those 20 starts. I'm going to tell you, Greg, I probably saw 16 of them in person. I wanted to cry when he lost the Met Mile that day when Criminal Type ran down Housebuster, and he was third. I was at the Suburban when he won his last start, and I saw him at Claiborne in '94, shortly before he passed. I'm in that group of people that loved Easy Goer.
That's what rivalries can do for this game. We would love to see another big one like it. We're going to get to this year's edition of the Woodward coming up very shortly. Skippy Longstocking, short price, although floating up a little bit, was 4 to 5, even money, now 6 to 5. They all got to run him down. He'll be the one on the front end, likely by himself in this year's edition next.
And they're off in the Curlin Florida Derby. After 3 quarters in 112-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
You just have to get in the seat of a John Deere Gator XUV 835M. not because of the spacious cargo box.
We're always picking up rocks out in the field, and the hydraulic bed has been really nice.
Or because it can tackle any terrain.
It can handle anything.
Not even because it tows up to 4,000 pounds.
We can pull things around easily.
You just have to get in the seat, because something about being this productive just makes you smile.
It's made life a lot easier.
Learn more at johndeere.com/get-in-the-seat.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Along the inside, affirmed on the outside, it's Zarovich. Affirmed does have the lead now by a half length. Zarovich on the outside, but Coastal is gaining ground. Down the stretch now, Affirmed has the lead by 2.5. Zarovich moving to the outside, second by a length, and Coastal is third. Mr. Brea in fourth, and Sir Lad is fifth at the 16th pole. Affirmed, he has the late race by 2.5, then Coastal is now second. Zarovich third, it's Affirmed in front.
23,000, nearly 500 fans all got a little concerned when Lafitte Pincay dropped this horse back to about fourth and then turned him loose, and it was over.
He had an incredible 4-year-old season. I don't believe he may have lost early in the season. I shouldn't say that. I think he lost some race in California early, but he was tremendous. And he's turning back horses that, if you're old like we are, or I am, I should say, you remember, obviously Coastal, who had beaten Spectacular Bid in the Belmont Stakes, but also Zarovich for Billy Turner in that race as well. They were serious horses, and the firm just killed them.
Set up that showdown with Spectacular Bid in the Jockey Club Gold Cup a couple of weeks later. Joining us on set, Jonathan Kinchin. Good to see you, JK.
Hi, guys. Did you guys miss me?
Always.
Definitely miss you.
We always miss you.
Good.
Joining us just in time for this year's edition of the Woodward Grade 2 and Skippy Longstocking. Regardless of how the track's been playing, it looks like a little more fair today, but this is a horse to catch.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to try to get creative because I don't really think Skippy Longstocking is, quote, that good, right? I mean, you look at the races he's won a couple races at Charlestown. He's won a handful of Grade 3s, a handful of Grade 2s, but whenever he starts facing Grade 1 type company, he kind of comes up a little bit short. The good news for him,
there isn't any.
There is none here.
And he's got some horses that are got to be pretty far back behind him early on. Joining us for the first time today, let's head downstairs and say hello to Maggie Wolfendale.
Hello, guys, as we'll take a look at this compact field for this Grade 2 Woodward and begin with your current favorite. As you guys were saying, the one to catch in here, and that's number 1, Skippy Longstocking. If you know me, you know that I am a fan of Skippy Longstockings. I've actually always liked him as a 3-year-old and onward. He, as Jonathan said, is very good at that kind of middle level of a graded stakes horse, but he looks fantastic against this field. I love his energy too. He always comes in looking to dominate, the horses in the paddock. He's always forward, marching around, kind of looking at everybody, looking down on everybody, and that's exactly what he's doing here yet again. So he's displaying all the attributes of a horse that will be forward in here, and 2, is ready to run his best race, as he has dispelled the misnomer that he is a horse that can't pair back-to-back good efforts together when he took down the Oaklawn Handicap after also winning the Challenger. His main challenge is number 2, Croupi, in here for Todd Pletcher, I think, but Croupi's going to have to play Skippy Longstocking's game, as Croupi is a late closer. He likes to drop himself out of it, but I do think he ran respectably well in the Whitney last time out when we saw Arthur's Ride with a tour de force performance, really just running the rest of his competition off their feet. So therefore the horses like Skippy Longstocking just kind of forced to chase and run off their feet and spinning their wheels. So right for a horse to come from well back and pick up the pieces, which Croupi did. Now physically looking at him, one of the best times I've seen this horse appear. His weight, his conditioning, he's a horse that took a while to mentally mature and figure out racing, and I kind of feel like that's parallel with his physical frame as well. Now as a late 4-year-old, he's really kind of filling out all those points, really strong in his hip and his hind end, getting that bigger, crestier neck to him. So Croupi, I do respect, at least based upon appearances here, Greg.
And there is Irad Ortiz Jr. gets a leg up in the saddling enclosures. You see that rain still coming down. Pletcher with 2 in the race. He's got Tapit Trice next door as he tries to add another one here and pick up his 5th career victory. That would tie Bill Mott for the most all time. Pretty good group here that would probably be very short price favorites this year around.
I would like all of them in
yes.
there. Even Lawyer Ron, who won it at Saratoga, as did Quality Road, as did Liam's Map.
Well, here's his Croupi with Irad Ortiz Jr. And, of course, he'll have Tapit Trice. Croupi should be very far back early. Can he make an impact in this race?
I don't particularly like him. I wouldn't bet him with his big closing kick. I picked Tapit Trice. I'm going to hope he stalks and can beat Skippy Longstocking because I'm with Jonathan. I don't feel like Skippy Longstocking is worth a super short price, but he's not a super short price.
Yeah, I mean, if I could, create a horse in which I felt like would hate the circumstances of the racetrack today, it would be Croupi.
Here's the speed, Skippy Longstocking for Saffie Joseph Jr.
It's very simple for Manny Franco. You go up front and you hope the horse is good enough.
Croupi coming off a runner-up finish to Arthur's Ride in the Grade 1 Whitney.
I just think he's better on a fast track with a fast pace, and he's not going to get either one of those things.
Stablemate next door here is Tapit Trice.
I thought his race 2 back in Monmouth off the layoff gave him a chance to beat the favorite in this race. Obviously, he didn't run well in the Jockey Club. I'm hoping he bounces back.
And Masked Parade now with Rob Atras, Kendrick Carmouche. Very, very distant second in the Birdstone to the best dirt marathoner there is in the game.
Yeah, once upon a time, I think I picked this horse in the Travers.
Good call.
Yeah,
you and I both.
That turned
Probably beat
out
the horse
right.
I picked that day, so I wouldn't be that embarrassed.
Well, yeah, I was talking with Andy before he came on. Despite that, yeah, he hasn't become this superstar we thought he might be, but he's had a pretty good career.
He made almost $900,000. About $700,000 was when he was with Al Stahl. But, they've been good about picking his spots and running well. He's got a second to Art Collector in the Alydar a couple of years ago. And Art Collector was a very, very good horse.
Here is Skippy Longstocking, 6-5 favorite. Race goes through this 5-year-old right here. Let's go back down to Maggie.
It's Saffie Joseph and I trying to dodge some raindrops. You have the nice curly hair. It's good in the rain, right?
I don't know about that. I think that's better when it's dry.
Well, Skippy at least likes it when there's some moisture in the racetrack. This is A-okay for him, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's had some moisture in it, but there's a little bit more moisture than he had. It's kind of like Saratoga last time, so hopefully he fires his best shot.
He dispelled the notion that he can't pair good races back-to-back with winning the Oaklawn Handicap earlier this year. Saffie coming off again another Charlestown Classic. What are we expecting here? It came up such a short field.
Yeah, I mean, he trained well into the race. Obviously, short field is going to get a little tactical. That's the kind of fear because it helps the closers more than actually the front run. I know he's low in speed, but it gives them a clean trip not to get dirt the horses from behind. So, I mean, it's a tricky race. We feel like he's done well coming into the race, and we just want him to show up. We feel like if he shows up, he's good enough.
Well, Saffie, thank you so much for your time and best of luck here.
Thank you very much.
All right, Skippy Longstocking, he's done well. I was looking at, what he's sold for, Greg, $37,000. He, like Warlike Goddess, has made that back and then some.
Yeah, pretty remarkable. Closing in on $3 million in earnings, just less than $8,000 shy of hitting that big mark. And this is, a favorite that you can't even gang up on the favorite here because it's going to be far in front of everybody.
Oh, I don't think he's going to be that far in front of the three.
He'll be in front.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be a mistake to back it down too much. I don't think it will help Croupi, even though he'll be closer. I just don't know his closing kick will help. But I think it helps Tapit Trice if he stalks outside of him. I think if you ride him, you want to put a little distance between them. I just wonder if they will. What do you think, Jonathan?
I mean, look, I think when it comes from a talent standpoint, one of these horses that will go on later this year or next year to win a Grade 1, to me, Tapit Trice is the only one of these 4. But I just don't trust him in these circumstances. I thought he'd run a little bit better than he did last time. So Tapit Trice, if he runs the race he ran at Monmouth, where he was a little bit closer, he was running, with the blinkers on, if he can find a way to find himself forward here, I think he will run down Skippy Longstocking. But I feel like Skippy's going to be aggressively ridden away from there.
Tapit Trice is the only Grade 1 winner in the field. I'm going to say that nobody in this field will ever win a Grade 1 going forward. And I don't think you disagree. I think you're saying if.
If he's the best chance.
Yes.
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
It's a hungry bunch. For what this race, for what the Woodward is, right?
We've talked about what his plans are after this race. And Saffie Joseph Jr. said he's still open to the Classic or the Dirt Mile. He ran pretty good in last year's Dirt Mile. I mean, those were two incredibly good horses in front of him.
No, he did run well in there. I don't see any reason they wouldn't want to come back off of that race. It was a
long way
honest
back
enough pace.
to fourth.
Yeah, no, he ran fine in there.
What
He's a nice
price,
horse.
What price would he be if all the horses that we think are going to run the Classic?
150 to 1. Not really,
Honestly.
but 40 to 1. Yeah. I mean, let's be fair. There are no killers in the Classic, but a lot of the horses in there have speed. So any advantage he has is sort of taken away by the fact that there are a lot of horses with speed in the race. His advantage is his speed. He's just not good enough to beat those horses on a regular basis.
Yeah, I mean, the Dirt Mile, I think, would make
Probably
the most
30
sense.
to 1, you think?
Yes, no, seriously.
Yeah, I mean, if
I'm not trying to knock
all the
him.
horses
It is what
go,
it is.
if all the horses that are supposed to go, though.
The Dirt Mile's not going to be that easy a race this year. I mean, there's some decent horses out there that are going to contest there as well. I don't know. I mean, I don't know exactly who's going there, but you think National Treasure, if he runs well today, is more likely to go there than the Classic?
No, I thought he might go Classic.
Oh, you think Classic? Right. Okay. I think he'd go to the Dirt Mile. I'm sorry. Yeah. Maybe there's just so much upside going to Classic.
Yeah, I mean, he's running today, so I think Classic for him. They're trying to turn him into a stallion. I think the chance of him winning the Classic means a lot more to them than if he were to win the Dirt Mile. I don't think it changes much for a Preakness winner and a Met Mile winner. What does the Dirt Mile do for you?
He's got to have a stud deal already, right? And he's got to have some deal after the Met and the Preakness.
As for this race, and you look at what can Tapit Trice and Krupe do to try and chip away at the huge tactical advantage for this horse from the inside.
Well, Tapit Trice isn't that slow, and he's supposed to be sitting second here. What's going to happen depends on two things. One, obviously, how quickly they want to go with Skippy Longstocking, and how aggressive Dylan is. Well, I think Dylan's acutely aware that he can't let the one just get away with it, so I don't think he's going to be that far off him, maybe 3/4 of a length to a length and a half, something like that. Depends what the fractions are, though, right?
If Tapit Trice runs his Monmouth pace figures, he's going to be sitting right off of Skippy Longstocking, and he will run by him in the stretch. I just don't know. I just don't trust Tapit Trice to do that. He's been so inconsistent in terms of the first parts of his races. We'll see what he does here. But to me, it's a two-horse race. I really only feel like Skippy Longstocking and Tapit Trice could win, and I think Skippy Longstocking has a huge pace advantage.
I agree with you, but I like Tapit Trice. I prefer him at a price. And I was just getting a friend of mine says that Baffert's been pretty clear that he's pointing towards the mile with National Treasure, but that could change with a big performance today, obviously.
That big win, obviously, in the Met Mile. Yeah, see what happens today on the West Coast. Reason Flavien Prat is out of town to ride him. As we get set, Grade 2 Woodward, 1 1/8 on this muddy, sealed racetrack. Even money favorite, the one to catch on the front end. Skippy Longstocking for Saffie Joseph Jr. Todd Pletcher, 2 chances to win a 5th. There's one of them, Tapit Trice. And Krupe to his inside. We send it upstairs to Chris Griffin for this year's Grade 2 Woodward.
Skippy Longstocking goes in. Here's Krupe. Tapit Trice. And Mask Parade. Goes in. All set for the Woodward. And they're off. Skippy Longstocking shows the way. It's Skippy Longstocking right out towards the front and gets off the rail, is out in the 2 path, and now will cross over and gets close to the rail now with mild pressure from Mask Parade. It's these two into the turn, and now these two do hook up in the early stages. Mask Parade takes it right to Skippy Longstocking, who is going to take off the early kick, and now Skippy Longstocking is ranging up on the outside. Tough opening quarter there as Krupe is out in the center of the racetrack in third. Tapit Trice is the trailer as Mass Parade and Kendrick Carmouche, they're in front. They're up by 2. They went 23.36 for the opening quarter mile. Now more settled as Skippy Longstocking is in the center of the racetrack in second, is in the clear with Krupe, who's right down towards the inside, still third. Tapit Trice starts to move forward a touch. There's the gray at the back. Gets encouraged by Dylan Davis to move forward as they're still chasing Mass Parade through a 47 seconds flat. Half-mile time. Skippy Longstocking tries to move in closer now. Mass Parade, the big long shot, has still got some run. It's Mass Parade with less than a half-mile to go. Skippy Longstocking starts to move in. Tapit Trice made that early move, is down towards the inside, and now Krupe is in gear for Rat Ortiz Jr. as the new leader ranging up on the outside will be Skippy Longstocking and Manny Franco, and they are now a half length in front of Mass Parade, who's back to second. Krupe starts to get going, orange cap up on the outside. Tapit Trice just had to steady in behind Mass Parade, who's not done yet as they reach the top of the stretch. 1:11.4 for 3/4 of a mile, and Skippy Longstocking is trying to win it right here. It's Skippy Longstocking who now straightens up, has a final furlong to get. Skippy Longstocking is now drawing away. Tapit Trice is ranging up on the outside, gets some clear running room, has every shot to run this leader down. Skippy Longstocking is now weary here in the late stages. Tapit Trice is lunging. Tapit Trice gets up and wins it. Tapit Trice wins the Woodward over Skippy Longstocking, Krupe, and Mass Parade in 1 minute 50 seconds flat.
Tapit Trice, Todd Pletcher, Dylan Davis. Pletcher's 5th win in this race, and a little surprising who was in front early in here. It was not Skippy, it was Mass Parade.
Correct. That obviously took away a bit of an advantage for Skippy Longstocking. But Jonathan, how much the best was this horse?
Yeah, I mean, he missed the break. Right when Dylan started, winding him up. We all know Tapit Trice is a pluggy type of horse. He's winding him up at the 3/8 pole. He gets stopped. Then he's got to come back outside. He's getting dirt kicked in his face. He shifts out here. Here, it doesn't look like he's going to get here. And then in 2 more jumps, you're like, oh, he's definitely going to get there. That was an adventurous ride.
I mean, just bizarre. He is a quirky horse. It's not like we haven't seen him be a little bit weird over the years, but blows the brake, ends up last, moves up in the backstretch, stopped turning for home. Skippy extended, but man, once he got clear running on the outside, he ran.
3-1-2-4 finish. Skippy Longstocking finally got to the front. Manny Franco asked for everything, but not enough. Tapit Trice just gobbling up ground late to roll by for the 6th win of his career. Let's go back to the start, and not what we expected out of the gate.
Certainly not what I expected. I did not like my chances after the break. He broke about a 1/4 to a half length slow, but then he just sluggish. And it's a horse that gave Luis Saez fits all last year, and you could see, and I can't imagine Todd Pletcher was excited by that, but he's probably said, well, I've been through it with this horse before. But what a race he ran to win this race.
No, he did. I mean, look, he's one of those horses that's always shown a lot of talent. He's just been in his own worst enemy, which is why I thought he was interesting when he ran in the Jockey Club Gold Cup as an option. But he needs a lot of things to go his way. But when those things go his way, he has big races with his name on them.
I mean, it is the kind of performance, and I don't think he's winning the Breeders' Cup, but he is the kind of horse after a race like this you want to look at a little bit because he can rate.
Yeah.
Right? Probably doesn't want to get left in the Breeders' Cup, but there is going to be pace in the Breeders' Cup, and I think that's encouraging at least. And you know that the connections are not going to be afraid to try. There's too much upside.
Dylan Davis, big win here for the Todd Pletcher Barn, Whisper Hill Farm in Gainesway. On Tapit Trice, still to come. Grade 1, Joe Hirsch, Turf Classic, and Farbridge surprised everybody. He went to the front last start in the Sword Dancer, and he just kept on going. We'll be back.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Little stroll through Times Square. Grade 2 Woodward, 5th victory in this race for a Hall of Fame trainer, Todd Pletcher. It's Tapit Trice under Dylan Davis. When things did not go this horse's way, does not matter. Gets the W. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold.
No, this horse, they paid a lot of money for this horse, but he's out now with a win in the Woodward, and he's a strange horse, but he's obviously got some talent.
Yeah, my Belmont Stakes pick. This is races of like a bunch of horses that I picked a long time ago.
Beat my Belmont Stakes pick.
Walks out of the gate against what we expected to be Skippy Long Gone early. That was not the case either, but gets the win despite all that. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Winning pilot here, Dylan Davis. And Dylan, things didn't go, I'm sure, accordingly from the start.
Yeah, I just wanted to break well. This is my first time being on him, so I just watched a lot of replays, talking to Todd and Amelia here. But I think the key was just getting him on the bridle. And out of the gate, he just hopped, and he's such a big horse, so just trying to get him into stride. And to be honest, I thought I was going to be a lot closer, but you have to play the card you dealt, and just riding the rail. I know it's pretty tight so far. They've still got some more rain, but just riding the rail down the backside, he got into a great rhythm, and into that second turn, I didn't want to have to move him around too much, and I ended up having to not steady, but steer out to another path there with Kendrick stopping in front of me. The path was open, but I had to move out, and then once he was in between, he was still a little bit intimidated in between them, so just those two kind of died out, and he kind of found himself second there and riding that race, and he had a lot to do on the stretch. He had like 4 or 5 lengths to make up, and he was just okay, just biding his time really. And once I switched him outside, he finally saw that he had to catch his horse, and he really stepped it up another notch. He was just getting started. He was impressive, and I thought it was a great run.
He has such a long stride to him. And once you got to kind of hold him together to keep it. And then once you extend him, he really displays it. So, you think about the race like the Breeders' Cup Classic at 1.25 miles, a horse that really feels like he should be suited to it.
Of course, yeah. I think the distance is not a factor to him. He loves everything you throw at him. And I think the big thing is just getting him into that good stride and then working with him there. I just really didn't want to get in his way.
Really well done, considering it's the first time you were on him. Congrats.
Thanks, Maggie. Thank you.
All right, Dylan Davis in those Whisper Hill Farm Silks as Tapit Trice. It was a good Tapit Trice today, Greg.
It was good for him and good for Todd Pletcher, good for Whisper Hill Farm and Gainesway. You look at this horse, though, and look, due credit, impressive performance. His best, though, is it even good enough to contend with the runners who are going to line up the Breeders' Cup Classic with their best?
No. What he would need in the Breeders' Cup Classic, I think, is to have a very fast pace and all the other horses, but he's not as good as Sierra Leone, who's a deep closer in there to start with, or Forever Young if he shows up, right? So I don't really have much confidence. But he does have the right running style if you think there's a lot of speed.
Yeah, the problem is he reminds me of Drosselmeyer, right? And Drosselmeyer won the Breeders' Cup Classic, wants to come from out of it, a pluggy type. But to your point, there's Sierra Leone, who's the better version of Drosselmeyer. So if the race falls apart, isn't Sierra Leone going to win? Like, how do you design the race where this horse wins?
I don't know how strong this classic field is. It's a lot better than the one in 2011, I'll tell you that.
Indeed.
I mean, other than Uncle Mo, who just didn't show up.
Yeah, we'll see. We're going to talk about a couple of the horses who are going to line up in this year's edition. Here's a look at the contenders. Obviously, Arthur's right. That huge performance in the Whitney was not able to back it up in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and now will train up to the big race. City of Troy, what will we get from the Invader for Aidan O'Brien, who will be trying dirt for the first time, a son of Justify?
I mean, he is a really great story and a great addition to this field, and he makes it a lot more interesting. But I could never imagine taking a short price on him.
No, and it'll be a short price. I mean, they're going to win one of these. When I say they, I mean the Irish and Coolmore and Aidan O'Brien. At some point, you like to think, and I think a lot of people feel like because this horse is a Justify, it gives them their best shot. I will say one thing I do like about City of Troy and what they did is they did like a little practice race where they just kind of they went fast early, not because they're trying to get him used to the surface. It was a synthetic surface, but they did it in a way where they wanted to see how he would handle faster fractions early that he'll see in this country. And I like the fact that someone like Aiden O'Brien has learned from his experiences in trying to make different adjustments to bring over a horse that's better prepared. If the real fierceness shows up, I don't think City of Troy can beat him, but I do think it's interesting that he's coming.
I think the real fierceness will show up and run 8th, but we have a difference of opinion about him. I don't know. Listen, I mean, they lost by a nose with Giants Causeway to Tiznow. So it's not like they haven't almost been successful, right? I mean, Declaration of War almost won this race as well. The value in winning the Breeders' Cup Classic with one of these horses to make them a stallion that can breed to dirt and turf mares, that's what they're doing. They're taking a shot. There's no downside, and there's a world of upside for them. Look how it worked out for Giants Causeway.
Meanwhile, fierceness, JK still very high on. And look, we've seen the good fierceness, back-to-back starts now, something we had not seen before. Jim Dandy and Travers Victory, and we saw the great fierceness in the Travers.
No, I shudder to think of anybody saying great around fierceness.
Version of himself,
but
I'm
he ran very well. Right, but I mean, this is the great version of me, and I'm nowhere near great. What we know I've learned nothing about fierceness. In fact, I've learned that we didn't know that when things go right for him, he's very, very good and the best horse in this crop. But he's drawn the outside post in moderate paces in 2 straight races. He is not likely to get a moderate pace in the Breeders' Cup Classic like the Travers where everybody took back. And what if he draws inside?
If he draws inside, it won't definitely be good. I agree with you, but I do think that I do have learned 2 things about fierceness since his disappointing Derby. Is that I think that Todd Pletcher's realized a little bit more time in between his races is better for him. He's gonna get. I understand.
He just ran back 4 weeks. The 2 best races he's ever run were on 27, 28 days.
Good. I'm just saying that I do think, but I think that there's an opportunity for him to take another step forward with even more time that like Todd had from the Derby to the Jim Dandy. And then I think that the one thing that we heard Maggie get in that interview with Johnny right after the races is that Johnny learned I would send him away from there and grab him, and he hated it. And now I don't do that anymore. I just let him roll. And I think those 2 adjustments will help him be better than he's been to avoid some of the inconsistencies.
I think if he draws outside and they go 24 and 48, he has a very big chance to win the race. But I think if he draws towards the inside and they go 23, 46 and change, he'll be up the track.
They're going to get a best out of 3 for the draw? They draw inside? Can we do over?
He's certainly been fortunate 2 times in a row. We'll see what happens.
He'll have big questions to answer. He's answered some big questions, so in his last couple of starts.
Super talented horse. He's a super talented horse. He is the best, most talented 3-year-old. No doubt about it, but he has flaws.
And I will say this. I am a little bit less bullish after Torpedo Anna came back and ran a slower figure.
I'm not worried about that performance from her at all.
I just don't like the fact that the figure went back to where it was.
Even if you think he ran a 105, not a 111. Why does that not make him one of the worst to beat if he runs his race?
Well, if he ran a 105, he's one of the worst to beat. If he ran a 111, he won't lose.
She had every right, though, to back up a little bit in that start. I think there's so many things where I know you don't believe that.
No, I do.
These aren't machines. Mile and a quarter, toughest race of her life, against the best boys and shipping into parks. There were a lot of things going against her.
I agree with all those things. Plus, she's had a very hectic campaign. She's danced all the dances, so she's had a long season, whereas Fierceness has been babied along a bit since the Belmont. I don't think the time matters. I think it's a question of getting ready. The Breeders' Cup was 27 days after the Champagne, and then the Travers was 28 days after the Jim Dandy, and he ran the 2 best races he's ever run. So I don't think it's time as much as getting him to the race well.
Someone else is showing up, too. Horse who probably
should have won the Derby.
Yep. Ran 39 feet further than your winner and got leaned in on the entire stretch by Sierra Leone, Trevor Young.
And he ran farther than Sierra Leone.
16 feet further.
Right, he saved ground the first turn, and this horse was wide the whole way. Now, having said that, Sierra Leone has had a campaign. He's a more mature horse. He kept a straight path in the Travers. He overcame a slow pace to run respectively, whereas this horse is running one race this week. Sierra Leone has a more consistent campaign going to Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, my problem with this is while Forever Young did run well, Mystic Dan never came back and won again. Sierra Leone still hasn't. Catching Freedom, who was 4th, hasn't won. It's just...
You think Sierra Leone hasn't run good races, though, since the Derby?
He's run 2. His last 2 were his best 2.
Right.
But he hasn't won.
But he also may be getting a faster pace than he's gotten in the past.
Don't get me wrong. Sierra Leone at 14-1 in the Breeders' Cup Classic is very appetizing.
If you find 14-1 on it, bet a couple thousand for me, and I'll take care of it.
He is going to be ignored.
No, he's not.
Yes,
I was having this conversation with morning line maker David Aragona, who said to me, I don't see how he can be that much of a bigger price than Fierceness. They're sort of they're always sort of together. He thinks more like 5 or 6. I thought like 8 or 10, so I'm in the middle somewhere.
Okay.
I hope he's 14-1. Hi, Greg.
Hi. Wow. You
fault.
guys are going to go back to that well. Interesting.
What? Sierra Leone?
At a price.
Okay.
Oh, no,
Not
I'm
at 3-1.
I'm interested in Highland Falls, actually, but that's right now.
Mandatory pay pick 5 is coming up. We're going to move into our next race. We're 12 minutes away from race 5, 1 turn mile. New York bred allowance optional claiming field. When we return, there's a 9-5 favorite, Bourbon Chase, for the Maker Barn.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Why do the most successful owners, breeders, and horsemen select the Green Group as their tax advisor? We simply save them money. Over the past 40 years, founder Leonard Green has owned and bred some of the best racehorses in the history of the sport. His hands-on industry knowledge, combined with cutting-edge tax-saving strategies, has produced positive results for his clientele and has made the Green Group the top-rated accounting and tax firm in the business. For a confidential and complimentary consultation, contact us at 732-634-5100 or visit our website at www.greenco.com. The Green Group, proven strategies to save you taxes.
Good magic. 75. Hey, $774,000. 775. Want to be 60? That help you. 60. 75. 760. 60. 75. And now 85. 785. 85. 85. 800. $800,000 package surge. Got to be 8. Now 25. 825,000. 50. $850,000. 50. 850. 75. Out on $860,000 and a half. $850,000 in the back of Woodrow. Thank you.
And my friend, it will be Garnet to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
650, 75. Nobody, 75.
Buy them.
75. Respect them.
70, 75. Now 700.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races as we have horses in the paddock for today's 5th race, upper level allowance race for the New York breds going the mile. And we'll start with a horse who is now 3rd off the layoff. And when getting back to the dirt last time, number 4 Neural Network ran very good behind a more forwardly placed Cut the Cord, who was, although Neural Network was the beaten favorite that day, Cut the Cord was highly regarded and had a race before that win where he was really against the racetrack. This is the first time I'm seeing Neural Network, though, physically. He has not done any growing or any developing whatsoever from 3 to 4, and I am a little bit of a stickler about that. So, yes, he could be that horse that we saw running that 89 Beyer speed figure last time out behind what was a little bit of a slower pace, but I don't know. The one thing I will say about him is that he should be a horse that handles this wet going very well. He has that physical makeup of one that does skip over this type of surface. As we'll check in with the horse that is your current favorite, and surprise, surprise, just kidding, he is the best looking horse here in the paddock. That's number 5, Bourbon Chase. He does apply a pair of very short cup cheater blinkers today. He's one that's 2nd off of a layoff and wired by Silver Satin last time, and I do think he was probably 2nd best, but he also had that layoff. And there was a big question mark of whether he'd get back to the races, the last 3 races prior to that layoff, and he did, and then some. He looked great that day. I will say even a little bit more tucked up this time around. So I do think that Bourbon Chase is the horse to beat in this field, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. Again, mandatory pay pick 5. You see that pool there, just shy of $100,000. So here's Bourbon Chase, 7-month layoff. Comes back for Mike Maker, misses by 3/4 of a length against Silver Satin. Now the blinker's gone.
The race really changed when they scratched Engineer Empire, and Bourbon Chase could be the speed in here. he's the horse to beat, Jonathan. He's consistent, but he also is a little camera shy with those 8 seconds and just 2 wins.
Yeah, but sometimes I'll forgive that when there's something significant is changing. Obviously a lot of those seconds were with Todd Pletcher, and we know that Todd's a Hall of Famer, so it's nothing against Todd. Maybe Mike's figured this horse out, so maybe he'll run a little bit better. He adds the blinkers. So sometimes I can forgive things like that if there's a change. If there's not a change, it's hard to get creative.
I'm going to try to get Shadow Dragon home in here, a horse that was off the rail on August 1st, a day of a very strong gold rail, and I thought ran a very good race that day.
Meanwhile, there's Rat Ortiz Jr. He'll be on Bourbon Chase, the 8-5 favorite now. Second back off that 7-month time away. 8 seconds and 15 starts for that mount.
That bothers me. Neural Network should benefit from cutting back from 1 mile and 8 to a mile. I think the question, Jonathan, is how comfortable you are with the 89 Beyer he ran last time. Do you trust that number, and do you think he can run back to it? If he does, he could be the horse to beat.
I just remember on the day that I felt like Flavien did everything possible from a trip standpoint to get Neural Network home, and he couldn't win.
I just wonder if he's better with less distance. I thought 1 mile and 8 might be stretching it for him. It came up a very fast race. Timeform doesn't have it that fast, though.
There's Shadow Dragon, who you like, Andy, and this horse probably a little frustrating because he's shown some big talent for Bill Mott, but it's just 2 for 14 now. Has not been able to get through this condition.
He's got a little Bourbon Chase in him, right, with the 5 seconds and 3/3, and I agree. And he hasn't run quite as fast. At one time, he was running the fastest numbers of anybody in here. We'll see. I think he ran well last time, considering the way the race was run and the way the track was playing. I'm just hoping he can get the right stalking trip in here. I thought he'd be a slightly better price, to be honest with you. The same price as Neural Network. I'm not sure he's a better bet.
3-1. There he is, just leaving our screen. Post parade coming up. We'll start with Long Shot on the rail, Wild Banker.
Well, if he wins this race, you used him in that mandatory pick 5, you're in good shape.
Tried to go gate to wire. Last started 1 mile and 1/8. Mighty Atlas cuts back to 1 mile.
It feels like that might be the same game plan here, to be aggressive from the inside.
Two's a crowd. Jose Lezcano for Derek Ryan.
Beat an inferior field, winning the lesser condition last time. Could be aggressive.
Chad Brown's Neural Network went by.
Look, I see Andy's point that maybe going a little bit shorter might be better for Neural Network. I just can't play him off the perfect trip last time.
There's the favorite, Bourbon Chase, blinkers on.
We've covered him pretty extensively already.
Shadow Dragon. Here he is with Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, I mean, I know he's one's a little camera shy. I was hoping for a better price than 3-1. I have a double going with him, not that it's paying that great.
And 9-1 left me behind. Barclay Tag, Sakatoga Stable, and Katie Davis.
Yeah, left me behind. He's going to be left behind a little bit there early. He's going to need this race to fall apart.
Soaks the Bright Funny side. Tis the Law. We'll see if this 4-year-old can win a double-digit odds. So second choice on the board, Neural Network. Big jump up, career best effort in a defeat from how fast he ran, getting back to dirt the second start back off a long time away.
Yeah, I mean, he ran well last time. I just kind of want to see it again from the figure standpoint. But, to be fair, he ran a 74 Beyer in his debut as a 2-year-old going 7 furlongs. It's a pretty heady number, so there's no reason he can't run these numbers. He just had that extended layoff off 15 months, and I think he makes a lot of sense in here. He's now down to 2-1. See, I assumed he'd be a much shorter price than Shadow Dragon, which is why I preferred that one. I'm not going to be surprised if he wins this race.
His debut, he dusted Bourbon Chase. That was a muddy track, November of 22. Times have changed. But they're both on the board at the same number right now.
I prefer the fact that Bourbon Chase has a little more tactical speed. That's why I would like him, but I think they both can win.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we're going to take a look here at number 7. That is Shadow Dragon, who I agree with Andy, ran very well against the racetrack last time. He actually had a little bit of trouble coming out of the gate. He was bumped there, and he went to go up the inside, but for some reason, I guess Junior wasn't really tuned into the fact that we had a significant rail bias like Dylan Davis was that day as he guided Jackson Heights around the rail the entire way, because he left the inside once they hit the backside in that dog-legged mile race that we have up at Saratoga and continued out wide down through the stretch. And I have been chasing Shadow Dragon a little bit because I feel like this year as a 4-year-old, he's really kind of reaching his physical potential. And each time he's led over by the Bill Mott barn, he really looks the part. And I think he's a horse that, I know he's only had one start over a wet track. He's also won 2 like Neural Network that I think should be able to handle it quite easily. Number 8 left him behind. Actually made a very good impression on me. I know he's a little bit of a long shot in here, and I thought he actually ran okay because, like I said, that race more dominated up front, and he kind of made this really kind of late belated run down the stretch as he was kind of jumping up in class off of the win in the entry-level allowance race. Katie Davis knows this horse so well, took him away from the actually didn't even hook up with the pony, gave him a big warm-up, so just kind of a reminder for him not to get out of touch with this field. So I think he is a horse that is moving in the right direction. Is that direction enough, though, to take down some tough customers here? Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Again, mandatory pay pick 5 begins here, includes that Grade 1 Joe Hurst Turf Classic, which is next as We're Like Goddess tries to make it 3 straight years where she has beat the boys in that Grade 1. That is to come.
We're not going to play a video of Jonathan's opinion of the Turf Classic going into it last year. We're not going to do it. I'm not even going to mention what you said about We're Like Goddess.
What did you say, Andy?
What did I say?
It's my favorite Jonathan moment.
What did I say?
You said she needs to ship out of town and find easier company.
She ran well, too. You know, it's funny. No, but I will say this, though. I've tried to beat her in back-to-back when she's run against the boys. She run against the boys twice, right? In the mile.
I'd almost forgotten that.
And she's run well both times, and I've tried to beat her both times,
So
and
did
I was
I tried to beat her
I was
2 years
right, but I was wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, she didn't win the race, but she ran well enough to win.
She ran 105 Bayer in both of them. You were not right.
Well, she didn't win.
She won both of them.
No, I'm talking about the Classic. I didn't like her in the Classic. I mean, I'm sorry, in the Breeders' Cup Turf.
Well, she should have won 3 years ago.
Yeah.
She should have won 3 years ago.
She should have. That's what I'm talking about.
It's not
Yes.
Julian's favorite.
I've always tried to beat her when she runs against the boys, and yes, she has stuffed me in a locker here. But I've got my revenge.
Don't worry. Good news. Regime Mirage has a chance to outdo you in tomorrow's Miss Grillo. We want to show that video.
Before we get to that Joe Hurst Turf Classic, this one here to start this mandatory pay pick 5. Look, board's not moved much. Bourbon Chase, Neural Network, but the price has starting to come down now on Shadow Dragon, the 7.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I wouldn't bet this horse at 5-2 in here. I thought that the 4 and 5 would take the bulk of the play, and you'd get closer to 4-1 on the 7 in this race. 5-2, just I like I said, I'm alive in a small double. I'll sit with that. I'm not sure that that's a great price on Shadow Dragon. Any thoughts, Jonathan?
I mean, I had written down sneaky next to Shadow Dragon, but I don't really want sneaky horses as at 3-1, 5-2.
Yeah, 3-1. But it was 7-2 morning line. I think even with Neural Network taking more money than expected, I don't know. It just feels like they've separated themselves from the field. But I listen. I know you do this a lot as well. I am going to go to the horse that ran well against a bias when I sort of feel like there's a few contenders, and that's really why I ended up on Shadow Dragon.
It's not super sharp out of the gate, too, and that causes him some problems sometime to get squeezed a bit with Shadow Dragon. We'll see what happens here with Junior Alvarado. 9-5, Bourbon Chase remains the one to beat. Second back off a layoff, and both these two, top 2 choice Neural Network, second dirt start back. Although third back off the bench off a long time away. Both have room to improve. See what happens here. A rematch from when they met back in November of 2022 when Neural Network broke his maiden. Chris Griffin with the beginning of this mandatory pay pick 5 here in the 5th.
3 out. Bourbon Chase. Shadow Dragon. Left them behind. Last to load. Is in. All set. And they're off. Speed from Tooza Crowd. Neural Network is in that early mix, and hard sent towards the inside. Mighty Atlas is right there as well, but it's going to be Tooza Crowd. Now secures the front. Tooza Crowd is out in the center of the racetrack, is up by a length and a half. Neural Network is going to stalk here from second as they hook up with the backstretch, and free running, it's Tooza Crowd who's in front. Neural Network followed by Bourbon Chase from third. At the rail, there's Mighty Atlas moving forward into fourth. And behind them is Wild Banker. Wanted off the rail is towards the inside here of Left and Behind. And far back, the Triller. Shadow Dragon, 23-1 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing Two's a Crowd. Two's a Crowd is still in front by 2. Neural Network is right there engaged, stalking from second. Mighty Atlas at the rail is now a shared third. Out wider there is Bourbon Chase. Left and Behind starts a rally here, is taken 5th. Is in between horses with less than a half mile to go. Shoved along is Wild Banker trying to cut into the margin, and far back still, Shadow Dragon is the trailer, 46-3 for the half-mile time. Two's a Crowd is still there. It's Two's a Crowd trying to take them all the way. Neural Network with every shot to the outside. Bourbon Chase is rallying on 3 wide. Mighty Atlas still at the rail waiting for some running room. Left and Behind stalling just a touch. Has to get going. Shadow Dragon starts to make up a lot of ground. They reach the top of the stretch and Two's a Crowd is still there. It's Two's a Crowd. Bourbon Chase is rolling down the center of the racetrack. Mighty Atlas down at the rail, and here comes the run from Mighty Atlas. These 3 across the racetrack, and Shadow Dragon from out of nowhere. Shadow Dragon has emerged as well. Mighty Atlas has the lead. Mighty Atlas has a 16th left to go. Has to deal with Shadow Dragon on the 4 outside. Mighty Atlas gets the victory. Mighty Atlas over Shadow Dragon. Then came Bourbon Chase and Two's a Crowd in 1 minute 36-3.
Mike Makerbarn 1-2 here. Mighty Atlas. Ricardo Santana Jr. hugging that fence up the inside with a win. 1-3?
Yeah, sorry. 7 a second. This was some ride by Ricardo Santana, huh? Skimming the rail and getting it done. A lot of guys might not have gone in there in a wet track. He wasn't afraid, and he was right. Shadow Dragon ran fine to be second, but I don't think he wants to win.
No, and look, I want to say that Ricardo worked out a good trip. I think he was winning no matter what at this point. I mean, obviously, I think the inside trip helped. Didn't, made it a 1.5 length lead and some win instead of, a nose. But look, I can't be mad about those types of decisions when riders stay inside and save ground.
Yeah.
2-7-5-3. Mighty Atlas cut back in distance. This horse tried to do it on the front end, and mile and 1/8 maybe just a little bit too long, but got the right trip here to save all that ground.
Yeah, he had run some faster figures earlier, and he did close on May 27th on a day that nobody was closing, but he was also 2-5 in that race, but still. Ran today.
Won 3 of his last 4 at a mile distance.
Bourbon, obviously Neural Network was bad. He didn't run well at all. Bourbon Chase had a very good trip in here. He had no punch.
Yeah, perfect trip. He's a little, it's 3 wide, but that's not why he got beat.
I thought Shadow Dragon got a very good ride by Junior. He was patient. He saved ground. He angled out. He just, they just aren't winning types.
He was incredibly far back.
He was.
But they, the race came apart enough for him to get it done. He just, it feels like he could have won this race, Shadow Dragon. I'm not whining that like he was too far back or anything. He had his chance. He's just not a winning type horse.
2-7-5-3 and a 5-1 start to this mandatory pay. Pick 5. Up next, Grade 1, Joe Hirsch, Turf Classic, Charlie Appleby, Godolphin, and Silverknot. He was a terror these longer distances on the grass until he got beat in the Sword Dancer last time out. Can he get back to the winner's circle? Stay with us.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner who posted 7 triple-digit buyers with $5.6 million in earnings, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road. Multiple black type winners, including Grade 3 winner Mimi Kikuchi and champion 2-year-old Grade 1 Breeders' Cup juvenile winner, Fierceness.
Running away! Fierceness! A powerhouse win!
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lanes End Farm.
action continues here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports as we just saw a mild upset in today's 5th race with 5-1 on Mighty Atlas for Mike Maker, Paradise Farms, and Ricardo Santana with a daring ride, I would say. But Ricardo, I want to ask you, because you rode him last time at 1 1/8 up in Saratoga and went to the lead. I've always felt like he's a horse that better with a little pace with a target in front of him. This mile a bit better.
Well, like you say, first time I rode it, I don't know anything about the horse. He showed speed that day, so I put it in the lead. And he was kind of lost in the lead in Saratoga, and today I used brake, be a little aggressive with him. Like you say, I have a target in front, and today he was much the best.
We saw Dylan Davis try to come up the rail with Tapit Trice in the Woodward. It feels like the rail's still a pretty good place to be, despite it being wet now.
Well, the rail, they have a little kind of spot, the little water then, but I think it's pretty fresh right now, the rail. Today you can see, that make the difference, say ground today, and he was much the best today.
Ricardo, we've seen you at least riding here in New York. Is this going to be a permanent thing?
Well, for now, yes, and I'll let him and decide what are we going to do for winter.
And you've gotten support from these New York trainers, which helps.
A lot.
Well, that's great. Long may success here continue.
Thank you.
All right, Ricardo Santana Jr. really making the difference, I think, Greg, with Mighty Atlas today.
Hugging that inside position, shortest way around, and a $12.20 start to a mandatory pay. Pick 5. Early pick 5 comes back just shy of $2,000.
I hope Ricardo sticks around. The guy's a good rider.
No
Aggressive
question.
rider, smart rider. That was a very good ride in him. You may be right. He was winning regardless, but it was still a very good ride.
I think Ricardo has the unique, ability as a horseman, because he rode so much for Steve. He knew he wasn't going to get taken off. He got to learn a lot, I thought, through that process, riding with Steve Asmussen, all those races that he did.
ABR Race of the Week is next. Grade 1, Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. $500,000 purse. And Warlike Goddess opens up at even money, trying to make it a three-peat, beating the boys and become the first ever 3-time winner of this race. Of course, this race named after, and it was known as the Dean of Thoroughbred Racing Riders, joined DRF back in 1954. He's the founding president of the National Turf Riders Association. Just this past year inducted into the Hall of Fame as a pillar of the turf, but probably best known for who he roomed with.
Well, yes, outside of racing, because he roomed with Joe Namath. I believe Sonny Werblin had something to do with him rooming with Joe when Joe got drafted by the Jets. But George is also very well known about racing also. And I didn't know Joe at all. I'd only met him a couple times, but I've heard from many people what a good guy he was, and obviously a very important writer in racing as well.
We'll get to this race coming up in a few moments and monitor that price on Warlike Goddess. Very short number to begin the wagering. Tomorrow, 2-year-old fillies, 1.16 on the turf in the Miss Grillo. With their eyes on that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf, let's look at Virgin Colada, who won first time out for Chad Brown and then just missed in the PG Johnson.
I bet the winner of this race and got a little bit fortunate, to be honest with you, because the third horse should have won. And I think Virgin Colada ran well, considering that there were 5 speeds and nobody went. But didn't the third horse run the best race of anybody in here?
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about the third race, the third horse, Raining Flowers, a little bit later when we talk about Opulent Restraint. I thought Virgin Colada ran extremely well considering the circumstances.
I agree. I mean, and listen, and the winner had every right to be okay, so that was a good effort by Virgin Colada. I still prefer Marvelous Madison.
Meanwhile, Shifty for Mark Casse, 2 sprints on the grass, including a stakes win at Woodbine, and now we'll get more ground.
We'll see if Mark can continue the good run that he's been on as the fall progresses. This horse was impressive at 6.5 furlongs. Do you trust that figure? It was an 85 buyer to hold up, stretching out. I am a little dubious, Jonathan.
Well, I mean, at least at 6.5, it's not a 6.5 long stretch, 6.5 at Woodbine, not a 5.5. You're trying to identify whether a horse wants to stretch out or not. She ran well. Her pace figures were fast. It wasn't like she got loose in that 6.5 race, so you'd like to think that if she can maybe go a little bit slower early, she'll be able to be in the mix. It's just really hard for my eyes to go anywhere in this race other than the Chad Brown runners. You already mentioned one of them, Marvelous Madison. We saw Virgin Colada, and then Opulent Restraint is another one. So it's one of those situations.
No question about it.
Meanwhile, there's only one runner in the field with multiple starts who is undefeated. And with more on May Day Ready. And check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, Mayday Ready is a pretty cool story when you look at her connection. She's trained by Joe Lee, who only has 5 horses in his stable. But Katie Rich Stables decided to give this $325,000 Daughter of Tapit to Joe. And Joe had worked for Godolphin for a long time, had this long-standing relationship with the legend that is Frankie Dettori. So he's reached out to Frankie to ride Mayday Ready, and they have delivered, winning the debut and then going to Kentucky Downs and taking the juvenile fillies. I know regressing a little bit when it comes to figures, but who knows what's going on at Kentucky Downs, but she handled herself well. When I saw her that day, I thought, you know, she's kind of a raw-looking individual that would progress and develop a bit more with racing, but I didn't know how smart she was, so professional in that debut in the preliminaries, and she showed it out on the racetrack. Now, I do think, Greg, we need to call into question with the rain continuing to fall like it is, what we're going to see if this race does stay on. Does stay on the turf tomorrow, but still, if it does, it's a really fun race.
Be on the turf. I'm not sure about the other races, but they'll be on the turf.
One of 3 Breeders' Cup Challenge races this weekend. We'll have that for you on our Sunday coverage. Prep for that Juvenile Fillies turf, and that's a race that Chad Brown's been incredibly dominant in.
Yeah, he's had a lot of wins in it. I think he's had more wins than he's run horses in it. Lady Eli won this race.
That would be something. Grade 1 Joe Hurst Turf Classic. Can she do it again? Right now, she's an even money favorite. 7 years old, still going strong. Will try and beat the boys for a 3rd consecutive year in this race and collect the 13th win of her career. Stay with us.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
$140,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Here's Main Sequence on the outside, and Twilight Eclipse looking for racing room down towards the rail. Imagining Twilight Eclipse now coming on through, and Main Sequence is there. Big Blue Kitten on the far outside. It's Main Sequence and Twilight Eclipse. Those two down to the wire in a thrilling finish that goes to Main Sequence.
For Twilight Eclipse, Main Sequence. First 5 starts in the U.S. he won. He beat Twilight Eclipse in all of them. Objection lodged in this one by Jose Lezcano and Twilight Eclipse. It did not stand.
We got a nice ride actually in there, and we were at Monmouth, you and I, covering the race for the Jockey Club on Fox when he won his U.S. debut to win the United Nations at 8-1 with our good friend Rajiv Mirage riding him.
Take a look at Joe Hirsch winners to be named champion. Main sequence, one of them, that brilliant year back in 2014, Big Blue Kitten, Channel Maker.
Pretty nice group of horses. Of course, Theatrical was tremendous, and the turf classic only goes back to the late 70s. They started running it. All along won it when she put together that amazing run of wins in the ARC, the Canadian International, and then the wins here in the Washington DC International in this race as well.
Now we got two, well, daughter and son of English Channel in this race. Warlike Goddess, of course, and then Farbridge. There she is, 7 years old, and really seems like she hasn't lost much, if anything. So can she do it again against the boys? She's done it the last couple of years in this race. It seems like, Andy, looking at her races, she seems to get a little bit faster this time of year. She seems to step it up.
Well, that's fair. I mean, listen, I think she's just one of these horses that runs well all the time. It's a reasonable point if you look at it. Her best race had been in the fall, and I wouldn't bet her at 6-5 in here. There's obviously some give in the turf that'll help her, but I mean, I think she's one of the horses to beat. I think the question is whether or not you trust Silver Knot to run back. He just ran so badly last time.
Yeah, I mean,
he doesn't. She's way the worst.
So a few thoughts. One, I love her. She's just so inconsistent in terms of getting her picture taken because of her style and some of her antics. If they go too slow, she gets a little rank. If they go too slow, she's a little too far back. Sometimes she'll just jump up and overcome all of those things, but it's hard to predict when it's going to happen. As far as Silver Knot's concerned, I need an excuse for him, and I feel like the excuse is that the way that race unfolded last time didn't work out well for him.
Stalking a slow pace was a bad trip for him.
No, I think that he should have gone. I think that circumstantially, the way that race, he should have gone faster. If he would have gone faster, I think he would have been better.
I can't agree with that. We can agree to disagree. Warlike Goddess is 12 for 21 for a horse you're saying isn't consistent. She's
but how many of those losses was she odds on?
I get it.
Of those losses, I mean, how many of those losses was she odds on?
But she's been odds on a lot of her races.
I love her. Don't get me wrong.
No, I know.
I just at a short price.
Well, she's at the mercy of pace sometimes. I like the three. So
Should get pace, though, in this race. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment, Greg. I feel like there are several horses in here that could be forward to hopefully prevent what happened last time to Warlike Goddess in that Flower Bowl today. Now, if you've been watching the races here at Aqueduct, despite not having much rain throughout September, it was pretty soft. I don't know, leaving sprinklers on, what have you, but they've been kicking it up a lot. So now the opportunity for this rain, which has been quite soaking throughout the day, the course listed as yielding, I would say that's probably correct. It does have a lot of give in it. So that's right up Warlike Goddess's alley here. Again, I thought she looked absolutely fantastic. Best I've ever seen her for the Flower Bowl. I think it again here in the paddock for this Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, as she is the defending champion here. Such a big fan of hers. She'll take on the boys yet again, as we'll check in with one of those speed horses, and likely the fastest of them all, and he does draw well. That's number 1, Get Smokin'. I have an affinity for this horse, and he does come out of that race, the United Nations, the race he won, I should say, and we've seen several horses out of that come back and run very well. He was disappointing, but that was at Kentucky Downs last time out in that Turf Cup. He looks sensational here. Just really well-muscled, bright disposition in here. We'll see how he negotiates the going today and if anybody else can apply a bit of pressure to him. Greg?
Mark Casse has said, we are all out. We're here to do one thing, and that's get to the front.
Well, if Emmanuel doesn't want the lead, then he'll be in front. But, you know, a lot of times people concede leads because horses show ones even though they don't go that fast. I don't have a problem with Emmanuel sitting second to him. I think he'll beat him. Get Smokin' was able to run in a gold rail this day at the United Nations, everything his own way. It's a miracle that Emmanuel only lost by a length to him, as he was never on the rail, which was the place to be, and he was way out of position the whole race. I think Emmanuel will easily beat him today. Now, he might be finishing 3rd or 4th in beating him today, but I'm confident Emmanuel will Get Smokin' today.
The one issue I have with those two horses, Emmanuel and Get Smokin', is they're both not very good on races, on turf courses that are listed as not firm. Emmanuel's 0 for 2 on turf courses not listed as firm, and Get Smokin' 1 for 6 on turf courses not listed as firm. Warlike Goddess, Silver Knot, both of those horses, will handle the soft ground.
Whoa. Okay.
No?
I mean, well, I have no proof that I have no proof that Silver Knot wants soft ground. I know the filly does. I mean,
Here's our
he's
post break.
pretty
Get
firm
Smokin',
horse.
speed from the rail for the Marcassi barn.
He's the speed from the rail.
Here's Emmanuel at 6-1 for Mike Maker.
He's my pick. I'm hoping he can be much more forward today, and going to take a small shot with him to upset with Mike Maker. They paid a lot of money for him.
She is one of the great stories in our sport, and she seemingly has not lost a step. Warlike Goddess.
Yeah, look, I mean, she's 4 for 5 on turf courses not listed as firm, and like Andy said, she's won 12 out of 21 starts.
Silver Knot reeled off 3 in a row going long in the grass until the Sword Dancer.
Yeah, I just thought the pace was too slow. I thought took away a little bit of one of his weapons. I think he's better off going a little bit quicker early.
And then Farbridge shocked everyone going to the front in that Sword Dancer, went gate to wire, but tactics probably have to be different today.
He didn't shock Andy.
Well, I mean, I was surprised he went to the lead. And that's what Greg was pointing to. He doesn't need the lead to win. He needs to get over the rail. And I think the potential exists for enough separation that Joel should be able to get him over the rail sitting 3rd or 4th. I don't think he needs the lead to win the race. I think he needs to be able to stay inside. And I think he could win this race, but he was 8-1 last time, and he's 3-1 today. I don't need a shorter price.
Christophe Clement seems very confident in him that he's doing well right now and that he can still run his race without the front. But again, as Andy said, JK, he wants him to be down inside.
Yeah, I mean, like I sometimes people get confused when it comes to bias as well about horses on the front end. Or is the bias the speed bias? No, it's typically a path bias. It's usually getting to the rail, and horses that are speed horses end up getting there. I feel the same way about Farbridge in terms of it's not really the fact that he got an easy lead and that's why he won, but to Andy's point, he got to the rail, which just so happened to be while he was on the lead.
Well, he likes to be run inside, and that's why he's a problematic horse. His losses are his own fault, not because he's not talented. It's not like the Sword Dancer is the best race he's ever run. He ran very well in the Manhattan behind measured time. He's just a quirky horse to ride, and in a small 5-horse field where I think we'll get a little bit of separation here, Joel gets him over the fence. He gets comfortable. He runs his best race. I think he's a contender in here. I just don't need to bet him at 3-1 after getting 8-1 last time. That's all. And I like this horse. I think he's a cool horse.
Meanwhile, this horse, look, they switched him going long on the grass and looked like it was an incredibly genius move. Reeled off 3 dominant victories, all in graded stakes company. What's the excuse last start?
Jonathan and I completely disagree here. I think he stunk last time. I mean, he sat on a moderate pace and had absolutely no run. And he had a very good trip in the Bowling Green. They'd taken the rails down. He was down inside. It was a moderate pace, relatively speaking. Obviously not like last time. I mean, like you talk about the slow pace. Well, he was involved in the slow pace in the Elkhorn, just off it, and he ran a good race. I'm worried that his last race was bad, and I worry he might not bounce back.
Well, the Elkhorn, he held off, missed the cut, and Bold Act, who, if you can tell me who trains one of those 2 horses, I'll give you a high five.
Yes, Charlie Appleby trains Bold Act. Can I go with the high five?
Okay, yeah, I got you.
Thank you.
But I think the point is...
He was the favorite in the race, by the way.
Is that I feel like there are certain horses whose weapons are their high cruising speed. You look at horses like Rushing Fall. You look at horses like Knicks Go. You look there's a bunch of horses that I think are better when they're running faster.
But what about his PP say that?
Well, I don't think going 50 to the 51 to the half or whatever it was last time is advantageous for him.
But he just backed up. I'm sorry. I just completely disagree. I'm not going to be surprised if he wins this race.
Yeah.
But I thought his last race was awful.
He just ran 2 good races. His 3 races prior to what
One
he ran
of them
at
on a
Saratoga.
slow pace.
But those 3 races were all so good that I have to believe that significant drop in his performance had something to do with the scenario. Now, you could be right. Maybe he is over the top, and maybe he isn't going to run back to those 3 races. But if the real Silver Knot shows up, I feel like the slow pace of the last race was the excuse as to why he ran poorly.
He's become a favorite right now. He's 8-5. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with him, Greg. And I kind of thought that race more dominated and lent itself well, the Sword Dancer, to those horses saving ground on the inside. Obviously, Farbridge was able to do just that. And his stablemate in a measured time, he was on the rail where Silver Knot was in the 2-path. I don't know if it made that much difference, but I agree with what you guys are saying, that the pace definitely made the race. I thought he looked great last time. He disappointed me a bit here. He looks the same as what he did up in Saratoga. We'll see what kind of trip he's able to pull here, as the rain is really messing up my iPad. You know, again, at a mile and a half, we'll see what he does. As Emmanuel, he's going to stretch out in distance and try this for the first time for Mike Maker. He was part of that highly publicized Fasig-Tipton digital sale when WinStar offered him up, and Paradise Farm and et al. Went in for $500,000 for him. Putting a pair of blinkers on today, just a short cup cheater blinker. Look, he looks fantastic. He is a horse who always looks great, but he's a horse I've always felt that a softer turf course is going to do him no favors, because he is that heavier body type where it's not conducive to him. And I know it was a mile last time, maybe first time for the barn at the weird Kentucky Downs configuration. I thought he was a little bit disappointing, though that pace did hold together overall, and he was stuck chasing it. So we'll see what he does. Again, I just wish it was a firm turf course for him, guys.
Yeah, it's something seemingly he has to overcome, among other things here. 8-1 right now on Emmanuel.
I think Emmanuel is a very interesting horse in here. I believe he'll be forward. I don't think you can underestimate how bad it was to be off the rail in the United Nations. Farbridge was 3 wide the whole way, and he ran well behind Emmanuel. I think it's interesting that they paid $500,000 for this 5-year-old. You know, they must really think he has some upside, and Mike Maker's been so good going along. I don't love him in here, but I'll tell you something. I do think the filly's the horse to beat. I don't trust Silver Knot. He may win, but I don't trust him. And the fact that Farbridge is 5-2 shows a lot of the public isn't convinced on either of them either. Did you think he'd be this low in here?
No, yes, I do
Really?
not. No, I'm sorry. I do agree with what you're saying. I thought he would be a bigger price. I thought people would dismiss him, that, like, you know, last time he kind of got, quote, lucky, and they would ignore him.
That's what
here.
I thought would happen,
Yeah,
right.
No, they're betting him a little bit here.
Yeah. And are they betting him, or are they just sort of a little tepid on both the 4 and 6?
Could be a little of both.
And sometimes if there's some give in the ground, then being forward is helpful. And I think that may help Emmanuel here.
Not according to Maggie's insights.
What? Being forward doesn't help you on softer courses?
His build.
Oh.
Not someone who would take to this kind of a course, and so far that's kind of, he's not shown his best on this kind of a course.
he hasn't.
Given it. 7-1 right now. So, Warlike Goddess, 9-5, opened as the favorite. I mean, it looked like, according to the doubles of the big three, she was going to be the favorite.
I agree. I'm very surprised that she's not favored in here. To be
Couple
honest
clicks
with you.
left.
Yeah, we'll see. But I'm surprised. I thought she
There
would
we
be
go.
favored.
They're both 8-5 now. He's still favored, but
it's close. Yeah.
And where's Dylan Davis going to put Silver Knot? Because we know who's going to be in front.
I'm curious what Silver Knot does, because he was so bad last time. You know, we'll see if he bounces back from it. You know, I just think about how badly that the Dolphin horses ran up in Canada, and I wonder if it's just they're not in the same peak form they were earlier in the year. But that could all change in about 3 minutes.
There's Dylan Davis. Gets the call for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin.
I don't think he's going to win if he gets left like Tapatrice did. What do you think?
Probably not.
It'd be bad for him if that happens.
Luckily, that has not usually been an issue for this 4-year-old. And Farbridge, Joel Rosario's got some work cut out for him from that outside post to try and get to where this horse is comfortable.
Yeah, he's got to get him to the rail. He's not going to be in front, but he's got to get him to the rail.
Grade 1, Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, 7-year-old mare, Warlike Goddess, trying to beat the boys in this race for the 3rd year in a row. Can she do it? Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Classic. Farbridge is in. All set. And they're off. Get Smokin' right out to the front, and Silver Knot. It's not going to let this leader get away. It's going to be Get Smokin' and Silver Knot. an early 1-2. Farbridge is well settled in third, is to the outside of Emmanuel, who's a little keen at the rail, wants to move on through, wants to get closer to this early leader, and content to be the trailer early is Warlike Goddess. 5 lengths the trailer. Get Smokin'. We'll take him into that turn. It's Get Smokin', who's now well clear, and Get Smokin' is up by 1.5 lengths. Silver Knot is comfortable right there for Dylan Davis in second. Still wanted to go as Emmanuel down towards the inside and Manny Franco. It's Emmanuel who's just waiting for some room, is at the rail, is in that third position. Get Smokin', still the leader, went 24.34 for that opening quarter mile. It's Get Smokin', and Fernando de la Cruz in front. Silver Knot right to the outside, is content to just sit right off of this leader. It's still about 1 length back. Then at the rail, there's Emmanuel. Farbridge is chasing them, is still in the 4th position, and Warlike Goddess just patiently ridden at the back from Junior Alvarado as they went 49 seconds flat for that half-mile time. Get Smokin' is still the target. It's Get Smokin' who goes into that turn. Silver Knot is not going anywhere, is right there still in second. Emmanuel now more settled in third. Farbridge. Joel Rosario is in the 4th position, is 2.5, now 3 off the lead, and no move yet from the trailer Warlike Goddess. They went 1:14 flat for 3/4 of a mile. Get Smokin' is trying to take them all the way in the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. Silver Knot, no excuses, right there in second, has been there the entire journey. Emmanuel down at the rail, and Emmanuel's just tracking these 2 pace setters still with Farbridge in behind that, and just inching closer now. Warlike Goddess, the 2-time champ, starts to move in closer with less than a half-mile to go. They went 1:40.3 for the mile, and here comes Silver Knot to the outside of Get Smokin'. Silver Knot has taken the lead. In pursuit is Emmanuel, and here comes Warlike Goddess, who's in pursuit, but Silver Knot tried to get the jump. Warlike Goddess is trying for a three-peat, has Silver Knot in sights as they reach the top of the lane. It is now Silver Knot in the Godolphin blue who kicks for home. Warlike Goddess with every shot to run this rival down, and here she comes. Farbridge is diving down towards the inside, has run as well. 3 across the course. It is now Farbridge who's trying to pull the upset over Warlike Goddess, who comes right back to the outside, calls upon her class. Farbridge is a neck in front. Farbridge, it is Farbridge to win the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. Warlike Goddess was a very resilient second. Then came Silver Knot. Further back, Emmanuel, and Get Smokin' in 2 minutes, 32.1.
Back-to-back Grade 1 wins done very differently for Farbridge, who holds off Warlike Goddess.
But Joel was able to get him over the rail relatively early. He stayed inside as much as he could. 2 wide around the turn when he had to angle around my horse Emmanuel, who had nothing. But once he gets inside, look at him when he ducks in. The 6 drifts out, and Silver Knot's just done. He drifts out, and I mean, I love this horse. I didn't pick him today, but I got a lot of love for this horse, Jonathan.
Yeah, look, I mean, the pace was honest enough, and like you said, Joel found some success finding that rail again in early parts of the race, and when the real running happened, he had a little bit left because of that. Warlike Goddess is just, I didn't really see an excuse for her. Maybe she moved just a taste early, but that's not why she got beat.
Maybe she just lost to a horse that ran a little bit better this year, you know? I mean, Farbridge's a good horse. It's not, his last race wasn't a fluke, and he showed it here. I'm happy for him to win. I didn't pick him today, but I got a lot of love for him.
Now a 3-time Grade 1 winner.
Yeah,
with
he won the Belmont Derby last year. And, I mean, the odd thing about him right now is there's an argument that he is the leader of the distance turf division in this country. He's won 2 back-to-back Grade 1s. I mean, who are the good horses out there in America going long? Farbridge.
Yeah, Farbridge.
He's right there.
Paid a lot of money for this horse.
7-4-6-3, did it on the front end in the Sword Dancer win. This time had to sit off the pace and holds off a mare we know loves to run them down late. Had done it each of the last 2 years in this race. Not this year. It's Christophe Clement and company.
When you can bring over a champion like this to the Night of the Stars sale, it's exactly what we dream of and what you hope for.
Anytime we've got a marquee filly that is ready to be brought to market, we know that the Night of the Stars is the venue.
It really wasn't a question as to where we were going to sell her.
We have had a long history of selling 7-figure mares here at Night of the Stars. Boyd Browning and his team just do such an exceptional job promoting these mares, getting them sold.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2 of America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Thrilling stretch run in this Grade 1 Joe Hurst Turf Classic, and now back-to-back Grade 1 wins for Farbridge.
You know what's kind of cool, too? We were just talking about this horse beat Carl Spackler in a photo in their respective
Grade 1
debuts
four-star day
early
winner
in their
this summer.
3-year-old years, and they be the two leading turf horses in America right now.
When you said that, I was thinking Carl Spackler, but he'd only won one Grade 1, so I kept my hopefully next weekend he wins another one at Keeneland. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's Farbridge.
I was remarking yesterday, Chad Brown called me driving back from Gulf Street. He said, I ran a horse today, a firster, that I thought couldn't lose. I cannot believe I lost. Well, he lost to a pretty good horse.
And here is Joel Rosario on Farbridge coming into the stretch.
Joel knows you got to be inside with this guy, and you just see the way how happy he gets when he's inside of horses. He is a weird, quirky horse, but he's a good one.
We see Warlike Goddess time and time again, JK. In this situation, she usually runs them down.
Yeah, I mean, she's really cool. Like, I don't want to knock her, and and like to the point I tried to make before, she leaves too much wanting for me at times when the competition gets a little bit tougher.
And in defense of Junior, for somebody who says he moved too soon, and I think in retrospect, he's probably saying to himself, I wish I had waited a little longer, but if you're Junior, you went by Joel. It didn't seem like Farbridge had any horse, and the horse you've got to beat, the co-favorites in front of you, what is Junior supposed to do? So I think he rode the horse well, but in result, maybe he's thinking, I wish I had waited a little bit longer.
Well, a hindsight.
It's easy in result,
yes,
right.
But the fact that he saw Silver Knot getting away. Silver Knot opened up by almost 6 on the turn. What else is he going to do? Yeah.
Right.
Euros are usually pretty tough in these turf races. Championship weekend, both these 1-2 finishers, we will see championship weekend. Warlike Goddess, the mile and 3/8 to the Filly and Mare Turf. And we'll see Farbridge in the turf at a 1.5 miles.
I certainly hope so. And I know whether I bet him or not, I'll be rooting for him. I just love that horse. It's a cool horse.
What a way to turn it on. And I know you liked him that last race. You didn't expect him to do it the way he did, but he got it done. And when he gets things the way he wants them, showing he's very good. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Christophe Clement, very concerned about a replay. Christophe, in about 2 minutes, you'll be able to watch it while we do this interview on that big screen right there. But quite a ride by Joel Rosario, really leaning into this horse's kind of quirks and that he wants to be on the inside.
And absolutely. So, after the last race, everybody said that Joel stole the race and he should have not won. Today we're almost last or second last. I guess he must have stole it again. So we'd like to steal it.
A little bit of a fast pace to close into today, but it shows that this horse can be adaptable.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a very good horse. That's the bottom line. He can win in front, behind. He's a top-class horse. Thank you to Mr. Saab for trusting us with him, and life is good.
A horse that you originally had when he began his career. So this is nice to get back-to-back Grade 1s with a horse that you were instrumental with developing early on.
No, absolutely. He's won 2 Grade 1. Let's go to the Breeders' Cup. Mr. and Mrs. Saab are happy, so I'm happy.
Let's draw the 1 hole.
Absolutely, or whatever.
Congratulations. Enjoy this one, Christophe, as well as a very happy winner's circle here, guys.
Maggie, thank you. That was fun to watch down the stretch. Farbridge now back-to-back Grade 1 wins, and they could not have come more different the way he did it.
Just such versatility. You don't see that often, and it has to be very satisfying for the connections, too, because it shuts up anybody that says he just got lucky last time out, right?
Yeah.
He showed he can win under different circumstances.
Are you talking to me?
No, not at all. I don't think you thought he got lucky last time. I think you just,
I think he got lucky last time. But
now he didn't.
I feel a little less like that now.
But he's run well with other circumstances.
Absolutely.
Weird. What's lucky for him is he can get the rail. If he draws post 12 in a big field in the Breeders' Cup, good luck to him. If he draws the inside in the Breeders' Cup, he can get his good trip.
Yeah. Tomorrow we have another one with implications going towards the Breeders' Cup. Ways and Means, Grade 1 test winner. For Chad Brown, Flavien Prat just back-to-back victories and backed it up in Grade 1 company off that brilliant effort Belmont Stakes Racing Festival week, and just got a real rival next door to her. But let's start with Ways and Means.
Our biggest fanboy is to my left.
I don't know about that. I think we're definitely competing for it.
Well, I root for it on more of a personal level. You love this horse.
I
don't think you're wrong.
Super cool. No, I think she's outstanding. I mean, it's always fun. That's what's great about Saratoga is you get to get excited about horses being quote unquote the next fastest horse in the world, and then you get to go out and watch them, and then they do it. you kind of have a tie to them. That's my tie to Ways and Means. I had a feeling I had heard she was going to be really good. She turned out to be really good. And I think it's exciting that we got to see her back off of that injury. And I thought she's run well even in defeat a couple of times this year. And I think that she's the leader in the clubhouse for the Filly and Mare Sprint, although she's only a 3-year-old.
Andy, you brought it up too. I mean, this was on a muddy sealed track. She ran that even bigger number on a fast surface. She might be even faster getting back to a fast main track.
And I know we have a muddy sealed track now, but there isn't a ton of weather in the near future. So I think there's a good chance we'll have a dried out track tomorrow, at least a good open track tomorrow. She might be better without moisture in the track. We'll see.
Meanwhile, see how good a rival Nick Style is next door. She's had 3 starts. She's never lost. Those 3 starts, she's won by over 20 lengths combined.
Well, apparently there's some voodoo keeping Bill Mott out of the winner's circle. So maybe she won't be able to done. She was very good in here, Jonathan. She is the speed tomorrow.
She was. I look at her as a very talented horse that's going to help Ways and Means be at least an almost approachable price. I think she's talented. I think that it's a cool story. They were able to get her back. I think that she kind of had things her own way here. I thought the pace was honest enough, but I thought maybe she was where you wanted to be that day, and I have no problem trying to beat her. If she wins this race, though, she'll be the favorite for the Filly and Mare Sprint.
There's nobody else out there?
Vava, but...
Vava's pretty good.
No, I know, but, they love the undefeated ones. You know that.
Nick Style got, same figure as Ways and Means did in Grade 1 company. Nick Style did it in a first-level allowance race. So can she do it against this kind of competitor in a graded stakes race?
No, it'll be hard, but to dismiss her as having no chance, not that you're saying that at all.
No.
She was good in Saratoga. She was really good.
Let's move on to more of today's action. Race 7 next. It starts the pick 6 on this Saturday card. Another restricted maiden claiming event. Horses that sold at auction for $50,000 or less. Most recent sale. 6 furlong sprint coming up in 3-2. Melly Mel.
Well, this is one of the few times that I criticized the morning line maker and was actually right. I assumed she'd be a fairly heavy favorite the way she got bet so heavily in her debut. We'll see. I mean, we'll see. The Flying P horses have not been running with frequency or the way they were in Saratoga, but she's the one to beat. But Neela's Rose, mostly pretty good, the first-er.
First-time starter there for Rob Falcone Jr. Kicks off the pick 6. Andy and I are out. JK.
You'll be here by yourself.
It was fun. We got you for a bit. We'll be watching on the ride home, though. Acacia Clement stepping in to take over for us and take you the rest of the way in this pick 6. Enjoy, everyone. A lot more still to come on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. Stick around.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
Who's still a nose in front. Kourou is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Kourou, better lucky than good, wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
We're here at New York City's racetrack, Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York. A little bit of wet weather this weekend, but no blues here. Trainer Bill Mott is all smiles as he sends out 2 chances in the Vosburg this afternoon, including Scotland, where his patience has been rewarded. He's relished those shorter distances and will look for another big effort today. His stablemate, though, is a little bit more of a known entity, but the big question is, does Baby Yoda still have it? Which version of the good sprinter will we see today? Trainer Chad Brown, in a shocking development, has 2 big chances in a turf race today. Zulu Kingdom, an early adopter in the Pilgrim. The Irish-bred Zulu Kingdom started his career in France, won a stake at Saratoga, and now looks for another big one here at Aqueduct, potentially on his way to the Breeders' Cup. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Thanks for joining us on this Saturday afternoon. We've already seen some top-class racing. I'm your host, Acacia Clement. Glad to have you with us as we march on throughout the second half of this afternoon, and still 2 graded stakes to come, including the Vosburg. For the dirt sprinters will be a Grade 3 event going 7 furlongs today. Is race number 9 for 3-year-olds and older. And as you heard in that open there, a lot revolves around the Bill Mott duo, Scotland and Baby Yoda, both of whom have quite a bit of talent. Comedy Town is scratched out of this race here, so do note that. So Comedy Town, 5-2 on the line, not running in the Vosburg today, but a lot to look forward to as I welcome back into the show Jonathan Kinchin. For our new viewers just tuning in with us, so we'll take you through a part of the way. You and I get to spend a little bit of time together on the set here, JK. But as far as that Vosburg is concerned, I think a lot of it is who's going to take a step forward on this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that Scotland obviously ran extremely well last time, and makes you think that, you know, the sprint distance is helping Scotland. But I think what's projected to be likely a short price today, I just felt like there were some others that made a little bit of sense. He just ran so well in this race. It kind of came out of nowhere to a certain extent compared to what he had been doing. But maybe, just maybe, the Hall of Famer Bill Mott has figured out what Scotland wants to do. Like I said, he ran so well from that outside draw.
Does it make you feel better with the fact that he was running figures like we saw the 98 Beyer speed figure last time out? He was running figures like that as a 3-year-old when at his best, kind of tailing off and maybe not quite up to the level of some of the better 3-year-olds. And turns out he's a sprinter. Maybe he's just getting back on track.
Yeah, it's tricky too because he ran those big races as a 3-year-old going longer, and so now maybe it's just kind of like that you know, everything's just right for Scotland now. And I thought he ran extremely well. I mean, he's definitely the horse to beat in here, but I do think the 4 you'll see Dean Delivers is also a little bit interesting in this spot.
First start as a 4-year-old against Stakes Company. He'll try to get back-to-back victories at Scotland, this time in the Vosburg, and a homebred for Ellen J. Foxwoods as well, which was kind of fun. I always appreciate getting a chance to see those homebreds. We've seen a lot. You think of Fierceness being a homebred as well. I know makes it extra special for the connections.
Absolutely. Ways and Means. Before you came on, we saw Ways and Means a little bit, and I just want to be clear that I looked disappointed when Greg and Andy were leaving, but I really wasn't.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I was a little bit upset you weren't that excited to be.
I was just faking them out. I'm just managing their emotions.
Okay, that's fair.
What I mean?
You just were making them feel better.
100%.
I like it. Well, I will take a look at what is still to come on today's program. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. We have a muddy main track of all races except for the stakes today off the turf. So we just saw the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. The Pilgrim still to come in race 11, and just being told that the main track is actually sloppy and sealed on there. So please do take note of that. So races 7 through 12 is still to come on the program. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and you can earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. We will take a look at the field coming up for race 7. It's a 6-furlong sprint on the main track for the 2-year-old fillies. This is one of those restricted maiden optional claiming races. So it's kind of a good opportunity, JK, for horses that sold for less than $50,000 to not run for a claiming tag, as we do see one of them, Nylos Rose, acting up a little bit on the track. Gaga's Handsome, second-time starter, going by.
Yeah, Nylos Rose taking some money in here. Looks like there could be a bit of ability.
Dropping Manny Franco momentarily, but he's back aboard, reunited with that filly by Promises Fulfilled. Here's Carol Said No.
Yeah, had some speed, but that was for maiden 40.
10-1 right now on the board. Here's Tekka, who will cut back in distance.
Yeah, took a little money last time, but didn't do any running.
Mel, second-time starter.
Yeah, I think this one obviously has some talent. Took a lot of money, broke slowly, and needs to break a little bit better here
Feels
today.
like the only horse that Melanie Giddings and Sean Bridgman didn't win with together this summer. Frankie Hiccups going by.
Yeah, Frankie Hiccups got 4th, beaten 14, 18-1 last time. There's been 2 winners out of that race.
Ravenite back to the dirt. Here's Linda's Jewel back to the dirt.
Yeah, Linda's Jewel, another one who's taken money on a couple of starts.
7-1 right now on Linda's Jewel's shady side. Has some experience.
Took money on debut, not taking any money here.
And Dancing Dakota Surface Switch.
Yeah, taking a little bit of a surface switch. I think that's probably wanting to run for these conditions.
3-2 right now on the 6. Mel taking a lot of money yet again. And yes, it was an off-the-turf race, but she ran on a sealed Soppy racetrack first time out, which is what she's going to get today. She ran 4th, and she picks up Irad Ortiz. So I think a perfect recipe for a short price, but a logical horse as well.
Yeah, absolutely. When a horse takes a bunch of money on debut and then has some adversity within that race, it gives you a built-in excuse as to why they ran poorly, right? I mean, she broke slowly that day. You know, she was wide all the way around there. And when you have a horse who's taken money and has a tough trip, it's easier to forgive.
3-2 right now on Mel. As we'll take a look at the number 2, Nylos Rose, filly who sold for $47,000 at the OBS June sale, looking like she settled down a bit now, getting a big warm-up from Manny Franco, and as you said, has been pretty impressive as far as the morning workouts do go.
Right. A lot of times when you're dealing with first-time starters, you have to look for clues, whether it be trainer stats. So you're looking for a trainer who does well with first-time starters, or you look for pedigree, or you look for, whatever, the sales price, all those things. But the one that I trust the most is the workouts in the morning. And it's not always the grades that you'll see in some of the various workout reports, but more or less the words in which are used to describe it. When you see words like speed or understanding who they worked with, or tons left, or those are the words that I look for in the workout reports, specifically the DRF Clocker report, that can give you a little bit of insight to what could happen. And like you mentioned, Nylos Rose does have some works that are pointing to this horse running well.
5-1 right now on that 2-year-old filly. For more as these horses finish up their warm-ups, we welcome in with us champion jockey Richard Migliori. Richie, what are you seeing from those horses on track?
Yeah, a really interesting group here in this restricted maiden race, or in for a claiming tag of $50,000. We'll start with that 2-horse, Nylos Rose, who is very shifty. She's the kind of horse that could step out from under a rider no matter how prepared or how much they're riding deep into their seat. She warmed up without the pony. When she was hooking back up with the pony on the backstretch, she did a little dipsy doodle, almost lost Manny again. She is athletic and shifty, maybe not in the right exact way you'd like it in the post parade, but she is taking money, and that's meaningful. I wouldn't get over enamored with workouts that you see on the Belmont training track out of the starting gate. It's more of an about distance, and they'll tend to be a little faster than maybe in actuality they were. But I will say this, you can go back several works to when she worked out of the gate in Saratoga. Now that's completely down a straightaway in 47.2, the same exact time she did around a turn on the Belmont training track. So obviously she has shown ability. She's taking money. She's shifty. She's athletic. Your favorite, the 6, Melly Mel, boy, she just framed up beautifully, this daughter of Williams Map. Loved the way she bowed her head. Stayed with the pony with Irad and just made a really nice impression. Obviously a lot to like on her, and she's going to take a lot of beating here. The 7, Frankie Hiccups. Sounds like somebody I might have grown up with in Brooklyn, Frankie Hiccups. I think this horse actually ran really well on debut. Adds blinkers here. If you look who won the race with the Angels by 11.5, came back with a very nice, impressive win in the New York Bred Stake the other day. Take her out of the equation. That race is all of a sudden looking a heck of a lot better. I actually think she's extremely live here. And then the 10-horse Shady Side. She will be my top selection. This is a horse that I watched train consistently up in Saratoga. Liked her there. Took money on debut. It just kind of got discombobulated when she got hit with kickback. She gets an outside post, Kendrick Carmouche, and she is way too big a price for a filly that had also shown a lot in her morning trials.
All right, Richie, thank you. Some great insight on these young horses as Shady Side does pick up Kendrick Carmouche for the second start, but a big price today, as you mentioned, which is interesting to AK, especially given the fact that she was such a short price on debut.
Well, that's the funny part about it is I had a little bit of like a I use an iPad for my past performances, and I'll use some colors. Red usually means like I'm kind of interested, but not really, just keep an eye on it situation. And I had a red circle around Shady Side because of that 2-to-1 that we saw on debut. But when a horse is 2-to-1 on debut and they come back and they're 19-to-1, something tells me that they feel like, whoever they is, I don't know, they feel like they had it wrong on debut. But when you have a horse like Melly Mel, who was odds on and comes back at 7-to-5, it makes me feel like we didn't have it wrong. The circumstances on that day didn't work out, and we expect what we expected on day one to happen here today. I would say that the money that Shady Side is not taking is screaming at me.
Very interesting as far as the board is concerned. The number 4, Carol Said No, a generous price right now, too, at 11-to-1. So we'll take a look at her last race. This was her lone dirt start, and at Monmouth last time out for 40,000. She's in for the 50 today, but set the pace the whole way, just caught late.
Yeah, look, whenever we're looking at races, maiden special weight, maiden claiming races, I always take maiden 40 performances with a grain of salt. You never really know how good those races could be. It's virtually the bottom for maidens here in New York and around. And, you can come a little, we'll see a maiden 20 every now and again. So you can have some horses that are worth 5,000 that are running in those spots. I need a big figure in a spot like that and a very bad race in a spot like this for me to feel comfortable and warm, and I don't feel that way with the 4, Carol Said No.
The number 5, Tekka, I think is worth a mention, is a big price today, but was one of those ones with a little bit of a trip first time out, was private purchase, moved to Linda Rice, disappointed a bit in that next start, but can we see this one improve, cutting back in distance and back to the main track?
It's Linda. It's always a possibility. The horse ran well on debut, like you mentioned, ran second, then came back and took some money that day and was third, beaten 14. And then they tried to go long on the grass. So to me, you're just kind of guessing. What can I do to wake this horse up? And it's another situation where I think this unique condition of having horses that have either sold for 50 or less or that are in for a tag, I think has drawn some horses from other surfaces.
As we did see the number 2, Nilo's Rose, acting up a little bit going into the gate, but they've got her in. Now it's the 4, Carol Said No, who's being a bit obstinate as well. Jogging start for the 9, Linda's Jewel. Even if they've raced one or a couple of times, these are still young horses, very inexperienced, and sometimes the gate can be a little imposing. There is Melly Mel, your favorite. Irad Ortiz aboard, second-time starter for Melanie Giddings. Filly by the always prolific sire, Liam's Map. Took a lot of money first time out, taking a lot of money today. Let's see if this is her day. Maiden optional claiming for the 2-year-old fillies coming up. Chris Griffin has the call.
Christopher Elliott aboard. They move forward and in. All set. And they're off. Linda's Jewel has early speed, so does Nilo's Rose down towards the inside. Plenty of them lined up here as Frankie Hiccups tries to join that early mix. Melly Mel is in that early fray. Also up on the outside, Shady Side is right there, very tightly bunched on the front end. 3 across the racetrack here as Linda's Jewel now emerges with the front end is up by a neck. Pressure to the outside from Shady Side as Nilo's Rose is going to take back to third. Frankie Hiccups trying to make up some ground with less than 4 furlongs to go. They went 22-3 for the opening quarter mile. Ravenite is on the move from 5th. Melly Mel just had to steady briefly, is in the 6th position, is in front of a pair there. Gaga's Handsome is right there with Carol Said No, trying to run on from the back there as well. There's Tekka in that mix. Far back is going to be Dancing Dakota as they get set to reach the top of the stretch. Shady Side is in front, and Shady Side is trying to win it right now and sprint away. It is Shady Side who's quickly put about 2 lengths on Nilo's Rose, who's in full pursuit, and the front two start to clear off. Far out of it. Gaga's Handsome is starting to rally, but running out of time inside that final furlong. It is still Shady Side. Nilo's Rose is trying everything to catch this leader. Shady Side is almost there. Shady Side still up by 2. Shady Side is going to win at a price. Shady Side wins it over Nilo's Rose, then Gaga's Handsome, and Melly Mel in 1 minute 11-3.
Shady Side at 17-1, a great call by Richie Migliori, who pointed this horse out when warming up and picked her on top. JK, we were talking about how mystifying it was that she was such a big price today, given how much money she took first time out.
Absolutely. I mean, they aren't always right, but it's still curious to me why this horse would take the money they did on debut and didn't run poorly, ran well enough, and then to come back and run the way that she just did. It's always a guide, in my opinion, to follow the money, but if it was that easy, no one would ever lose.
Shady Side with the win at 17-1. First-time starter Nilo's Rose in second. Maybe she was a bit green in the preliminaries. She ran well, though, as these two really kind of put a lot of space between them and the rest of the field.
They did. I mean, I think the probably the bigger shock of it all is that the 6 Melly Mel did not run particularly well. But yeah, Nilo's Rose and Shady Side, they definitely did run away from them.
2-year-olds. Always a little bit interesting as to who's going to take a step forward, and it was the number 10 Shady Side who did improve from first to second start. A big price on the board, 10-1-6 in race 7 for those 2-year-old fillies. 17-1 upset with Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle. Filly by Midshipman getting the victory. Nilo's Rose, first-time starter. One to watch moving forward now that she has a race under her belt. It would be a bit more professional next time out in the preliminaries, but certainly one with some ability. An upset winner here in race 7 for those 2-year-olds. We have plenty more exciting racing to come, including 2-year-olds on the grass, as Chad Brown could potentially have a future turf star. 2 for 2 so far. Zulu Kingdom, who started his career in France, won at Saratoga last time out and looking for another one today in the Pilgrim.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
We're back on America's Day at the races as we just saw a Big Price get the win here in race number 7 for those 2-year-old fillies. Shady Side gets the victory. She's on the sunny side now. It's always warm and sunny in the winner's circle no matter what the weather's doing.
Did kind of lighten up a little bit, huh?
A little bit, yeah. Let's hope. $37.60 winner. Top pick by Richie, who's standing by with her trainer.
Thanks, Acacia. Even a blind squirrel finds an acorn now and then, but I'm pleased to be here with John Kimmel. And John, Shady Side had worked extremely well in Saratoga and took a lot of money on debut and kind of got overlooked today.
Yeah, you know, I thought she was pretty well suited. I didn't want to run against the heavy heads at Saratoga, so I sent her down to Monmouth. She didn't have a clean break. She took some kickback in the face and looked like she basically was overwhelmed. She came back. I actually took her to the gate and popped her out of the gate one time, and she was very forward, and that's what I expected the first time. And she's very fit. I mean, this filly's been training with other horses and shown very well. And, you know, I said to Kendrick, I said, look, if you clear, I think you're going to be very tough in here if she handles the going. And at the 3/8 pole, I felt pretty confident that she'd be tough to catch on this kind of track.
Yeah, it looked like she just got in a beautiful rhythm. And John, you've really put together a nice summer. You had a terrific Saratoga, and you're winning at a high percentage.
I know we don't have the numbers, but what we have, I think we're getting the most out of them and trying to place them in the right spots. So it's rewarding anytime you win a race, you know, whether it's a claimer or a stake race. So it's fun to win.
You've had some clients for a very long time, obviously Chester Mary Road, but Dennis Drazen and you have a long history. You guys go back a long way.
I've known Dennis since I was 6 years old, and our parents sent us away to sleepaway camp for 60 days. We must have been bad kids or something. But anyway, Dennis and I formed a partnership. We started pinhooking horses. We were starting to breed. One of our first horses we bred was the famous Bodacious Tatas, and Dennis and I are not only very close friends, but we've also been involved with horses together, and he's just been a great supporter. And obviously, he's a guy that basically rectified and resurrected New Jersey racing.
Well, it's really great to see you in with somebody. And, you know, also, you've gotten a really good relationship going with Kendrick Carmouche. It seems like you guys really kind of have a good understanding.
Yeah, he's kind of like what you and I used to have together. You know, he spends the time coming out in the morning and working the horses, and I think he's a very good horseman, and he gets what we're trying to accomplish in the morning. It's about learning your horse and learning something from him, not only in the morning trials, but also in the afternoon, things that we could do to improve, which was kind of like the way you and I had our relationship for those many, many years. So he's the Black Migliore.
Well, I'm glad to see you guys hitting on all cylinders. And
I love working with him like I do with you. It's been a good relationship.
I appreciate the kind words, John. And John Kimmel, tremendous horseman, having a terrific year.
That might go down as my most favorite line ever. I thought I was the Black Migliore, except I couldn't ride.
There you go. Sorry, Kendrick took it from you. John Kimmel with the win with Shady Side there in race 7. New York Bred Maidens coming up next. Sprinting on the main track. Another group of 2-year-olds. This time the fillies going short was intended for the turf, so off the turf race here. But this race does largely hold together, JK. And the number 13 Disco Star, who I was dying to see back on the turf. She was also eligible today. She was also eligible in a race at Saratoga. Thought that she ran so well first time out. She'll run on the main track today, but there is kind of pedigree to go either way.
Yeah, I mean, I thought she was going to be. I was going to single her if they stayed on the grass.
Yep.
If she drew in, I was going to single her if she drew on the grass. But the 3 Silsby, I think, can probably run a little bit. Reagan Swinbank of Swinbank Stables called me and said, "Look at the ownership line. It's me, Chris Mara, and Rick Pitino." He's like, "I'm big time now, aren't I?" Yeah, you're big time, Reagan.
Definitely big time when you see your name next to Rick Pitino. As we mentioned before, coming up a little bit later on in the Pilgrim, it will be the road to the Breeders' Cup continuing, as we do have those 2-year-olds, and you also have the sprinters in the Vosburg, tomorrow the Miss Grillo, and then next week, monster weekend as far as the 2-year-olds are concerned with the Futurity, and then especially the Champagne and the Frisette.
The Champagne and the Frisette, just the Champagne sneakily has become one of my favorite races, right?
I like that.
The one-turn configuration, leading up to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. You still get the excitement of what's going to happen next year. The Triple Crown races, these races over the next couple of weeks really get me excited. Looking forward to that first Friday and Saturday in November.
That's right. Future Stars Friday. On Friday, about the 2-year-old races, kind of the big preview for the big ones coming up on Saturday. And so an important weekend between this weekend and next weekend for horses wanting to go on to championship weekend. That does include the runners in the Pilgrim today. Coming up a little bit later on this afternoon, Chad Brown has 2 in the field, including Zulu Kingdom, who did win the With Anticipation up at Saratoga last time out. Was his first stateside race, and coming up the inside, sneaking up the rail, I guess Joel Rosario, who'll be aboard, will just give the same kind of ride that he gave to Farbridge earlier.
Absolutely. I mean, look, this horse ran extremely well, got a nice trip in there. And one of the hard things when you're looking at these 2-year-old turf races is it's hard to make speed figures for them, because the speed figures are so, they have so much to do with the final time. And then they also have to do with kind of what other horses have done in the past, so that you can compare on the day to find reasonable numbers that make sense. But when they're so lightly raced, the paces often aren't very quick. It's very hard to make figures. But I will say this about Zulu Kingdom. The internal fractions, what this horse did in the middle of the race, were real. And he actually did get a pretty fast number depending on what numbers that you look at. I think Zulu Kingdom is actually the real deal, and I think he will run well here today. But I do think there's a couple of other horses that are at least interesting from a betting standpoint.
I think you bring up some really interesting points about Zulu Kingdom. We'll see what he can do in his third start, second here stateside. Concord Green, meanwhile, the son of Warfront. I love this pedigree. Warfront out of an Arch mare. He's half to Grade 3 winner, Scarlet Sky. And winning at first asking, one that I think clearly is still figuring things out.
Yeah, it's funny. His name has green in it. But look, I mean, anytime you win a race up at Saratoga, especially one of these battles, when you start looking around at the silks, you see Klarovich silks, you see Gunther silks, you see Peter Brandt silks running
Windstar.
on, you see Windstar silks. You know that this is a serious group no matter what. The thing about Concord Green, though, and one of the things I'm always dubious of, is when the horses are like big prices and they win, I just want to tread lightly to make sure that it wasn't a poor group. But like I mentioned, all the silks in there, you got to think it was pretty good. Let's see if Concord Green can't take another step forward.
And do you think for a trainer like Shug McKahey, who typically is known for a more patient approach, that people aren't necessarily expecting him to kind of have that early, precocious 2-year-old type?
It's funny you mentioned a Battle of Normandy. I want to say it was a City of Light that Shug had that won first out and ended up being a good horse, because you're right, Shug's not exactly what he does. He doesn't need to win first time out, especially for the ownership that he has. He's allowed to be patient with those folks, and when he wins races first time out, I think it screams this horse might have some talent.
See what Concord Green does in his second start. Very intriguing race in the Pilgrim coming up will be race 11 on today's program. We'll take a quick time out. We have horses in the paddock for the 8th, though, these 2-year-olds off the turf. And there is a look at the number 3 in the paddock, Silsby, first-time starter by the White Hot Stallion, freshman stallion Vacoma, debuting here. We'll talk more about this race when we come back.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire for a 3rd straight year with Saratoga standouts like 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
As well as Busy Morning.
Busy Morning in front, and Busy Morning wins it.
And wire-to-wire victor, Tour Jete.
Tour Jete all the way to score.
New York's #1 turf sire again in 2024. Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And
again. They're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano
winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
For the Barraclough family of Saratoga Glen Farm, raising horses is all in the family.
I think it doesn't work if you don't have your whole family involved in what you do.
New York native Dan Barraclough and Kathy Barraclough, whose accent gives away her Australian roots, fell in love on horseback when they were leading trail rides at a resort in the Catskills. Even back then, they envisioned owning a horse farm and having children that would grow to share their passion for thoroughbreds.
We planned on it.
Not necessarily with me, but she planned on it for sure.
For the oldest, Taylor, middle son Shane, and the youngest Dean, the wake-up call comes early.
They'll get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, start stalls, feed, bring in, work the yearlings, work the layups, and then...
They get up and work, then we get up and go have fun as well.
Taylor is already an accomplished equestrian.
For compensation for working here, I got to have a mare here. This is my 1,000 Words colt. I'm really excited. Hopefully I get to sell him, and I don't know, I think he's really cool.
Shane excels at sports, but understands that his work on the farm is key to the family's success. How do you think this will help you?
Mostly the work ethic of like how I do things in school, with like a timeline maybe, or what I need to get done in a certain period of time and how fast I need to do it. Staying focused.
Dean prefers training his dog for agility trials to riding. He's even started Dean's Delicious Dog Treats to earn money for his passion. But even he picks up a pitchfork when it's time to clean a stall.
I'm watering, I open doors, I mow lawns, I help Dad.
The Barraclough clan credits another family for helping them become successful, the family of New York breeders, who were generous with time and advice.
And we had a lot of help along the way. Joe McMahon was a mentor for us. He helped us, get our first clients. It's been a very good community for us. Ann Morgan and Tim, when he was alive, they were very helpful and accommodating.
When this War Dancer filly races at Saratoga someday, she'll carry with her all the love and care she received from all 10 of the helping hands at Saratoga Glen Farm.
And you can check out nybreds.com for more information on the New York Thoroughbred and Breeding and Development Fund. We are stepping aside momentarily. The BYU Baylor game running a bit late on FS2. You can watch on the Fox Sports app, or Naira Bets continue on with us on America's Day at the Races. Thanks to everybody sticking with us here on America's Day at the Races. We have horses in the paddock for race number 8 off the turf in this New York bred maiden special weight for the 2-year-old fillies. And right now it is the 13 Disco Star drawing in off the also eligible list, who is a short price. For more though on the rest of this field, Richie gave us a 17-to-1 shot winner last race. Richie, what are you seeing from these 2-year-old fillies here in the 8th?
It's kind of interesting race schedule for the turf, off the turf, and looking at a bunch of them from a physical perspective, you could see why they were entered for turf, but there are a couple that I think stand out, starting with the 10 Higher Force, that from a physical perspective looks like she'll handle the dirt just fine. Her Grandam Bedside Manor was 7 for 12 lifetime, a stakes winner, New York bred filly, bred by Sugar Maple and was trained by Michael Hush, in a very consistent sort. And it's what we do when we're looking at maiden races and first-time starters. We're digging into pedigrees and we're trying to come up with that nugget. And she looks like she is very well turned out here. Looks quite fit to me. The I'm sorry, guys, lost my spot here. The one horse, Miss C Banker, more of a dirt pedigree, certainly Central Banker. The mare was a little bit more proficient on the turf, but I will say, looking at her from a physical perspective, I'm seeing more grass, lighter frame, longer slacker pasterns, wider foot. And that brings me to the 4, Run, Don't Walk, who I do think will be better for having a race under her belt. It'll tighten her up. But I think she looks very, very live here. Also, her Grand Dam is a mare called Flashing. Flashing was the last Grade 1 winner of my career in Saratoga, and as well as a Grade 1 after that, but it was right before I had to retire from riding. She's got some body to her. I do think she'll tighten up, but she just might be good enough to handle this group. She's the one who caught my eye and keeps drawing me back to her.
Richie, thank you. 2-year-old fillies coming up next here. We also have a pick 5 kicking off in this spot as well. Jonathan meeting the rest of the field, starting off with Miss C Banker. First time on the dirt.
Yeah, well, of course my iPad was in a freeze right in the middle of this, but I'm going to get to Miss C Banker, who was, if I'm not mistaken, trying the moving to the dirt for the first time. I'm back now.
You back in?
Well, no, not really, but I got it. I watch how I can handle this.
Silsby, first-time starter.
Yeah, that's the one that we mentioned, the Vekoma for George, obviously intimately connected to Vekoma.
Who's been tremendous as a sire so far. Run, Don't Walk going by. Here is Graceful Warrior, first time on the dirt as well.
Run, Don't Walk ran by.
Yeah.
You see what I did there?
I see what you did.
Graceful Warrior took some money, didn't break last time.
There's Pawtucket Shuffle. What is the Pawtucket Shuffle?
I would have Googled that if you would have given me warning.
I would like you to do it for us, if you don't mind, here on the desk. Higher Force, first-time starter.
Yeah, this one seemed to be working well, and you get the red-hot Ricardo Santana.
Been riding very well here in New York. Here's the 12. I heard some things.
Yeah, I heard some things. I didn't hear much about this one.
Disco Star. Pedigree to go either way on either surface.
Yeah, look, I thought this horse was a cinch if they ran on the turf. I'm a little bit concerned about the dirt.
And Nina K, the lone main track only runner to stay in the field.
Yeah, Linda always dangerous with main track only. She seems to spot those well. But first-time starter's not exactly, I don't want to say strength, because I'm not sure she's trying to do it. It's not exactly something that she has a lot of winners with.
That's the field for this 8th race. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about this field of 2-year-old fillies, as well as the Vosburg still to come. Wide open, Mufasa, who was so impressive in his last start for trainer Ignacio Correas, will try to do it again. And then you've got Dean Delivers, who lately has just been delivering, looking to pick up a big one later today. You're watching America's Day at the races. We have 2-year-old fillies coming up off the turf for those New York Reds. Don't forget, you can join Naira Bets today and play all the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. We're welcoming back our Fox Sports viewers here on America's Day at the races. You're watching America's Day at the races. Thanks for sticking with us, and thanks for your patience with the BYU Baylor game going a little bit late, but you're tuning in just in time. Acacia Gawan alongside Jonathan Kinchin. We still have a couple graded stakes to come, JK, the Vosburg, and the Pilgrim.
Absolutely. A lot of fun racing. We want to thank BYU for getting that interception, mostly because I don't like when Baylor wins. I went to Texas, and they're right up the road, so I don't like when they win. But more importantly, we get to get racing back on Fox Sports. And you're right, we got the Vosburg, we got the Pilgrim, and some exciting races that should lead into some very fun races at the first weekend in November, the Breeders' Cup.
That's right. Important Breeders' Cup preps this weekend and next weekend, particularly here in New York. But first, we have race 8 coming up. Did have quite a bit of rain through this morning and last night, so off the turf, not including the stakes. The Pilgrim still on a little bit later on. But this race 8 now to be run on the main track, New York bred, maiden special weight for the 2-year-old fillies. And JK, you're going with the first-time starter?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the first-time starter. Admittedly, it's a little bit of a homer pick. You see that state of Texas on the back of those silks with the big S in the middle of it for Swinbank Stables. But look, I mean, there's nothing to argue about the success that George has had with 2-year-olds. George Weaver has had with 2-year-olds over the last few years. He's been outstanding. He's won a race at Royal Ascot. He's won tons of races here. He's got another good one in Good Sam that hopefully will run in the Breeders' Cup. And it's just one of those situations where I feel like George is tied of Vekoma. And I think any trainer, when they have a good horse and they end up with a bunch of their babies, I always feel like they just know a little bit more about the pedigree based on understanding the father in Vekoma.
Such a good racehorse, winner of the Met Mile, and has turned out to be a tremendous sire as a new freshman stallion. Richie Migliori still with us. Richie, what are you seeing from this daughter of Vekoma?
I tell you, Acacia, she really didn't catch my eye as much in the paddock, but I love to warm up. And one of the benchmarks of Vekoma, as any good stallion, is their horses are well balanced. They're athletes, and she is just a beautiful mover. Love the way she looked on the racetrack. I think she's a major player here. A little concerning that, you know, they were looking for turf, and a lot of her works are kind of split up turf and dirt. The 4 Run Don't Walk, like her, trying to keep my sentimentality out of it with the Grand Dam. Look great, warmed up great. I do think, though, she looks just a touch heavy and will be better with a race under her belt. The 13 Disco Star, your favorite. Yeah, she has a pedigree that feels like it can go either way, but from a physical standpoint, she looks turf to me. I don't want her at a short price. Wouldn't be surprised if she wins. I'm going with the 10, Higher Force. Liked her in the paddock. Has a pedigree that, especially on the female side, that says this, dirt should be fine. And I love the way she took to this racetrack, kind of galloped over the ground. I like the 10, Higher Force, and I'm going to use the 4 underneath, so it's a good 10-4, good buddy.
Richie, thank you, as that's a look at the 7 Pawtucket Shuffle being a bit green, though she has run once before. She was a bit green on debut as well, so you don't love to see that they're showing that inexperience, that nervousness, even second time out when they've done this before.
Yeah, I mean, you'd like to see them. I'm trying to get on the other side of that. I think the most interesting horse in this race, and I understand the horse's favorite, but I think that's probably why, is Disco Star, the 13, because this horse ran into Anna's Call on debut, turf sprinting, and ran well. Ran really well. Anna's Call went on to run in a stake at Woodbine. And look, this horse, if this race was on the turf, this horse would be, if she's 8-5 here, she would have been 3-5 on the grass. I just don't know if it makes sense to make her as short as she is here, considering the surface.
Short price, trying something for the first time, is have to stakes winner April Gaze, who is a dirt sprinter, though largely overall a bit more turf in the pedigree. Loading in for race 8, 2-year-old fillies off the turf. Track announcer Chris Griffin has the call.
Okay. Nina K. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Gun from the inside there, Miss C. Banker flashes early speed. Towards the far outside, there's Nina Kay, also in the early mix, and in between them is Graceful Warrior. That's the leading three. Run Don't Walk is just behind them, a stalking fourth. Following that move is going to be Silsby, is now in the fifth position, losing a touch of ground. There's Disco Star in the blue cap, passed to the outside by Higher Force in the green silks, and then second to last is Pawtucket Shuffle with the trailer at the back end of the field. I Heard Some Things. 22-3 for the opening quarter mile. Miss C. Banker broke right on top, is still up by a half length. Graceful Warrior in full pursuit right here from second. Run Don't Walk is being encouraged to move forward, is still there in a shared fourth. As moving forward to the outside, there is Nina Kay, the gray, out in the center of the racetrack. Higher Force starts to rally, is right there with Silsby as they approach the top of the stretch. Hugging the rail there, Miss C. Banker, but Graceful Warrior is now pushed on by. Graceful Warrior sprints for home. Nina Kay down on the inside. Here comes a run from Disco Star from far out of it. Disco Star with a rail skimming ride, but also Nina Kay is in front. It's Nina Kay the gray. Disco Star towards the inside. Here comes the run from Higher Force late, but Nina Kay is now inside the final 16th and almost clear. It is all Nina Kay to get the victory. Disco Star does run up for second. Higher Force and Graceful Warrior in 1:12.1.
It's easy to look back and say, should have had this one, but the lone runner in this field, Jonathan, that wanted to run on the main track, Nina Kay.
Yeah, I mean, these MTOs are so often overbet, but like we mentioned, Linda's percentages compared to what all of her percentages are in other scenarios are a little bit low with first-time starters, and I think a lot of people just felt like that wasn't, it wasn't something that she necessarily targets to do. And look, the favorite Disco Star ran well. You saw this menacing move from Disco Star, stuck to the rail right here and came running, but was just second best. I don't think ran poorly on the dirt, but was no match for the winner, Nina Kay.
Probably waiting to get back on the grass next time out. I believe the 13 Disco Star just holding on in the photo for second, but no doubt about the winner, the 15 Nina Kay, first-time starter by Cupid. New York-bred filly gets the win at first, asking the lone main track only runner, and it was the 13 in second, 15, 13, 10, and 5 in race 8. But Nina Kay, the victor here, as she gets the job done. A little bit of a messy start for the 3, Silsby, who I know everybody had some interest in, filly by Vekoma, but kind of what Richie touched on, wanting to run on the grass for that one, not the best break. And it's interesting with Vekoma being such a good dirt horse and he was off to such a good start, he's actually had some runners that really do handle the turf too.
Absolutely. I mean, but like Richie said, well balanced.
Yeah.
I think athletic, well balanced horses will handle anything. And yeah, I mean, broke a little bit slow, ran well enough, I think, to run on for 5th, if I'm not mistaken. If you have the super high five or something, don't hold me to that. I just think that's what the horse was. But yeah, ran well enough, and I would think that getting back onto the grass next time, like Richie pointed out, probably where they wanted to run all along. But sometimes sloppy racetracks, inexperienced horses, like you saw with the 13 Disco Star, if you have a talented horse, they'll run on anything.
The number 15, though, Nina Kay, first-time starter, gets the victory at 9-1, 15, 13, 10, and 5 in race 8 for those New York-bred 2-year-old fillies. Bring you prices and more. When we come back, we'll also look back at some of the very special past winners of the Vosburg, including Belmont's Elite Power, who would use the Vosburg as a stepping stone on to a Breeders' Cup Sprint victory. An absolute chestnut rocket he was.
Catholic boy rolls in the run, Happy Travers.
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
but it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Del Blanc Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst last it home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapo, where the obscure becomes obvious. I think that's a different type of shot with the graphics. I like it.
Look at that.
Looking at the gazebo a little bit of a different way. Well, coming up, we do have the Grade 3 Vosburg, which has been run and won by some very special horses throughout history.
They come off the turn and into the stretch, and here is Cody's Wish up to challenge Accretive for the lead. Great Navigator is down at the rail. It's 3 of them across. It's Cody's Wish and a very tough Accretive who continues to battle on as they hit the 16th pole. Cody's Wish now edges clear, and Cody's Wish back to sprinting, back to winning today in the Vosburg.
Cody's Wish in the 2023 Vosburg, using that as a stepping stone onto the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile victory. What a cool horse and a cool story. He provided so many thrills throughout his career.
Oh, he sure did. I mean, he just the story that came along with him, I think it had a lot to do with it. I don't think his career as a racehorse was that much more spectacular than other great racehorses we've seen. But I think the emotional portion that came along with every time Cody won is what did it for me.
Then going on to win the 2023 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. A huge effort this day by National Treasure. And we see Cody's Wish kind of get that last little push to get there. And it was one of those things, I think, for a lot of fans, as this was the final performance of Cody's Wish's career onto a Horse of the Year title. It felt like in that moment it was that last little push from his namesake, right?
Absolutely. And you're right, National Treasure did run outstanding. And that was what, Cody's style, I think, had a lot to do with it, too. The horses that come from out of it, they always give you, at least at some point during the race, this feeling that they're going to lose. And then they find a way to kind of come back and win. Speed horses don't do that to you. They're in control, and you're hoping and you're hopeful, but they're already there. And Cody's Wish, the way that he ran, he had to come from out of it, and this was one of his better performances.
Huge effort into that Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. As mentioned, it would be named Horse of the Year following that 2023 campaign as well, with a terrific finish too, as we mentioned, a storybook ending for Cody's Wish. The horse, of course, named in honor of Cody Dorman, who passed away shortly after that Breeders' Cup, but did have a chance to see his namesake win some of the biggest races in his division, banking over $3 million, and now standing at stud. And will be interesting to see what Cody's Wish, the son of Curlin, will do in the breeding stud.
Well, one thing when you're at Godolphin or you're standing at Darley, or you're going to have the opportunity to get to some really good mares, and because they're obviously going to support their stallion. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Cody's Wish. But he came from out of it, but he still had high speed figures. He did it well at those middle distances. So sometimes those can make really good stallions.
His stablemate, though, as we mentioned, Elite Power, also winner of the Vosburg. He's one that I think both of us really excited to see at stud as well.
Yeah, I mean, he was a back-to-back champion of the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and in my opinion, last year, the most likely winner of those 14 Breeders' Cup races. I loved his style. It's not often that I latch on to a late-running dirt sprinter, but Elite Power was a ton of fun to watch.
He really was. We'll see who wins this year's Vosburg coming up up next here, Belmont at the Big A. First, we'll use some prices from the 8th race. First-time starter Nina Kay getting the job done at first, asking for trainer Linda Rice, the lone main track only, and she delivered.
No, she sure did, and she was drawn towards the outside, and she basically stayed out there. And you could see, she's gray, but you could tell her face and her chest was clean, staying out in the clear, and she withstood the run from the favorite down on the inside with the blue cap against the rail, Disco Star, and just snuck away there at a little bit of a price, 9-1. So we got 17-1 and 9-1 to start the pick 6. So if you're alive, best of luck.
Absolutely.
If you're dead, you're not alive in the pick 6, then you can start that quest for 5 and hopefully cross your fingers for a carryover at the start of so far that we've seen.
The old 2020, $20.20 in race 8, the 15 Nina Kay over your favorite Disco Star. As promised, coming up next, the Grade 3 Vosburg in race 9, a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Taking a look at the field right now, and currently it is Mufasa who is the favorite after such a huge win last time out at Colonial with a 99 buyer speed figure. I think the question from a lot of people, Jonathan, is can he repeat that in graded stakes company here in the U.S.?
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily trust it, right? It's a number that just kind of jumps out of nowhere. It doesn't match the number that Mufasa earned at Churchill Downs. I'd like to trust the 2 Scotland or the 4 Dean Delivers a little bit more, just because it feels a little bit more consistent, the numbers that they've been running. Look, Mufasa might jump up and be outstanding in here, but I still got stuck on my words because I started to think of like a Lion King reference, and I stayed away from it.
James Earl Jones, the voice of Mufasa in The Lion King, just recently passed away. Maybe it's a little bit of a hunch bet.
Dang, look at that. Look at that.
Big fan of The
Mufasa.
Lion
I cry
King.
every time I see that movie.
Oh, me too. Well, you want something that tugs at the heartstrings. We'll see what the equine Mufasa does in the Vosburg coming up. When we come back after this break, though, we'll recap what took place in the Woodward earlier on today. Tapit Rice, a bit of an upset, bit of a quirky horse, but he put it all together today. You're watching America's Day at the races on this Saturday afternoon as we have a new face joining us on the set. Well, not a new face of the show. You did a little bit of a quick change running up here, Richie Migliori joining us on the desk.
And I'm not even out of breath. I might be a little fitter than I give myself credit for.
You took the escalator, didn't you?
Well, glad to have Richie on the desk with us here. So we, of course, do have that Vosburg coming up next. But we had a couple of graded stakes already on the program, including the Grade 2 Woodward earlier today. A compact field, and it looked, Jonathan, like Skippy Longstocking was going to be the one to wire the field. But take a look at the break from Tapit Trice. I think today's a little bit of a theme of quirky horses putting it together, and Tapit Trice with the slow break, kind of doing exactly that.
Yeah, Tapit Trice just doing what Tapit Trice does. He's always been that way, and I think people have hoped that the blinkers would maybe get him into the race a little bit more. I think if you had a wager on Tapit Trice, that portion of the race, you thought you were in trouble. Right here, your hope started to come alive a little bit, but it looked like Skippy Longstocking was going to have a little bit left, but just got a little bit leg weary as they got a little closer to the wire.
Yeah, he got a little bit leg weary. You know, the complexion of the race changed when Masquerade showed such good speed. Listen, we'll give Tapit Trice even extra credit because he got kind of stopped and lost his momentum about just inside the 3/8 pole. But look at the way he lengthens, drops his head, reaches for ground. This was by far and away his most impressive finish to me.
And Richie, for a horse like Tapit Trice, who obviously has a ton of talent, he's a gray Tapit, which sometimes those can be a little bit mentally tricky, and he does have that big stride. How do you, as a rider, get him into that stride?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I was surprised he was able to find his rhythm again after getting stopped, losing momentum. You know, think it's like driving, you know, some horses are handy. You're driving a sports car. You can downshift, you can maneuver. Some horses are like semis. They're big trucks. Once they get going, they've got the momentum. You can't tap on the brakes because it's hard to get them going. I was shocked that he found his rhythm again. You know, Dylan was looking to save ground. It looked like he was off the bridle early. So, you know, as a rider, you're trying to assess, you know, can I afford to lose ground and still get there? And he didn't think so at that moment. But, boy, the way he found his stride, I think in hindsight, he probably wished he'd just stayed in the clear.
There's the Silks of Mandy Pope's Whisper Hill Farm. Tapit Trice with the victory in the Woodward. As we'll take a look at the rankings for the Breeders' Cup Classic, going on to the biggest race, really, that we'll see this year, the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. And Jonathan, when you take a look at that list, where do you think Tapit Trice potentially fits in?
10th, maybe 11th. Look, his style is one in which that, you know, he needs horses to go very fast in the Classic and then come back to him. And the problem is, like we talked about earlier in the show, is that if that situation happens, it feels like it plays into the hands of some more talented horses like Sierra Leone or Forever Young. So that would be the only issue I have with Tapit Trice.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. This wasn't one of the deepest Woodwards we've had in years. I loved his effort, liked the way he caught his stride. I will say this, watching the workout video, and it was on synthetic of City of Troy, I think he'd run over broken glass. I think he's got as impeccable a stride as any horse I've seen over the last decade.
Beautiful mover that we've seen, as Richie mentioned, running not on dirt, which is what he's going to face at Santa Anita, or I should say at Del Mar this year for the Breeders' Cup. I was going to say at Santa Anita, some important preps for the older horses, National Treasure, see if he can get back on track moving forward to the Breeders' Cup Classic as well. But first, the Vosburg for the sprinters win, and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. That's a look at Mufasa in the paddock. Currently 9-5 on the board after that big effort last time out. And Richie, first most important question, were you a Lion King fan?
Love the Lion King. Maybe didn't get as teary-eyed as you guys about it, but you know, definitely a Lion King fan.
Comes right where it hurts in the heartstrings. But first, we welcome back to the show Maggie Wolfendale with us in the paddock for this Grade 3 Vosburg. Maggie, what are you seeing from these sprinters?
We'll start with number 2, Scotland, who kind of steps back into this graded stakes company after winning in blowout fashion last time out in an allowance race at Saratoga. Subsequently, though, he didn't breeze for nearly another month after that win. So I know there were some illnesses going around the backside there at Saratoga, so it could have been an illness. He's a horse that has perplexed me throughout his career, because as a 3-year-old, it seemed as though as they stepped him up in trip, he was getting better. So the constant sprinting coming back as a 4-year-old, I scratched my head about, and I even questioned it last time, though he finally broke through and really delivered as his connections were hoping. I think the 7 furlongs to a 1-turn mile is his ideal trip. He looks good here, though he does face a salty group of some accomplished sprinters, as we'll check in with the venerable number 4. That is Dean Delivers for one of my favorite trainers, Ned Allard, as he has been undefeated since taking over training with this guy. And Ned is isn't shy about using some different equipment, non-traditional equipment with his horses. This guy actually runs in a full cheek snaffle, which you don't often see horses running in, but giving the rider a little bit more leverage for a horse that might have the propensity to lean in or out. But last time out in the Rumson Stakes at Monmouth, he was so game, doing all the dirty work down on the rail and still able to prevail. I know he's a 2-time winner at this 7 8s and 7 tries, but as the competition is quite stiff here, I wonder at this level, is this his best distance, or is shorter better for him?
Maggie, thank you. We'll meet the field for the Vosburg, starting off with a bit of a price in the rail, 7's 11.
Yeah, ran pretty nice figure last time, but is going to have much deeper competition to deal with here today.
Here's Scotland off the back of that big effort.
Yeah, a lot of ability, put it all together last time, 7 8s.
The other one for Bill Mott, Baby Yoda. When he's good, he's good.
Yeah, just he's so inconsistent, this horse.
Here's Dean Delivers, who Maggie touched on, looking for 5 in a row.
Yeah, and he's coming out of a 5-furlong race where he showed speed, so he will be involved.
Mufasa, big buyer speed figure last out.
Yeah, Mufasa, big figure at Colonial. They were yielding very fast times over the summer there, though.
And Lord Miles, once upon a time, the Wood Memorial winner.
Wow, that's a long time ago, huh? Well, I guess it wasn't that long ago, but it feels like a long time. This horse is going to need this race to fall apart in front of him.
He was 59-1 that day in a 3-horse photo finish. Lord Miles cutting back in distance. What's at stake, though? As we mentioned, this is a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup. Automatic entry into the Grade 1 $2 million Breeders' Cup Sprint on November 2nd at Del Mar. Your entry fees paid, an award to the nominator, and travel allowance for horses stabled outside of California. So a lot on the line today going into this Grade 3 Vosburg. There is the blanket for the winner for this Breeders' Cup Challenge Series. And as we talked about even the last couple of years with the likes of Elite Power and Cody's Wish, this race, Richie, has been very productive for horses going on to the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, that's why it's really hard to wrap your head around why the fact it's been downgraded to a Grade 3. It was a Grade 1 for years. Okay, it got downgraded to a Grade 2. But off of back-to-back champions winning the race, it gets downgraded to a Grade 3. Somebody's got some splaining to do.
Here is Scotland. Both of those horses we talked about, champions trained by Bill Mott. He will send out Scotland along with Baby Yoda, but Scotland with the victory last time out at the 7 furlongs, JK. And the big question is, can he repeat this kind of race stepping back into stakes company for the first time as a 4-year-old?
Well, this one of those allowance races at Saratoga we often see where, although it says it's an allowance race, it actually looks like a Grade 3 or something like that. For some of the horses that you'll see show up in there. I thought he ran extremely well from this outside post. He ran some really great races when he was a 3-year-old, going a little bit longer, and it seems they found that he wants to be going a little bit shorter. My only concern is that his last race was without a doubt his best lifetime race, and sometimes you wonder where that came from because there's no real reason to see on paper why that happened.
The other thing that concerns me a little bit, now, albeit it was the 2 toughest races he ever ran in, the Grade 1 Travers, the Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby, were both in off-going, and they were subpar efforts for him. Now, maybe it was the competition, but maybe it also was the racetrack. I'm interested in a little bit of a long shot here, guys. The 1 horse, 7's 11. This is a horse that is 4 for 5 at the distance for the second, was a runner-up to post time twice in Maryland, once in the General George going 7 8s. Now, he was well beaten there, but I would love post time in here. So how can I not like this horse, 7's 11, a little bit at 13-1?
An interesting point for sure, as he does have plenty of speed from the inside as well. The other Bill Mott runner, though, is the 3 Baby Yoda. We saw him win the True North during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival up at Saratoga with a 102 buyer speed figure. And on that track, we saw some figures kind of a little bit bigger than they would typically be. But that said, he had just come off of a huge effort back in May, Jonathan. This is a horse that I think many people were ready to give up on. Then we saw those 2 big runs and then kind of back to reality after that.
Yeah, I mean, I think my reality is I'm giving up on him. If he jumps up and beats me one day, that's great. But he's been inconsistent enough that I especially at a race in a race that's not at Saratoga, that if he decides he wants to show up here at Belmont at the Big A and run one of those, amazing performances that he's run 2 to 3, 4 times, then so be it. But he's going to have to win without me.
Yeah, I mean, I was always of the opinion that Baby Yoda was better when he was able to run with Lasix. Now in graded stakes, he cannot compete with Lasix. Then he wins the True North that way without Lasix. But sometimes a horse can do that. It's just hard for them to put it back to back to get consistent with it.
There he is warming up on the track, but Mufasa continuing to be 9-5. Maggie, you're still with us. I think many people curious as to if he can repeat that big effort last time. What are you seeing?
I'm seeing a lovely horse. He's very classy acting too, as this is only his 3rd start here in this hemisphere, being a Chilean bred. But we've seen Nacho Correas be very adept in taking these horses from South America, being a South American himself, and translating that form here to these American races. What really caught my eye in that Colonial race is how he accelerated away from the field that day. He was confidently handled by Jose Ortiz, who generally has a good sense of how much horse is underneath of him, and he really found another gear when he just lightly shook the reins at him. And he defeated a horse that on his best day in Repo Rocks is very good. He was actually quite game in the Parks Mile last 2 weekends ago at Parks. But I like what I'm seeing from Mufasa, sort of a laid-back type, so not necessarily giving the impression that they're going to be forward in here early on, but should have enough left in the tank. Bigger horse, but is built like a sprinter, very broad-bodied type of individual. Now, you might think I'm completely off my rocker here and suggesting a horse like number 7, Lord Miles, but as you guys touched on, the biggest performance of his career came right here over this racetrack a year and a half ago in the Wood Memorial. He is, whoa, as his pony just acts up a bit there. He's built like a sprinter. He's a horse that hasn't really lengthened that frame going from 3 to 4 now, but he is short and compact, and I know his form is at best questionable, and there's only one race that gives him a sniff in here. But I'm actually really intrigued by this turn back in distance. I think physically, at least, it suits him well. We'll see if he can pick up some pieces late. Acacia?
We'll see what he does cutting back in distance. Maggie, thank you. Tough to take a look at the race like the Charlestown Classic as well. 3 turns on that track and has not sprinted in quite a while. Did break his maiden sprinting at First Asking, and as we said, won the Wood Memorial right here over the surface at the Big A.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that when you have a horse who's run well at a certain racetrack, it's definitely something to take into consideration, but so many things from a trip standpoint have to work out well. But at 20-1, you can take that chance.
Dean Delivers, though, has been on a tear lately, winning 4 in a row. Now, those all what we call listed stakes. So this is a higher level of competition, winning year in for the Breeders' Cup. How do you expect him to stack up? Also going a little bit further.
Look, I think he's going to run well. I'm going to forgive his race down at Monmouth. The figure wasn't particularly fast. But his races prior to that, he's had fast numbers. And so when there's an outlier of a slower number with a bunch of fast numbers around it, I start to wonder if it was just something about that day that made it tricky. I think Dean Delivers offers a lot of upside here at 3-1, right? He's the third choice, on the board right now. And I think if he can find some of those past numbers, he'll be tough to beat in here.
He looks like he's controlling speed here, right? I mean, he looks like the fastest of the fast. I'm a little concerned with the 7/8 for him. He does have 2 wins at the 7 furlong distance from 7 tries with 4 seconds. And he's trained by Ned Allard, a guy that's easy to root for. He's trained over 2,800 winners. Wanted to be a jockey so badly when he was a kid that he read that you grow when you sleep. So he constructed his bed so it tried to thwart him being able to grow. Like his head was smack up to the headboard. That's how desperate he was to be a rider. And he's still about 6'1" here.
He's very tall.
Could have been 6'4".
That's right. Well, the good thing is he's a very good trainer as well, a good horseman, and we'll send out Dean Delivers here trying to make it 5 in a row and pick up the second graded stakes victory of his career. Did win the Smile Sprint down at Gulfstream last summer.
Who's the best horse that Ned Allard ever trained? Philly Triple Crown winner, Mom's Command.
Mom's Command.
Yeah.
I'm glad you asked you. I wouldn't have got that one right.
Very, very cool story. As we see horses load in for the Grade 3 Vosburg win, and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. A good field assembling here at Mufasa. 8-5, continuing to be the favorite. The road to the Breeders' Cup continues here. Chris Griffin has the call, the Grade 3 Vosburg.
Lord Miles, last to load. Breeders' Cup Challenge, win and you're in race. All set for the Vosburg. And they're off. Dean delivers right out towards the front, and Mufasa applies the pressure immediately. At the rail here, 7's11 wants to join that early fray, and Lord Miles is hustled along to keep up with the early group. In between horses is Scotland and the early trailer, Baby Yoda. Dylan Davis switches right to the center of the racetrack as they move up the backstretch, and Dean Delivers is the leader. It's Dean Delivers who's in front, is up by 3/4 of a length. Mufasa is fully in pursuit as they went 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile here in the Vosburg, and Dean Delivers is only up by a half length. It's a snug hold on Mufasa, who gets a touch closer now with 4 furlongs left to travel. At the rail there is 7's11 is holding that rail position with Scotland, who's now progressing for Junior Alvarado. Has taken third, is fully in pursuit, is still in hand as they're well into the far turn now. Baby Yoda starts to launch a rally from the back, and Lord Miles is the trailer. 46.47 for the half-mile time. Dean Delivers is still there. Mufasa has not been asked yet as they reach the top of the stretch, and now Mufasa gets the cue. It's Mufasa. Dean Delivers down towards the inside, and Scotland is running on. Baby Yoda with a lot of ground to make up. A final furlong left to go, and Mufasa is just sprinting clear. It's Mufasa now up by 3. Inside the final 16th, Mufasa is going to win the Vosburg impressively and punches ticket to the Breeders' Cup. Mufasa wins it over Scotland, then came Dean Delivers and Baby Yoda in 1 minute 22.51 seconds.
Mufasa shows that he is the goods off the back of that big victory last time out, and now picks up this win dominant in the Grade 3 Vosburg.
Well, I got to tell you, I'm kind of excited that Mufasa won. I'm hoping that he goes on to win the Breeders' Cup and wins a couple more and then becomes a stallion. And then we can look forward to some little Simbas running around.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Ooh, man, that was a good setup.
That was
I like
Richie
the way
right
you
there.
got that.
That was Richie right there.
That was really good. I tell you, he showed that race at Colonial was for real. He was always traveling sweetly under Irad Ortiz Jr., and Ignacio Correas is such a good horseman, and this Chilean bred, he dominated. He was best.
He did in a division that doesn't have like a real standout like they have in the past, right? With Elite Power, who was obviously a huge standout for the last couple of years. The boys sprint division doesn't have something that's going to scare a bunch of horses away. And in a situation like this with Mufasa coming here and running extremely well, third time in this country, he looks like he might be the real deal.
Yeah, and I mean, hopefully we do see Mufasa go on and win the Breeders' Cup, and we can look forward to the Vosburg being a listed stake next year.
Mufasa with the win. Some bets from Irad Ortiz. 8-5 shot Delivers, holding off Scotland. 6-2, 4-3 in the Vosburg. And Richie, this horse, Mufasa, Chilean bred, started off in his native Chile with a very strong record, very consistent overall. Southern Hemisphere horses, that they're born a different time of year, so sometimes it does take them a little time to adapt here in America.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, he's a 5-year-old, but he didn't technically turn 5 until the fall of this year, right? So, you know, our fall is their spring. Our winter is their summer. So their breeding season is backwards. And he probably was a little bit immature for his age, and now he's a fully developed horse. And he's 4 for 4 at the 7 furlong distance.
Loves the distance, back-to-back victories here in the States. Mufasa picking up his first stateside graded stakes win in a pretty dominant fashion as well. We saw him traveling just handily throughout, and will be fun to get a chance to follow him moving on to the Breeders' Cup as Nacho Correas will look for another Breeders' Cup victory. And I think you brought up a really interesting point, Jonathan, the fact that this division really doesn't have a superstar. It's open for somebody to take a step forward at this stage.
Absolutely. I mean, it just, we know we were fortunate enough the last couple of years to have the Gunnites of the world and obviously the Elite Powers who went on to win back-to-back. We just don't really have that this year. So it's going to be interesting to see. Millikan ran extremely well. We'll see what happens with him moving forward and see where the domestic product ends up. But there's a couple of other interesting horses. But right now from the older horse division, based on what I just saw visually and what he's done, what he ran, the figure he ran at Colonial, Mufasa's right there in the mix.
Huge effort from Mufasa, taking the Vosburgh. Big victory here, and his ticket is punched onto the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Take a quick time out, bring you prices, reactions, and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness race after race after race. You have to be here to witness unforgettable and to believe the unbelievable. This November, be at Del Mar for an experience that's truly a breed apart.
Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galibrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here.
Poppy Flower with the momentum.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. Download the app today. You can bet anywhere, even in Penn Station. Are you trying to catch a train?
Hey, they got a good sandwich spot in there I always go to. I can't
Since
remember
they
what it's called.
redid the Moynihan Station, it was really nice.
I could hang out in there.
Me too.
I like it.
Good coffee spot in there too.
Ranger season starting right into Penn from UBS Arena
Yeah.
Station.
Yeah.
And then there's an express back 10:04. Get back to Belmont Park at 10:20.
I think you thought this out a bit.
Oh yeah.
Mufasa winning the Vosburgh. Back-to-back victories here stateside and picking up his first U.S. graded stakes win, $5.20 winner, the Chilean-bred Mufasa. A lovely moving horse, Richie, who really extended himself nicely.
I love the way he ran down through the wire, really reaching out. Sometimes horses win by open lengths, but their stride's deteriorating. Mufasa ran through the finish, impeccable movement.
Ridden to victory by Irad Ortiz Jr., who's standing by with Maggie.
So we've come up with a theory here with these silks. Remember when Rafiki draws Simba with the dirt on the tree? That looks like Simba on the silks. Mufasa, though, he was great today, I read.
Yeah, I mean, he do everything so good, broke good. Everything came out the way we planned. Nacho told me, I don't want him to see him on the lead. Look like you have some speed inside, and will be perfect if he can sit second and see what happened after that. And he responded really well every step of the way.
What I love about this horse, he feels like he has gears that he works through in the stretch. And when you shake him up, there's something else there.
To be honest, he gave it to me, and then in the end, he was like kind of like wait a little bit, I feel like. I mean, on the gallop out, he feel a horse inside and outside of him, and he jump again on the bit. He jump on the bridle, so it feels good. I feel like he still have something on the tank, so that's pretty nice.
Yeah, hopefully the Breeders' Cup Sprint is on the cards for him. But you and your brother, Jose, are no stranger to riding Nacho's horses. He does so well with importing these South Americans.
Yeah, he does. He's a great horseman, a great trainer. He always do a great job. Thanks, Nacho, for letting me ride this horse. I don't ride for him in a long time, but, I mean, he gave me the opportunity on this one, and he's a different kind of horse. He's a nice horse, so thank Nacho and all the owners.
Well done, you. Congratulations here.
Thank you.
All right, Rod Ortiz Jr. and Mufasa. I can't get over it. He's like my new favorite horse at the moment. Acacia.
Maggie, we're right there with you. Richie said we did a little too much Lion King. I think it's never enough, and I agree with Maggie on the silks. But the thing is, the horse is good.
No, absolutely, and look, it's a great film too. The movie is good too, so it's like it makes sense that we're having this much fun with it, doesn't it?
Oh, it's great. I mean, I keep on wanting to go. Come on.
I'm always wondering what they're saying that.
It's going to be a long day, it looks like. We still have several races to go. Race 10 coming up, an allowance race off the turf, and this one should be named for what's going on the set here. Create Trouble for Rob Atras. Manny Franco picking up the mount here to the inside, but the favorite is on the outside. Floki's Flight right now is this race off the turf. Linda Rice, we've talked about, so dangerous with those main track only runners. But Manny Franco, as mentioned, picking up the mount on the one. Create Trouble. And for jockey Manny Franco, athletics, strength, these are the credentials that he brings into his riding style. All of the work that he has put in, plus his incredible athletic build and his given talents coming in, provide for him to have a successful career on the racetrack. But he's still looking for some of the big ones to add to his resume.
Jockey Manny Franco has been no stranger to the winner's circle in his career. Even with over 2,000 wins, including multiple Grade 1s, he continues to stay motivated to be the very best in the game.
I'm hungry. I want to win races. That's what I'm here for.
Family has always been a driving force for Franco. From his first trip to the track, to jockey school, and coming to the United States, Manny's bond with his father has been a key component to his success.
I was about 14 years old. My dad took me to the track every Sunday in Puerto Rico. Saw those animals running, and I just fall in love with the sport.
Throughout his career, Franco has found support from fellow Puerto Rican riders Arad and Jose Ortiz, as well as Hall of Famer John Velasquez.
Coming from Puerto Rico, coming from the same school, you have to be very proud, you know. And although we compete with one another, but you have to be proud to what they've done and to have the talent. There's no doubt that Manny has the talent to be a top rider in the whole country.
It is going to be a photo finish, and I think it was Discreet Lover.
Schering takes the lead. Late move from Dye. Back to third is Sweet Melania. Schering and Manny Franco have won.
And he's gonna do it, Manny Franco, in the Grade 1 Joe Hurst Turf Classic. But it is Tiz the Law, and the New York bred is gonna win New York's Belmont Stakes, the first leg of the 2020 Triple Crown. Here he is, Saratoga's hometown hero, Tiz the Law.
With all his accolades, Manny is still missing that one win all jockeys want the most.
Man, I want to win the Kentucky Derby so bad, man. That's the dream for any jockey, the Kentucky Derby.
For jockey Manny Franco, as Hispanic Heritage Month continues, getting a chance to learn a little bit more about his story. And Jonathan, I know you got to sit down with him, Cart Talk, this summer at Saratoga, which was a lot of fun. And I know he's still looking for some of those big ones, but for those of us that get to follow him year-round, we kind of already feel like he's up to that level.
Yeah, I mean, I think Manny is an outstanding rider, and it's, I think, in a colony in which there's so many of those. Sometimes guys like Manny can seem as if they're not doing what Irad and Flavien are doing every other week. weekend. But I think Manny does an outstanding job. I think he's an outstanding rider, and I think that his home country of Puerto Rico has to be extremely proud of what they've sent this country in terms of riders with Angel Cordero, with Johnny, with Irad, with Jose, with Manny, with Eric Cancel, and the list goes on.
Yeah, I mean, the school there just does remarkable work. They send out a finished, polished product, and it's been fun to watch them as they develop and mature. So Manny is just such a good athlete. I mean, he wanted to be a baseball player, right? But he wound up being a jockey, and it's hard for a lot of people to look at a smaller than average person, man or woman, and go, that's an elite athlete. Trust me, these are elite athletes. There's no season. They show up every day, and it's a performance-based endeavor. If you don't win, you don't make money, and there's a lot of pressure. It's dangerous, and they handle it, and they handle it consistently. I enjoy watching Manny ride. I like strong finishes. He's one of the stronger finishers we have.
Absolutely is. He will get a horse to get there at the wire, especially when you need him. He'll be aboard, create trouble in this upcoming 10th race. Manny Franco will. As we take a look at the field for the Pilgrim coming up, Manny will have the ride on one of the Chad Brown runners, early adopter. The Pilgrim will be race 11. JK, before you leave us, hit us with a winner for the Pilgrim.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not trying to beat Zulu Kingdom, but I do like the one Noble Confessor. He's one of those horses that had a lot of buzz around him up at Saratoga, but he kind of disappointed on the dirt. Sometimes a surface change for a buzzy type of horse can kind of get him to wake up. So at 6-1 on the morning line, he'll probably be a little shorter than that. I'll go with Noble Confessor.
Getting onto the turf for the first time in the Pilgrim is race 11. Jonathan is saying farewell. Going to go watch some college football?
Yeah, hook 'em horns.
Great to see you here today. Richie Migliore and I sticking around along with Maggie. So stay with us on America's Day at the Races. Race 10 coming up next, and then that Pilgrim with the 2-year-old stars after that, including Concord Green, who maybe is still figuring things out, but was a nice winner at First Asking for Shug McGahee, and maybe has a bright future ahead.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale. Offering a catalog of quality yearlings from the most racing-rich region of the country. A potent source of talent. Recent top grads include graded stakes winners I'm Very Busy, Leave No Trace, Nisi Marie, and Post Time. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Tuesday, October 1st in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Hello and welcome back to America's Day at the Races as coverage continues here from Belmont at the Big A, as we do have horses here in the paddock for an off-the-turf event. It is the 10th race, but there are some wild cards in here. Horses coming in as new acquisitions for their teams, including number 11, Wonderful Justice, a horse picked up by Joe Sharp and Jordan Wyckoff at the Horses of Racing Age sale. Fasig-Tipton won, and this is a horse that Brad Cox and former connections never saw fit to put on the main track, which with the pedigree, you would think, oh, okay, that makes sense because he is a Justify, could go either way. Damn, she was unraced, and there's only been one other sibling, and it was all turf. But then do a little bit more digging, and you look at this horse's second generational pedigree. The second Dam Rebidal Dreams, she was a stakes winner going long on the dirt. She is a full sister to Carpe Diem and a half sister to Farrell. I can't remember how you were supposed to say that, but both of those horses, greatest stakes winners, multiple greatest stakes winners, going long on the dirt. Problem is looking at Wonderful Justice. He looks really turf meant. He has very slack pattern, very, dish-like foot to him. He looks sensational here. It looks as though he's thriving right now, and I don't blame Connections for taking a shot, given that second generational pedigree. I mean, he's so well muscled. He really wins the best turned out horse here in the paddock. It's just, I wish he was a touch more convincing looking at him physically. Rob Atras will bookend the field here with horses that he has just picked up. Number 1, Create Trouble. It was via the sale. This Create Trouble was an $870,000 two-year-old purchase for former Connections. They picked him up for $150, and Brittany Russell kind of got this guy on track by winning an off-the-turf event at Colonial and then wiring a field on the turf. He, though, doesn't look strictly turf meant, so I'm okay with them keeping him here on the dirt, and he's run some good races, obviously. At least you have that form to lean into. He looks good here overall, looks very strong in his hindquarters too, and I do like this one-turn mile for him. As we'll also take a look at Rob's other horse, one that I'm a little bit more familiar with in the 16 that he claimed out of his last race, OP Firecracker. He got a great trip that day by Jose Ortiz, just saving every inch of ground. Running Ray was best that day, had that back class to go on, but I'm fairly familiar with OP Firecracker, having spent some time at Oaklawn Park through the winters. This is the best this horse has ever appeared prior to a start. His weight, his coat, he's striding out really well. Maybe as he is one of 2 MTOs in here, he'll appreciate the going that he gets today. Acacia?
Some good notes about OP Firecracker. Maggie, thank you. We'll start off, though, with Rob Atras's other runner, the one Create Trouble, Richie.
Franco picks this one up as Kendrick Carmouche rides the main track only for Rob.
Here's the 2, Assume Nothing.
Yeah, comes off a win at Colonial. We just saw Mufasa get it done coming out of Colonial.
Next, with all those scratches, we go out to the 10, Magical Ways.
Yeah, it just feels like this horse would be much happier if this race had stayed on the turf.
11, Wonderful Justice, has actually never run on the main track.
Yeah, the son of the Triple Crown winning Justify. Be interesting to see how he takes to it.
Floki's Flight for Linda Rice, the favorite.
I'm usually trying to find a reason to pick against favorites, and I just don't see it with Floki's Light, and you get Irad Ortiz Jr.
Is the one to beat. And the 16, OP Firecracker, got some good notes in the paddock from Maggie.
Yeah, and gets a good outside draw, gets into the race the right way, and this horse does have proven form on dirt and has run well on a wet surface as well.
You can join Naira Bets today and play all the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. As far as the 15 Floki's Flight does go, we saw Linda Rice winning earlier on the card with a main track only. That went a 2-year-old first-time starter. This horse, Floki's Flight, with plenty of good dirt form. And the thing about main track only runners, Richie, is that they, unlike the others in this field, are entered wanting to run on the dirt.
You know, and it's one of the many things that Linda Rice does so well and makes her so successful. You know, she is on top of it. And she goes, well, we got some weather coming in. let me get my main track only horses entered and ready. And they're just very well placed. So not only does she prepare horses extremely well, she manages them extremely well for Steve Sigler here and Winning Move Stable.
For more on the favorite, let's go back to Maggie.
He can win. I think he ran very well in the context of his last start. Sorry, this weather is just wreaking havoc on my hair. But he looked better up at Saratoga for whatever reason. Now, he does look better out on the racetrack than what he did in the paddock. You know, up close, I just thought that his coat was kind of going the wrong way. He's moving beautifully over the track, though, so there's no denying the fact that he heads into here in fine form. He's a horse that can handle a wet track, and you can tell that by the way he's traveling over it in the warm-up. But I just thought enough for me to lean and look elsewhere, as I will land on OP Firecracker. But another horse that caught my eye during the warm-ups is number 2 in here, Assume Nothing. He's a horse that I think Connections actually might be happier that this race has come off. I don't know. I don't want to speak for them, but go 2 back. Ran a 90 behind General Partner, who was cranked up and ready to rock and roll in that comeback race up on Belmont Stakes Racing Festival weekend at Saratoga. This horse looks fantastic, coming off a little bit of a freshening here for Horacio De Paz, who I think throughout the summer his horses have been running incredibly well. His weight looks better, and like I said, just framed himself up beautifully and traveled nicely over this racetrack. So I feel like, Acacia, I could be totally wrong, that there's some more ways to go than just landing on 3-2 for Floki's Flight.
It's an intriguing race, Maggie, as I think bringing up some really interesting points with Assume Nothing, who, as she said, I mean, only has a couple of turf starts, the lone turf try back in May that you see on the recent past performances. Nothing overly inspiring, while the recent dirt races have been good.
Yeah, and comes off of a win on an off racetrack at Colonial. I think it's an interesting alternative for sure. You know, sometimes it just boils down for me, like when I'm looking at a race, and I've looked at this race too long, honestly. Who would I want to ride? If I was in the jockey's room and I could pick one mount in this particular race, and it would be the favorite. Now, I do think the 16 is quite interesting, especially getting the high marks for Maggie from a physical perspective and that good outside draw. And listen, this horse comes from a good barn, was in Steve Eswason's barn for 2 races, and goes to a good barn. But sometimes that change of scenery just kind of perks a horse up a little bit.
Coming here to New York as well, 5-1 on the outside on the other main track only runner, OP Firecracker, that does stay in this field. Favorite continues to be Floki's Flight, though. As far as the 11, Wonderful Justice, he is intriguing as he's never been on the main track. And so staying in here, there's a big question as to if he's going to handle the surface, what he will do. But I think at the end of the day, and I think it's an interesting move because it is first time for the barn, they're probably going to learn a lot about this horse no matter what.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair statement. You know, it's leaving Brad Cox's barn. Mm-hmm. And he never ran this horse on the dirt. And that just, you know, gets me thinking, if Brad Cox didn't think it was something that this horse wanted to do, I think I have some confidence in what Brad's thinking. Now, I don't blame Joe Sharp for giving this a try at all. I mean, he's entered. He's probably doing well. Okay, here's the situation. Let's find out today. It just concerns me that Brad Cox never felt compelled to do that.
The number 1, Create Trouble, the other Rob Atras runner in here, won his last 2 races, one on the turf and one in an off-the-turf race. Broke his maiden on a sealed sloppy track at Colonial 2 starts back.
Another horse winning at Colonial. You know, if this horse was drawn more outside, I mean, he is the second choice, right? I would like him infinitely more. I just think the rail draw kind of forces his hand maybe a bit too much.
How do you anticipate the pace playing out here?
Well, usually paces are a little bit more legitimate and off-going because everybody is aware of the fact that they don't want their horses to be put in a position where they're getting too much kickback, they're getting discouraged. So everybody kind of tends to come out looking for position more than they might when the conditions are a little bit drier or a little bit more pleasant.
Manny Franco breaking from the rail with Create Trouble, does have natural speed, probably will have to hustle out from there. As Richie mentioned, the number 15 Floki's Flight has some speed as well, does come in off a second place finish when dropping in class last time out, has a little bit of backlash to go to as well, some fast races overall, and it kind of makes sense in here, but unfortunately you're going to have to take the worst of it with the price. You've got the combination of a Linda Rice main track only and the presence of Gerardo Ortiz.
Yeah, I mean, they're always going to garner attention. If they had Francis the Mule in the starting gate, they're going to garner attention. And this is a horse with legitimate form.
Hey, don't say anything about Francis now.
Well, I say it with all love and respect. I mean, just, the fact of the matter is, though, it doesn't really matter. The connections are going to garner attention. And this is a horse that has legitimate form to back up the attention it's going to get.
Floki's Flight 3-2 now, a very short price favorite. Condensed field off the turf here in the 10th. You mentioned, Richie, I think something interesting in these off the turf races, riders being cognizant of kickback, of the way the wet track is playing, and we have seen much more of a fair track today with that weather than the inside speed that we've kind of seen over the last couple of days. But what are some of the things that you keep in mind as a rider? Because sometimes coming from off of it, you can't avoid, but obviously I would imagine staying in the clear can be a benefit.
Yeah, and we saw a horse earlier in the day slip up the rail and win. Nice ride from Ricardo Santana. Most of the time, even if the track is fair and even, horses aren't going to run through that kickback because it comes back much more intense when it's wet. So you're looking for that spot where you're going to put your horse in a position where it's not going to throw their rhythm off, right? Horses get to climbing from that kickback. Now, a horse is naturally fitted with almost like a windshield wiper, right? They have a membrane that they can kind of clear their eye, but it is still something that some horses don't handle very well, particularly in these kind of conditions. I actually just had a memory. I had a dream the other night that I was riding on a sloppy track and I got to the gate and my valet only put 2 goggles on.
Oh, no.
And I was actually really, really worried and I woke up.
Sounds like a nightmare. There goes Gerardo Ortiz. I think he has more than 2 goggles on, ready for this wet track coming up here. Race 10 off the turf, Belmont at the Big A. Here's Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Broken in very even line. To the outside, Floki's Flight has early speed. Also there is Wonderful Justice in between horses, and towards the inside is going to be Assume Nothing. That's the leading trio. Just off of them will be Create Trouble, who's moved towards the center of the racetrack, is going to watch the action from 4th. It's in front of Magical Ways, who's in 5th, and the trailer at the back end of the field is OP Firecracker. It's a 2-way battle for the front. Floki's Flight well out in the far outside there, and the center of the racetrack is a neck in front, 23-3 for the opening quarter mile. Now they get closer to the rail as Wonderful Justice is right there from 2nd. Down towards the inside is Assume Nothing. It's just lost a spot as Create Trouble has moved forward, and Create Trouble is now taken a lone 3rd. Magical Ways wants to go as well, and the trailer OP Firecracker. They approach, a half-mile left to go, and they're still chasing Floki's Flight. Floki's Flight has 4 furlongs left to travel and went 47-4 for the half-mile time is in hand. Floki's Flight doing it easily. Here comes the run from Create Trouble, is ranging up to the outside, is now within ahead of the leader. OP Firecracker is going to launch a 3-wide run. Magical Ways is in between horses. All in is Wonderful Justice, and losing ground there at the back, Assume Nothing. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go, and they haven't got to Floki's Flight yet. And Floki's Flight now kicks away. It's Floki's Flight trying to run away from him right now. Magical Ways has some clear running room, is now in full pursuit. Same can be said for Create Trouble. From the back, OP Firecracker trying to launch a rally, but Floki's Flight is 4 lengths in front. Floki's Flight has a 16th left to go, is well clear. It's Floki's Flight to get the victory. Magical Ways is going to run 2nd, then Wonderful Justice up for 3rd. Then a photo between Create Trouble and an oncoming Assume Nothing in 1 minute 36.35 seconds.
Gerardo Ortiz didn't have to use all those goggles. Floki's Flight, he was up close and just dominant in this spot. Richie getting the victory as a main track only runner.
Yeah, I mean, good outside draw, and he got into the race the right way, and he was always traveling. And when they went a half in 47 and a little bit, it was basically over, and he was asked a little bit. And, it's interesting, something that Jonathan has identified. When he turned for home and you see Irad giving the horse a little taps down the shoulder just to keep their attention, he has a lot of horse. And he kicked on. He won as much the best. And how about a nice effort from the 10 horse here, Magical Ways, to come up second best.
That's right. Magical Way is picking up second place finish. Magical Way's at 8-1, but 7-5 favorite. Floki's Flight with the victory here in race 10 off the turf. We've had a couple of off the turf races. Linda Rice has won 2 off the turf races with main track only runners.
And again, you know, to be a successful horse trainer and do as well as Linda Rice, you have to be the complete package, right? So not only do you have to be a good horse person, have your horses well prepared, but you got to place them properly. And that's something that she does so well in identifying, hey, we've got some weather coming in. All right, who can I enter main track only and take advantage of these situations?
15, 10, 11, 1. Floki's Flight, the favorite with the victory. Another for Irado Ortiz on this Saturday afternoon. Bring you prices and more in a moment. We'll also look back on one of the other graded stakes that took place earlier today. Farbridge does it again, a little bit of a different style, but back-to-back Grade 1 victories for the son of English Channel, holding off the tough mare Warlike Goddess in the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic.
75, $774,000, 775, want to be 60, that help you 60, 75, 760, 60, 75, and now 85, 785, 85, 85, 800, $800,000 package surge, gotta be 8, now 25, 825,000, 50, $850,000 on 50, 850, 75, out on $860,000 and a half, $850,000 in the back of Woodrow, thank you.
And my friend, it will be Dornick to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Get back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharoah. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
The 2024 Global Symposium on Racing, celebrating 50 years of being the premier networking event of the year. 50 years of connecting the who's who of racing and collaborating face-to-face with key decision makers. Discover the latest technology and innovation while being a part of the international conversation. Join us December 9th through 11th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Just want to remind everybody that you can get the inside track on handicapping with Naira Bets Track Stats. They have all the answers over there for stats on tracks across the country. Be sure to visit NairaBets.com. Today, Floki's Flight in race number 10, relishing the off-going. Entered for the main track, gets to do exactly that and picks up another one for Linda Rice.
Just look the winner every step of the way. Those are those rocking chair rides that as a rider you so appreciate, because there's so many races that you have to put so much into it, but when one is carrying you, taking you into the race properly, it's a pleasure.
Absolutely. A nice, comfortable ride for Irado Ortiz, as this one was first off the claim for Linda Rice, had some good dirt races to go back to, entered in the right spot, and always seem to be traveling comfortably as well. You know, I love when you do the goggle demonstration on days like this for jockeys. When you have a horse that kind of puts you in that forward position, it has to be nice too, because you don't need to use all your goggles.
Yeah, you know, not fumbling around trying to make sure your vision is good. Every once in a while you'll have to just lift them a little, get some air underneath, because they might fog up a little in the gate, but Floki's Flight was much the best under Irado Ortiz. And sometimes, you know, we're so focused on winners, we lose sight of some of the really good rides. That was a tremendous ride from Romero Mirage to get second. Saved all the ground and gave his horse every opportunity, which we see him do on a consistent basis.
Saw him with a big price winner the other day. Floki's Flight, though, a short price in the sequence for that late pick 5 follow along Linda Rice with 2, Nina Kay, Big Price, Floki's Flight as the favorite, as we have stakes action coming up next in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, the Grade 2 Pilgrim, coming up, brought to you by Spendthrift, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. And the Pilgrim, part of that Breeders' Cup Challenge Series, when you're in onto the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. And taking a look at the fields here right now, no surprise, it is Zulu Kingdom, who is a short price at 6-5. He's undefeated as of yet, having won the With Anticipation last time out.
Under a sensational ride by Flavien Prat last time. And what makes him doubly tough here as well, too, is that he had the one start in France where he caught soft ground. And soft ground there is considerably softer than what we consider here. They ran 7 furlongs in 132. So that gives you an idea that it was probably pretty bottomless ground. So when you get a horse that's versatile, can handle firm ground, off ground, get a day like this, you have more confidence that they're going to show up and perform.
The boys in the spotlight with the Pilgrim coming up. Tomorrow we'll have a chance for the 2-year-old fillies in the Grade 2 Miss Grillo. Will go as race 8 on Sunday's card for the young fillies. And we'll take a look at Virgin Colada for Chad Brown. She won first time out, coming from off the pace. Up a little bit into the race earlier in the PG Johnson last time out. She finished second to Totally Justified, who had that monster turf pedigree.
Yeah, monster turf pedigree, and just kept finding, right? Kind of that grinding style, not a big turn of foot. Big Scopy filly, the winner, but another nice effort from Virgin Colada, who showed, turn of foot, right? She came with a finish, and she gets a good inside draw, and you got Flavien Prat staying put here.
The dam of Virgin Colada, the sister to multiple Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy. I thought this very funny name for Virgin Colada. Give her the pedigree.
I really like clever names, and obviously there was a lot of thought process that went into this name.
By More Than Ready out of Episcopal. So kind of fun for that name for Virgin Colada. She'll look for her first stakes victory. Shifty, though, for Mark Casse, making her first start on the NYRA circuit. Felt like all summer in Saratoga, Mark Casse was winning with 2-year-old first-time starters. This was not one of them, as she only ran her 2 races up at Woodbine. That does include, though, a victory in the Catch of Lips.
Yeah, I'm going 6.5 furlongs, breaking her maiden in a stake. So they liked enough what they saw in the first start to go ahead and put her right in stakes company. She got to control things on the lead. Now she stretches out, and she's going to catch softer ground. I mean, it was good. It was labeled good, but the finishing time would lead you to believe it was a little firmer than good.
There she is, as she will also stretch out in distance for the first time. Shifty, that 2-year-old filly by Medaglia d'Oro. See what she can do, getting a little bit more ground, but all lightly raced. You may notice, though, that the high earner in the field is the undefeated Mayday Ready. Over $643,000 in the bank as she won that expensive juvenile fillies race at Kentucky Downs last time out, Maggie.
It's like she snuck away from New York and stole that purse. A big one at that Acacia, and already doubling, actually nearly doubling what they paid for her. They paid a lot for this daughter of Tapit, $325,000. And I love the fact that Katie Rich Farms gave her to Jolie. Jolie only has 5 horses in training. He was a former assistant to Kira McLaughlin. He did a lot of work for Godolphin, hence the relationship with Frankie Dettori, who, by all reports, sounds as though he's going to be back in the saddle to ride this filly tomorrow, only 10 days before he dislocated his shoulder. So they've been a formidable team. And Acacia, I remember her debut up at Saratoga, liking her for the fact that she seemed highly intelligent and very professional in the preliminaries, but just kind of a raw looking physical, and felt that she needed to develop a bit more. But the fact that she's already gone out there and won 2 races, I think speaks to her ability. So looking forward to seeing her if she can remain undefeated in tomorrow's Miss Grillo.
She's definitely an intriguing prospect in there, and a fun story as well, as Maggie mentioned, for trainer Jolie, who does not have as many opportunities in big races like this, or in big money races like the one that she won last time out.
Yeah, I mean, a huge pot. And I always find it interesting, too, right, that you have the human connections. Obviously, Jolie, knowing Frankie from the days with Godolphin and Kieran. But Frankie also rode this horse's dam and won races on her in Europe. So I love those connections and when they all kind of come together. And one thing about Jolie, when you meet him, he'll call you Cowboy. I figured it out. He can't remember people's names, so everybody's Cowboy. Calls me Cowboy. I've only known him 30 years.
Yeah, you look like a cowboy.
Oh, sure.
So
the
we
Brooklyn
wish,
Cowboy, yeah.
We wish Joe all the best with Mayday Ready coming out tomorrow. That Miss Grillo part of the road from the Big A to the Breeders' Cup. We already saw Mufasa winning the Fosberg. Still to come, the Pilgrim today, the Miss Grillo tomorrow, and next week. A really big weekend, Richie, as well, for the 2-year-olds with the Futurity into the Juvenile Turf Sprint, but especially that Champagne and Frazette, kind of where champions are made onto the Breeders' Cup in those races.
Yeah, years ago, before the advent of the Breeders' Cup, those were the championship-defining races, the Champagne, the Frazette. And in a game where we're always focused on today, we're focused on the moment, we're always looking to the future. And I love when you see these 2-year races and kind of going to bear out who from the East Coast is going to be the horses that are going to be competitive come Breeders' Cup time.
Last year, in the races not won by European runners in the Breeders' Cup, all the other starters had made starts in New York, prepping here on the East Coast. Those New York horses doing really well out in California. Wondering if that will be the case again this year.
It'll be interesting. I think we have a lot of depth in both our fillies and our colts. And, you know, obviously they're young horses and they're changing constantly. You know, we're talking about, you know, high schoolers, right? That the best athlete starting high school, not always the best athlete coming out of high school, and they change a great deal during this period of time.
They certainly do, and as far as that road to the Breeders' Cup is concerned, we take one step closer with the Pilgrim. Coming up next, there's the undefeated Zulu Kingdom in the paddock, winner of the With Anticipation last time out. We know that he can handle turf with some cut in it. The Pilgrim coming up next on America's Day at the Races.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Three-quarters went in 1:15, and they have Fire at Will to catch, and Fire at Will has built a 3.5 length lead. On the outside it is Public Sector, and down on the inside it is Shorty. Fire at Will in front, with 100 yards to the finish, trying to hold off Public Sector, and he's going to do it. Fire at Will. Post the upset in the Pilgrim.
Out of door 2, Lake Lead. Fire at Will moves up on the outside. Gretzky the Great is in third. Cadillac fourth. Battleground is fifth on the outside. Fire at Will puts ahead in front from out of door in second. Battleground, then Cadillac to the inside. Fire at Will to the front and drawing clear for Ricardo Santana Jr. in the Juvenile Turf.
Fire at Will, the last one to do the Pilgrim Juvenile Turf double, pulling a monster upset. He was a huge price winning the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf in 2020.
Yeah, boy, look at the finish here, though, right? Under hard riding Ricardo Santana, who's a bit pumped up.
Absolutely. Fire at Will, actually now standing in New York at Sequel Stallions.
A lot of good stallions in the state of New York right now, and you get an advantage with New York breds, right? You're about 1,000 New York bred foals a year, and you can get a horse that's maiden broke, win a condition, and then still have that condition to go back to against open company. Really develop a horse.
We'll see if one of the horses from the Pilgrim this year can go on to the Breeders' Cup. There's a look at your current favorite, Zulu Kingdom. 6-5 right now. He's undefeated, winning the With Anticipation last time out. You know, it's funny, Richie, I mentioned this earlier. I remember interviewing Chad Brown earlier on in the day after he'd won a different race, and he said that this is a very curious horse. That he's kind of looking around. He's maybe not the most mentally focused. For a young horse to come up the rail like this, it does show some tenacity.
Well, a lot of courage and a turn of foot to be able to make the gaps when they present themselves. And sometimes a horse that will tend to maybe look around a bit, best place to be is down in there because it keeps their focus, their attention. They keep going forward. Now, you lose Flavien Prat here and you get Joel Rosario, and it'll just be interesting to see what kind of trip Joel gives this horse.
With the way he ran last time, maybe Joel gives the same kind of ride he did to Farbridge earlier on today, coming down to the inside with the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic.
Yeah, and Farbridge, you know, encountered trouble, kind of got blind switch behind a stopping leader, and still had the ability to quicken up and get through inside and get up.
Well, there is one of the most intriguing runners in this field, Noble Confessor, trying the turf for the first time. Maggie, what do you think of his chances getting onto the grass?
Well, he definitely has some pedigree to back him up, and as Jonathan said before he left us here on the show, he's a horse that had some buzz surrounding him. I remember trying to do a 2-year-old report with Todd, and all he said was, I've got one I like, and it's out of the dam sweeter than wine. Here we are. He's still a maiden. But a lot of times, you know, these horses that work well in the morning, sometimes a change of surface is necessary. And if you go back a generation, the Dam, while she won turf sprinting, she is a half-sister to Sweet Melania, graded stakes winner on the turf, and Sweet Rebecca, stakes winner on the turf. I'll be honest, though, it's not like he's screaming turf at me physically. And a Quality Rogue can kind of do anything, but he's very upright in his pasterns. He doesn't have that proverbial turf look, very straight hind leg to him as well. But in his defense, in his races, he's kind of been running like a turf horse, kind of gets there, is close up, and then once pressure is applied, once that bit comes out of his mouth a bit, he flounders. So we'll see what he does, as he'll likely be forwardly placed in here as number 2, Flying Mohawk for Whit Beckman. He went from Saratoga to Kentucky Downs and actually ran very well, I thought. He sat behind the pace setters, kind of in a scrum behind the early leaders, tipped out in the stretch while the winner got a dream trip up the rail, and he fought tenaciously down to the wire with the blinkers going on for the first time. They're just a short cup cheater blinker. He's a little bit of a smaller horse, but really well balanced, very athletic looking, handling himself beautifully here in the Aqueduct paddock. Superb coat to him. And if you look at numbers, I know that Zulu Kingdom, your favorite in here, ran an 80. He ran a 75. Other metrics, like I look at the rags, they have them actually running the same number last time, but always take the 2-year-old pace figures with a grain of salt. And then we'll jump to the other Chad Brown horse. That's number 8 in here, Early Adopter. He's one that I wasn't the biggest fan of first time out, because he did everything wrong. He was bad to get the tack on. He dropped Manny when they hit the track. He looked a bit soft, not that fit looking. He had some skin disease. And in the race, things didn't go very well for him either. He was wide the whole way. The horse that ran second, Authentic Gallop, set the pace, and he went and got him. Despite Manny dropping his crop, Manny actually kind of using his hands to get this horse up, and he still won. Today, he's so much more quiet. He's a lot more fit. I still think there's some developing to do physically, but at least he's taken his first race in stride, Acacia.
That's good news for early adopter, and we'll see if he can improve on the racetrack at second asking. Maggie, thank you. Here's what's at stake. For the Pilgrim, automatic entry into the Grade 1, $1 million Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf on November 1st at Del Mar. Your entry fees paid by the Breeders' Cup, travel allowance for horses stabled outside of California, which would be all of these in the Pilgrim here, and a huge opportunity to win a Breeders' Cup race, which sometimes, as we've discussed, these 2-year-old Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf races, kind of the most winnable Breeders' Cup races. Starting off the post parade, though, Richie, with the one Noble Confessor, first time on the turf.
Yeah, out of a turf mare who's, by Noble Mission. And this horse, I like the turf work. You know that Todd Pletcher has a reference point.
Flying Mohawk still looking to break his maiden.
Yeah, Maggie gave his horse good marks. Ran well, improved in the second start.
Without caution, needs to break better today.
Yeah, didn't get off very well last time and ran into a tough group with Zulu Kingdom.
Zulu Kingdom, there he is, undefeated, and now your favorite.
I think a very deserving favorite. What kind of trip is he going to get?
Concord Green won nicely at first asking.
Out of a mare that's a producer, 5 foals to race, 4 winners, and a stakes winner as well.
Including Scarlet Sky in that family. Here's Smooth Breeze, also winner first time out.
Yeah, against New York breds, now steps up in company.
Fully Authorized, whose turf debut was a winning one.
And I think plays out to be the speed here. Could control things up front.
And Early Adopter, so far so good for how he's acting.
Yeah, it looks like he's acting extremely well right now, and he certainly has a pedigree that would suggest given the ground would not be an issue.
By Lope de Vega. As you can join Naira Bets today and play all the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. An intriguing group in the Pilgrim coming up, Yielding Turf Course. This race to be run on just this in the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, run on the grass today with that wet weather. But there is a look at the number 8 Early Adopter for a horse that is quirky and maybe a bit green first time out from a rider's perspective. Has to be a big benefit knowing what to expect. Even Manny Franco lost his crop in the stretch.
Yeah, he lost his crop, and this horse, finished well. Also, we talk about it quite often, the difference in the atmosphere from Saratoga to the Belmont at the Big A meeting, right? Aqueduct here, it's a lot more sedate, quieter. Horses have a tendency to settle in a little bit better. Now, sometimes we make a lot out of a rider losing the crop, and sometimes we don't make anything. This horse was running. I don't think it mattered a little bit. His ears stayed pinned. He stayed focused to the task. You saw Manny changing the reins there, right? That'll incite a horse to continue to go forward. And he just looks like a little shorter, squatter type of a horse that maybe the race could move him quite a bit forward.
The number 5, Concord Green, won at first asking. A lovely pedigree on this one, as we mentioned, by Warfront out of an Arch mare. Have 2 Grade 3 winners, Scarlet Sky. And one that, not the best at the start, but came closing strongly late at a big price. And I think what you can take from that is that oftentimes we don't necessarily expect Shug McGahee usually has more of a patient approach to necessarily have them kind of cranked up winning first time out.
Shug McGahee develops horses. He does everything incrementally. You're not going to see the best of them first time. If they win first time, it points out that they just have a lot of natural ability. Now, this horse didn't break particularly well. I love the way when this horse sifted out to the clear, the way he finished. He's going to be my top selection because I think he's going to take another step forward. I love the pedigree by Claiborne Farm Stallion, Warfront, just a preeminent kind of sire, a generational kind of sire with that deep Stuart Janney pedigree. I just think there's a lot of upside with this horse at a very generous 6-1.
A nice price on the board. Maggie, I know that you really loved this pedigree as well. What's Concord Green showing you today?
that he's even moved forward from that first start. Richie, sorry we're applying a lot of weight to Concord Green today, as he will be my selection 2 here. A horse that was a little bit naughty in the prelims in that debut up at Saratoga, but I thought incredibly professional in the running of the race. Despite not getting away that well, then he handled himself beautifully. And a good ride by Dylan Davis as we continued to see all meet. And over to this meet too, Belmont at Aqueduct. He came in a little bit fired up, but he's even stronger. He's put on more muscle mass from that first start. And as you guys mentioned, he's a half to Scarlet Sky. And I remember interviewing Shug McGaughey after that first race, and I said, does he remind you of his half brother? And he said, well, don't forget Scarlet Sky, he was a Sky Mesa. So he was a little hot and he lacked a little bit more focus. This guy, being a Warfront, is that much more in tune and that much more, kind of amenable to being worked with. So, and as we've said, when they win first time out for Shug, they generally have a lot of talent. I don't know if I'm quite ready to give up on number 3 Without Caution, though the public seems to be, as he's 17-1. He was bad last time. It was a bad start. He kind of buckled down. It was slow to begin, and then he got bumped, and he was out the back in that with anticipation. But then he just really had no answer in the latter half of that race. He is such a good-looking type, though, that it feels like there is some ability, there is some talent in there. And I know that you're kind of forced into these races once you break your maiden, especially as a 2-year-old turf horse. But then again, this is for patient connections that will often, if they feel as though they need to, they'll put a horse away and let them kind of develop a bit more. The fact that they come back with him says to me that he's maybe training very well heading in to this Pilgrim. Guys?
Maggie, thank you. Without Caution, my notes, I just wrote handsome. Such a good-looking individual. He delivered first time out while maybe being still a little bit green. Professional with anticipation, but as Maggie touched on, just didn't fire at all. Do you think it's sometimes a case of a horse that maybe was just really ready to win first time out?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the opposite of what we were talking about with Shug McGaughey, right? You tend to think they're always going to take a step forward, and sometimes horses are so well prepared, which is a credit to their trainer, but where do they go from there? Where is the next step coming from?
He's a generous price, 17-1, as the favorite continues to be Zulu Kingdom at a very short price right now on the board. Another one taking attention is the 2 Chad Brown horses, and then Noble Confessor trying the turf for the first time at 6-1. We talked about the pedigree, but he still does have some questions to answer. I think the biggest question is he not only going to handle the turf, but is he going to improve getting to the turf?
Well, he's going to have to improve, although it's kind of interesting, right? Horses that have run out of the 1-mile Wilson chute on the dirt, there are some horses that have thrown in just some inexplicable bad performances and then come back with big performances. So obviously that's dirt. Now we're a whole other surface. Again, I'll go back to that turf work 2 back in Saratoga, which trainers have that opportunity that stay up there in the fall to work horses on the turf and really get a good gauge, get a good sense of how much they handle it. Todd Pletcher is a Hall of Famer for a reason. I'm certain he liked what he saw for this homebred for Vinny Viola, owner of the Florida Panthers, won the Stanley Cup, nice enough to get the Stanley Cup up in Saratoga. I hope not to see it there again until the New York Rangers win it. That aside, I was very happy for Vinny Viola, and I'm really, really happy that hockey season is right around the corner.
You're excited. I can see it. Couple of long shots we've not touched on, the 6 and 7, just to give a quick mention, because both of them should be forwardly placed. Smooth Breeze wanted a big price. He was incredibly green in the preliminaries, but was game for the victory, and then Fully Authorized, 1-for-1 on the turf, who should be forward as well.
Yeah, I mean, and you look at the race at Monmouth, that was a fairly sharp pace, right? 2-year-olds went 22-4. He was laying second. Took the lead middle of the race, opened up, and kept on. I got to believe that the 7 Fully Authorized will be in front at least past the wire the first time.
He's a big price on the board as they load in for the Pilgrim Grade 2 win, and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. It's our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of today. Time for the Pilgrim. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Fully Authorized. Zulu Kingdom, Early Adopter. $200,000 Grade 2 Pilgrim, part of a Breeders' Cup Challenge. Win and you're in. Early Adopter goes in. All set. And they're off. Stumbling shortly after the break there was Fully Authorized. It's towards the back end of the field. Took a bad stumble there after leaving the gate. The speed is with Noble Confessor right out to the front. We'll get over to the rail here as they are 4 across the course in the early stages. Flying Mohawk will now press on, and Flying Mohawk is the leader, is up by a half length. Might try to cross over and does. Flying Mohawk is the leader, is up by a clear length now. Noble Confessor is towards the inside here of Smooth Breeze. They're second and third. Just behind them, that's Zulu Kingdom tracking from fourth. To the outside of that one comes Early Adopter, who's right there in fifth. Behind them is Without Caution towards the back end of the field. Second to last is Concord Green, and after the start, the trailer, Fully Authorized. 21.39 is that posted opening quarter mile here, as it's going to be Smooth Breeze to the outside and Flying Mohawk to the inside, and they start to really slow things down. Showing a half-mile time of 47.4. Snug hold on Noble Confessor, and also Early Adopter is right there. They're a shared third and fourth as they approach a half mile left to go, and they are stacking up in behind these leaders. Zulu Kingdom's trying to run on in between horses. There's Concord Green, wants a way out of there. Fully Authorized is trying to hold that spot, and Without Caution is the trailer. They're well into the far turn now here in the Pilgrim. Flying Mohawk is still in front, is up by a nose. Engaged to the outside is Smooth Breeze. At the rail, there's Noble Confessor just waiting for a way through. Zulu Kingdom is looking for a way out. Early Adopter is going to get the first run here, 3 wide. They reach the top of the lane, and it's still Flying Mohawk down towards the inside. Smooth Breeze, and here's Early Adopter, and now Zulu Kingdom is in the clear. It's Zulu Kingdom is now sprinting on the grandstand side, and it pushes on by. Gets a little tight there, but Zulu Kingdom is opening up here. Down towards the inside, it's Noble Confessor who's running on. Inside the final 16th, Zulu Kingdom's almost there. Noble Confessor lunging. Zulu Kingdom is the winner. Zulu Kingdom wins it over Noble Confessor. Then came Early Adopter in another photo. That was Smooth Breeze with Flying Mohawk in 1 minute 48.3.
Zulu Kingdom wins at the Pilgrim, but just barely holding off the close from Noble Confessor. And Richie, there was a lot going on in this race.
There's a lot to dissect here, a lot of different trips, starting right from the start with the stumbling of number 7, Fully Authorized. The one-horse Noble Confessor is saving ground, looking for room as Zulu Kingdom makes this sweeping move. Now, his uncoupled stablemate gets shut off here. Now, I think it was more that the 6-horse came out as the 4 was swooping by. Maybe if the 1, Noble Confessor, finds room a little earlier, little different outcome, the diminishing head here. Although it looked to me like Zulu Kingdom might have lost a little bit of focus when he hit the front there by himself.
I think that's a very good point, and especially given what Chad said. So bear with us here. The pink cap is your unofficial winner here, Zulu Kingdom. And you're going to see in the blue cap, tough to see there. But yes, the 6 Smooth Breeze does come out into Zulu Kingdom. And then you're going to see in the dark green cap towards the rail with Noble Confessor getting to him late. I think the strides of your winner shortening late and Noble Confessor really nearly getting there. It is 4-1-8-6 under the wire. You can see things a little bit more clearer here. When the 6 switches leads, that's when he's going to really drift out and does shut off the 8.
Yeah, he drifted out considerably when he went to a left-handed crop, Ricardo Santana, and he switched to his right lead simultaneously, and his momentum stepped out, and it basically shut off the 8 Early Adopter, who was probably done at that point. And watching this, I really come away with the impression that the 4 Zulu Kingdom hit the front and decided, hey, where's my friends? I'm by myself, and kind of just lost interest a little bit. But a really nice run for Noble Confessor, who did have to wait for room, but actually had a perfect trip until he ran out of room early.
And the dynamics of the race drastically changed right at the beginning. The number 7, Fully Authorized, who, as we discussed, likely to be the pace setter, is going to have a significant stumble right there. Samuel Marin did a really good job kind of righting the ship, so to speak. And then a little chaos into the first turn as well.
Yeah, watch as the 8-horse tries to angle over. He's not quite clear of Dylan Davis on the 5 Concord Green, who had a steady there and kind of cost any kind of position. And that's why we talk about it's always so important to get your position going forward, especially into a first turn or a two-turn situation, because you don't want to get shuffled out of the race. It certainly did Concord Green no favors whatsoever. And you can see there, it got dicey for a moment there with number 8 Early Adopter getting shut off by the 6 Smooth Breeze. Had nothing to do with your winner, the 4 Zulu Kingdom, who to me looks like he just kind of put it in idle mode here and got lucky to hold on. The wire came at just the right moment.
So 4-1-8-6. We talked about it before the race, what Chad Brown had shared about Zulu Kingdom being a horse that's a bit distracted, looking around, and I think that was really kind of on full display right there in the stretch.
Yeah, he wasn't like last time where he came up the inside and you've got pressure from the outside to keep the horse interested. He was out in the clear by himself. He opened up, he hit the front, and he went, well, my job's done. I did exactly what I was told to do, take the lead. And I think he went into idle mode. Really good effort from Noble Confessor, but I think the margin of victory was a bit closer because of Zulu Kingdom kind of shutting it down late.
Some very strong points there. 4-5 shot with the win, though. Zulu Kingdom getting the victory in the Pilgrim and punching his ticket onto the Breeders' Cup. Prices, reactions, and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Zulu Kingdom wins the Pilgrim and gets his picture taken, punching his ticket onto the Breeders' Cup at Juvenile Turf. The favorite delivering still some things to learn, Richie, but still undefeated.
Yeah, listen, a horse that's shown a lot of versatility in 3 starts, 3 different ways to get it done. Coming through inside last time, coming on the outside this time. Very, very interesting athletics on the 10 Sovereigns.
The price is $3.70 winner in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Let's head down to Maggie in the winner's circle.
And just kind of echoing Richie's sentiments about Zulu Kingdom and how athletic he was and is. Joelle, we see you covered in dirt. Handling, obviously, a firm course up at Saratoga, but a very soft one today. How versatile is this guy?
Yeah, he is. He looked pretty, he handled, exactly like you said, the turf really well. And, even the turf is a little soft. He just get over it quickly, and he just have that long stride. And, yeah, nice to ride. That was kind of for Chad, and might go up.
Exactly. You could see it. He really was moving best of all through the lane. We also saw you in another Breeders' Cup when you're in race on the Joe Hurst Turf Classic with Farbridge. 2 Grade 1s back-to-back. Seemed to really fit this horse well.
Yeah, I mean, he's, Christopher been doing really good work with this horse. And, yeah, he seemed like, his race, the last couple races, seeing he improved him. So, yeah, so we'll see what happens. You know, going forward with him, he proved already like he is. He's a nice horse.
How, I don't want to say difficult, but he's a little bit tricky to ride because he likes to be on the inside. So how do you deal with that?
Well, yeah, just try to let him be happy, do the work. You know, try to not fight with him and, you know, just let it hang around his right there. Hopefully everything the trip going his way. Yeah.
Hopefully the rail opens every time, right? Well, Joel, congratulations. Very nice day for you.
Thank you.
All right, Joel Rosario with 2 graded stakes wins on the turf. Acacia?
Zulu Kingdom remains undefeated, and Farbridge back-to-back Grade 1 wins. What a big afternoon for Joel Rosario.
Yeah, big afternoon. Stamped his ticket on 2 Breeders' Cup contenders and fought off Warlike Goddess, a 2-time winner of this Joe Hirsch, and not an easy trip either for Farbridge. You know, he got stopped behind a stopping pacemaker, a pace setter, I should say. I shouldn't say pacemaker. And then was able to find his stride and re-rally inside. I think it just speaks to how good he was on the day. You know, as a rider, sometimes you ride horses perfectly, and they finish 3rd or 4th, and you get criticized. You know, could you have done something else? And then there's times you win, and everybody says it's a great ride. This was a case where Farbridge bailed Joel Rosario out. He got stopped behind a stopping horse, had a steady, went backwards with him till he can extricate him from that spot, and then he kicked on again. If he finishes 2nd there, the criticism that's going to be rained down on him is going to be monumental. But the fact that he won, but this is a case where the horse bailed the rider out.
A horse who, so we take a look at the start of the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, was off the pace, along with Warlike Goddess, the 7-year-old mare who was looking for her 3rd win in this race. And the biggest thing, as we've discussed for Farbridge, would be to get to the rail. He is that little bit of a quirky type that likes to run in. You see him sometimes with his head kind of turned out, and that's what Joel Rosario does. A little bit keen there, but trying to get him into some position and to drop in that key moment. Doesn't need to be on the lead like he was in Saratoga.
No, and last time I thought it was a brilliant ride by Joel. No pace on. He took advantage, put him on the lead, and just, you know, put them to sleep. Today, showing his versatility, dropped back, was able to angle to the inside of Silver Knot, who just didn't seem like he was ever really handling the ground. Dylan tried to go for home early. And then holds off Warlike Goddess, who we know is Hickory. She's a mare that shows up every time. But to me, what was impressive was Farbridge stopping or getting stopped the way he did and being able to find his stride, his rhythm again. Not an easy thing to do. Showed his athleticism. I thought this was by far and away Farbridge's best effort to date.
A horse that just has been training so well recently. It's kind of been a full circle moment for Farbridge when winning that Grade 1 Sword Dancer last time out, rejoining the stable of Christophe Command, and then back-to-back Grade 1 victories now. And you know what I thought was kind of fun too is that he and Warlike Goddess, both progeny of English Channel, who won this race. You had Channel Maker, who also won this race. It just seems like his progeny just love the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, and a cut in the ground, no problem for those English channels.
When you think about English Channel winning the Breeders' Cup at Monmouth Park, that if it wasn't Breeders' Cup Day, I don't think they would have held racing there that day. It was an absolute monsoon, and he got over it as easy as a horse could. And he was a lighter frame kind of horse that kind of danced over it, but he's passed that on to his offspring, and with his back-to-back Grade 1 wins, Farbridge, to me, is absolutely the leader of the division in North America.
He stamped his ticket to the Breeders' Cup back in the Sword Dancer. Now back-to-back Grade 1 victories for Farbridge. We'll see what he can do in the Breeders' Cup as far as what he has shown so far on the track for these U.S.-based horses. Zulu Kingdom, though, taking the Pilgrim as we have just one leg to go in that late pick 5. Follow along, another favorite with the victory. Taking a look at the field for the nightcap, a mile on the main track, and this maiden claiming for 20,000 3-year-olds and older. Tepid favorite right now at 3-1 in the 8 hours in a day. First off the claim for Linda Rice, who looks for 3 on the day.
Yeah, and, you know, listen, Linda Rice claiming a horse, running it back. Again, you're getting Irad Ortiz. I thought Guile was very interesting, particularly with that outside draw. I'm really surprised that the one Prairie Dunes is not really garnering much attention at this point, taking another drop in class, but seemingly that right kind of drop in class.
down to the lowest level, which he will contend at Prairie Dunes for trainer Bill Mott. We'll talk more about the nightcap after this. We'll also take a look at some more of the graded stakes action coming up tomorrow. Ways and Means looking for another big one in the Gallant Bloom, coming off a dominant score in the Grade 1 test up at Saratoga. She'll be the heavy favorite in the Gallant Bloom, and rightfully so.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
Rotney is widening the margin now. It's going to be Rotney to win the Affirmed Success.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. We have one more race to go on this Saturday afternoon. But don't worry, the weekend's not done yet. Tomorrow on Sunday, we have plenty more action to look forward to, including the Grade 2 Gallant Bloom. 3-year-olds and older sprinting for the fillies and mares, and no surprise, Ways and Means will be a very short price at 3 to 5 after that huge score in an allowance race 2 starts back, and then dominant victory in the Grade 1 test last time out.
Yeah, I mean, she's already a Grade 1 winner, so obviously this Gallant Bloom is a prep, right? They want to just get a nice run into her, make it an easier time of it, so she's actually dropping down in class. Gallant Bloom named for the 1968 2-year-old filly champion, as well as the 3-year-old filly champion of 1969, bred by and owned by King Ranch. But Ways and Means is good. She runs angry, doesn't she?
She does.
Pins her ears.
I wouldn't mess with her.
No, I mean, and honestly, I think horses look at that and go like, I don't really want to go up there and engage that. She looks like she'd turn around and take a bite out of you.
Well, I think it's something too, you know, we talk about the herd mentality. Sometimes horses are naturally herd animals, and there will naturally be alphas, the dominant types of horses, and I think Ways and Means is one of those. She has that dominant presence.
Absolutely, and you can see the way she runs, right, with those ears flattened back. It's always interesting to me, Acacia, to watch horses, particularly in the field. There are horses that are more dominant getting to the hay trough, right?
Yeah.
And then there are some that are more dominant getting to the back gate to come in at night. They'll back other. It's just interesting, their personalities and where they'll assert that dominance, depending on, I guess, what's most important to them. And obviously your best horses, they just want to be the herd leader.
Absolutely. You see it in the field as yearlings. They're kind of snapping their jaws at the one to get away from the feed or get out of their space, or kind of that dominant presence, as we talked about. It is fun watching that mentality. But a horse that has been very good, in fact, undefeated, though she doesn't race very often, Nick Style. Big layoffs in between her 3 races, but all have been by open lengths, including last time out where she wired the field at Saratoga.
Yeah, I mean, she is very, very talented. When she's in the entry box, you better pay attention because she is just a very, very talented horse. And she just dominated here, got a big figure. And this is how she's won all 3 of her starts. You know, and interesting, right? She was trained by Ralph Nix, who had worked for Bill Mott for a number of years. He retired from training, and his former boss gets her. She's super talented.
Absolutely, and you've seen it before, horses either coming from Ralph or coming from Bill going to Ralph, a similar type of program, as well as Nick's Style has been able to use her early speed in all 3 of her races. I would imagine she's going to try to run them off their feet tomorrow, as she will be the clear second choice. And then Sterling Silver, kind of the old stalwart, so to speak, will be hoping that there's going to be some pace up front as she'll come running, the other Bill Mott runner in the field.
Well, I think Bill Mott has 2 horses that really complement each other. They're not coupled, they're different ownership. But Nick Style, it helps her because you go, well, do I really want to get overly engaged with her and maybe set it up for Sterling Silver? And then if they do, it helps Sterling Silver because she wants pace to run at. So really nice complementing pair there.
That'll be a fun one tomorrow. The Grade 2 Gallant Bloom early on the card in race number 2, Sunday afternoon. One more race to go today on Saturday. There's a look at the field as Jose Gomez and Romero Mirage having a good time in the paddock.
Not a fan of that.
No?
No.
Fraternizing with
you're
the
gladiators. Enemy? You're going into the arena and you're joking with the guy you want to beat. No, I'm sorry. I'll be friends with you away from the racetrack, but on the no. I don't like that.
Wow.
If I was a trainer or an owner, the first thing I would say is, cut it out. You're on my team. That's the rival team.
Richie's no fun.
I'm a lot of fun, but there's a time. There's a time to be serious. I mean, you know, we're not talking Mufasa here.
As hours in a day. Yeah, Irad Ortiz, he's not in that group. Irad Ortiz will be aboard, your current favorite. Hours in a day, second last time out. Going a mile at Saratoga. It was a big price that day and picked up by Linda Rice. Always a dangerous move. Comes back at the same level. You get Irad Ortiz again, so it's always going to garner attention. And, you know, Irad's a rider that doesn't ask horses for their best. He demands it, and they give it. And that's one of the reasons why he's so successful. He's closing in on 250 wins already this year. I mean, easily at the pace he's keeping, should pass 300. And it's going to be really interesting to see how Eclipse voters lean, because Irad's every year putting together an Eclipse-worthy resume. But Flavien Prat's going to garner a lot of attention this year, and rightfully so. They're both just absolutely superior talented riders. Flavien Prat, who set a record for stakes wins this summer in Saratoga, just absolutely astounding what he did in top-level competition. Uh-oh. Is that too friendly between Joel Rosario and Irad Ortiz?
It's more reserved. Now, listen, to be fair, they're younger guys and stuff, but I just never believe that you come to the paddock goofing off.
Yeah.
Get your game face on. Get serious. Put in. You know, listen, for a long time, Dylan might have been goofing around with them guys like that, and he's definitely gotten a lot more focused.
Yes.
Listen, it didn't work for me. Maybe it works for somebody else. Me, I was hangry. Maybe that's just a nice way to put it.
That's fair.
There's a bag of money laying there at the finish.
Yeah, there is.
I wanted to get to that bag of money as bad as anybody else.
I don't blame you.
So we're not pals then. Listen, I see guys fist pump after a big race. If I finish second, don't be looking to fist bump me. I'll be happy for you next week.
You sound like my husband.
No, if you want to, listen, you show me a good loser, and I'll show you a loser.
I respect that. I respect that. I respect that. It's a competitive game, and I think, you said it earlier. If you don't win, you're not getting the payday. It's not like in other sports where you have a base salary.
Right.
As a rider, even as a trainer, yes, you have your day rate for training, but really your stable operates on the races that you win.
Yes, and it goes deeper too, because if you're not producing, you're not winning, you're not going to get more opportunities. Success breeds success. When you win, more people are going to look for you either to train their horses or ride their horses. Keep losing, and those opportunities dry up, and now you're relegated to riding long shots, and it becomes this catch-22.
Yep.
Winning breeds winning.
We saw a shot of Irad Ortiz and Linda Rice going over the form together, two individuals who clearly do their homework in every facet of the game, and they'll team up looking for another one together. In fact, as they won with the main track only, teaming up earlier today, but Hours in a Day, the tepid favorite right now, first off the claim for Linda Rice. The number 12, Guile, is 7-2 on the outside as well, finished third in an off-the-turf race last time out. But intriguing, getting back to the dirt, that was his highest buyer speed figure.
Yeah, and I just think he's really well posted. I think he's going to get into the race the right way from that outside draw. He doesn't have to be out the back. He's a horse that at times can act up in the gate. Last one in, sometimes that's a good thing.
Here's the field, starting off with class dropper Prairie Dunes.
I think a player finally more appropriate at 9-2.
Big price on the 2, Mighty Glory.
Yeah, it just feels like this horse is going to have to take a big step forward.
Taparino has been at the lower levels for his last couple,
but does have some races that would put him at least on the fringe of this.
First time out of South Florida racing as well. Here's Counterattack, turf to dirt.
Turf to dirt. The dirt races were against Tougher in Indiana. It's going to have to step forward.
That's the Fact Jack, stretching out in distance.
Would be a bit of a surprise.
Here's Magical Road. Eric Hensel picks up the mount for David Jacobson.
I think this horse is very interesting. This horse certainly has races that would put him in the frame and drops down in class.
Ran well in an off-the-turf race 2 starts back. There's your favorite, Hours in a Day.
Well, I get up 5 o'clock every morning, so I make sure there's enough hours in the day. He's a major player with strong connections.
I'm more of a 5:30, 6 o'clock type myself. There's Ramses.
Ramsey's kind of interesting, too. Claimed by our friend and colleague Tom Amos off a good effort last time.
Always rooting for Tom. Good luck, Tom. First off the claim here, there's LC Go Lucky.
Yeah, it just feels like the one dirt race is going to have to build on that.
Warming up on the track, there's the 11, Beach Blanket. Don't forget one of those.
No, and a big price for a horse that ran well for maiden 20 sprinting. It should be forward here.
Not quite beach weather today, though. And there is Guile on the outside.
I like Guile. I just think the post and having an opportunity to get in the race the right way and get Manny Franco as strong a rider as we have in North America right now.
Horses warming up for the nightcap. For more, let's check in trackside with Maggie.
Yeah, no beach blanket. Can I just get a blanket, like a big fluffy blanket down here? I just can't wait to go home and put on sweatpants today. It's gotten chilly. Fall is here as we'll take a look at the 1, Prairie Dunes. I know dropped last time to the 50, but that 50, I don't know. I get the feeling that was kind of, masquerading a little bit as a even higher level type of maiden race. So real drop in class today to the 20, facing a hungry field here. And last time I saw Prairie Dunes, albeit back in June, I just didn't think he looked that fit. I know the subsequent efforts, he hasn't shown up. I'm hoping today he does. As we'll move on to number 6, Magical Road. Second start here for trainer David Jacobson. Has one race at Indiana off the turf that makes him a player. But I'll say this. He has put on significant weight since I last saw him, which I appreciate. But again, the one wet track race leaves you wanting a little more. We'll see how he handles this one today, as he's another one taking a serious drop. Now, Ramses for Tom Amos. Tom actually took another horse at Saratoga, came back here, Belmont at the Big A, and won with it. We'll see if Ramses is the same deal. I did not see him in the paddock for that Saratoga race. Keisha, I guess maybe you can comment on him, but I like what I see today. Big, robust-looking horse that I do think capitalized on the pace coming apart a bit. Same with Hours in a Day. I think they both got that pace to run into, which maybe made their efforts look a little bit better than what they ultimately are. Like I said, I prefer the ones dropping a bit more in class in this this one, Acacia.
Fair enough, Maggie. Thank you. Ramses, a horse that I did see last time out and thought that he was one that just really wasn't much of a standout against that field until he got out on the track and just looked better warming up over that fast main track at Saratoga. And he ran fine that day behind Hours in a Day, picked up off the claim by Tom Amoss. Always a dangerous move. Though Saffie Joseph, not the easiest guy to claim off of.
No, obviously. But, you know, going from a good barn to a good barn, I think the horse is well spotted. You get Dylan Davis, who has been really riding extremely well. Isn't it interesting, too, though, Acacia, you look at horses in the paddock and how some of them just change completely. There's this metamorphosis that goes on. They get on the track, they almost get a little bit bigger, they puff up, and you could see their game face come on.
Yes, you really can. It is amazing. Well, some of them, too, you know, are just kind of laid back in the paddock, not really kind of focused on their job. And so when they go to warm up and they start to extend their stride and they kind of perk up and they say, oh, okay, I realize it's game time. That's when you really get to see what's appealing about the horse.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The other thing, too, is sometimes when you get a nervous horse in the paddock, I see some riders try to keep them quiet. And I don't agree with that. I think the thing to do is allow them to get a decent gallop into them, expend some of that nervous energy, and then give them an opportunity to settle in, catch their breath. I just think when you're constantly trying to keep them quiet and they're already on the edge, they just stay at that simmer point. I want to let them expend a little bit of that.
Absolutely. Sometimes they just kind of are like that keg ready to explode. You just have to let it out a little bit, and then they really come back to you.
Turn the valve, release a little bit of that steam, and then it's okay.
Favoritism?
Growing up in Brooklyn, the radiators, you'd hear them screaming at you in the morning on cold.
When I was younger, I grew up in an old house where you could hear the
radiators.
Yes, I'm familiar with that. Favoritism shifting over to the number 12, Guile, here for the nightcap. One more race to go. Belmont at the Big A on this Saturday, but a fantastic day of racing, even with the wet weather. One more time. Here is Chris Griffin for the call.
And they're off. Speed from Beach Blanket. Beach Blanket out towards the front. That's the Fact Jack. In between horses is up with the early mix as well. And towards the inside, here comes Counterattack, is now punching through. And Counterattack is ready to challenge this leader. Beach Blanket and Counterattack, they're 1-2. Just off of them on the far outside, here comes Guile with a run, is taken third. Dropping back a touch there was That's the Fact Jack. And behind that rival Red Cap is Magical Road. At the rail is Prairie Dunes. Then center of the racetrack progressing Hours in a Day. They're going to be mid-pack there towards the back end. LC Go Lucky is followed by Ramses, and at the rail in that group is Mighty Glory. The one far back at the back end of the field, that's Taparino, 23.40. The opening quarter mile here for Counterattack, and Counterattack is right there, has 4 furlongs left to travel, and it's a full length and a half now clear from an oncoming run from Guile, who's a clear second. At the rail there is That's the Fact Jack, who's now challenging for third, is right there stride for stride with Beach Blanket. Up on the far outside, 3 wide from fifth. Here comes the run from Magical Road in sixth. There's Prairie Dunes, and Prairie Dunes is looking for a way through as Hours in a Day starts to launch a rally from the back, and Taparino, the gray, from far out of it as they're approaching a quarter mile left to go. 47.36 for the half mile time. Guile is now called upon for the effort, but Counterattack isn't going away. It's Counterattack who's still there. Counterattack and Guile with every shot to pass this leader. It is still Counterattack finding for a final furlong. Counterattack is back up by a length and a half. Call it 2. Counterattack. Guile is a clear second. A host of pursuers inside the final 16th, though. It's going to be Counterattack at 25-1. Counterattack wins it. Then came an oncoming rush from Hours in a Day in a photo with Guile and Prairie Dunes in 1 minute 38 and 1.
Counterattack at a huge price takes them gate to wire under Ricardo Santana, who is riding here in New York in the last couple of weeks. Richie has put forth some heads-up rides.
One of the things that Ricardo does consistently is ride aggressively. And he rode this horse aggressively, put him on the lead, took control of the race. It looked like Guile had his measure turning for home, and he just kept finding under an energetic Ricardo Santana. Guile came up. Did he hold on for a second? Did it get desperate here late?
It's going to be tight.
Yeah.
Photo for second. As things do get tight,
I
no
think
doubt
he
about
had
the
nipped
winner,
the
but yeah, the 8 and the 1 were closing there. I don't know if Guile even held second. Looked like he was going to be able to run him down, as no, he will have to settle for third. It's 4, 8, 12, 1. What are we seeing here going into the turn, Richie?
I really love when riders do this. You could see Irad absolutely made a conscious choice to stay on that tire track, right? You want to run in those tracks where the tires from the tractor have, you know, kind of packed the dirt down. Look exactly where he was around that whole turn, because the ground is packed down. It's a little bit tighter. You're running more over the top of the ground. Now, he came up second best, and Ricardo Santana, he might really want to consider riding in New York for the winter, because as aggressive as he is, I mean, if he could take the cold, I think he would do extremely well here.
Does get cold here, but you could win some big races. Counterattack, taking them gate to wire at 25-1. A big upset in the nightcap prices, and we'll wrap things up after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire for a third straight year with Saratoga standouts like 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
As well as Busy Morning.
Busy Morning in front, and Busy Morning wins it.
And wire-to-wire victor, Tour Jeté.
Tour Jeté all the way to score.
New York's #1 turf sire again in 2024. Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
These New York bred foals represent many sires: War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by NYRA Bet. You can bet any track, anytime, anywhere. Penn Station, we saw earlier, not to be outdone. Grand Central Station.
Such a beautiful train
It
station.
is.
I love the architecture there.
It's the best. I being one that grew up in Connecticut, I spent a lot of time at Grand Central taking the train into the city.
Oh, I bet, yeah. My agent was right down the street, Don Buchwald from Grand Central. I would take the train down from upstate,
Nice.
catch it in Poughkeepsie, and walk and go have a meeting with him. And unfortunately, Don passed away recently. A great guy.
As we take a look at the nightcap, an upset winner at 25-1. Counterattack, aggressive ride by Ricardo Santana, paying off, taking them every step of the way.
Yeah, speed's a good thing to have, particularly in lower level maiden claiming races. So horses are put on the lead, they get brave, they discourage their rivals, and Guile just got nipped for second, Hours in a Day. Irad Ortiz on his belly. Doesn't matter if it's a grade 1 or a maiden 20, you're going to get a strong effort from Irad.
How about that? Pick 6 carryover into tomorrow? Or is that? Wow. Here's what the late pick 5 return. $3,245. Some big prices with Nina K, that first-time starter, is the main track only. Huge price in the nightcap. And yeah, pick six carryover, 83,000 into tomorrow. And should be noted as well, has already been announced that races 3, 5, 6, and 9 are off the turf. So the Miss Grillo on the turf, but races 3, 5, 6, and 9 already announced off the turf tomorrow.
Yeah, so when you're doing your homework tonight to try to get a piece of that $83,000 carryover, which will be considerably higher tomorrow, handicap for dirt in those races.
That's right. We'll get a chance to see Pandagate tomorrow.
Yeah, Pandagate, yeah, nice.
Main
Probably
track only in the nightcap.
prep maybe for the Empire Classic.
We shall see. But again, races 3, 5, 6, and 9 off the turf tomorrow. But what a great day it was today. It was a lot of fun getting a chance to at least share part of the time on the desk with you, Richie.
Yeah, I only had to be outside for an hour, and I got to come up here, so I'm very happy.
We'll get Maggie a heated blanket after today. Thank you very much for joining us. Tremendous day of racing and a lot of big performances in the stakes action. We'll see you back here tomorrow at 1 p.m. to start things off. But how about Tapit Trice in the Woodward, a slow break, getting a chance to re-rally with that big Stride and Farbridge back-to-back Grade 1 victories, taking the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, repelling the 7-year-old mare in Warlike Goddess. Mufasa showed he's the goods in the Vosburg, punching his ticket onto the Breeders' Cup Sprint. And Zulu Kingdom also has a ticket to the Breeders' Cup and the Juvenile Turf, taking the Pilgrim. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everyone.
The opening quarter mile here for Counterattack, and Counterattack is right there.